Oh, good morning. How are we all doing? Well, technically, it's very, very slightly past midday, so I guess not morning anymore. But happy Friday. Look at that. You survived another week. Jesus. Survival's on the mind right now. Looking about this Fallout. Any moment. Like, that's pretty impressive. The moment I say the word survive, my brain just triggers to Fallout. They've done something to me. So I'm just having a look at how we're going to open up here. I think we're going to do some Louis MT to begin with. I'm just double checking though, because I'm trying to remember. We done the English versus English game. I don't think, did we do the Myriad versus Louis game? I don't believe we did. So that could be a good one. Outside that, we have got some Kiljadi, we've got some Krakody. There might even be some live games we can catch. So it should be a fun one. What's up, Myriad? How's it going, buddy? So actually, first things first, you know how I like to actually attempt to start this, which is I like to open up the game and see if we can genuinely just catch a live game, because I love live games. Dude, I'm in a good mood today. They didn't think this out. They really... I got sent some product to try, but they genuinely did not think this out because they sent me, as a green screen person, probably the wrong flask. Oh, man, but this is cool. I'm in a good mood because I've discovered a new energy drink brand. I'm not going to tell you more about them yet. I think I'm going to have to go back to them and say I'm interested in signing. I literally tried one flavor, it's mango, and I'm sold. Holy crap, that is the best mango-flavored energy drink I think I've had. But I don't want to tell you guys because I don't want you to buy, because I want to get a code first so you guys can get a discount. Boop. All right, so we're going to have a look and see, first of all, if there is anyone up to shenanigans on the ladder that we can catch, because I just prefer live games. Live games are incredible. But if not, I have spotted a few potential bangers that we are going to go over from yesterday. This is always the tricky thing when you do back-to-back days, because we're still a very small scene from like a competitive standpoint. It's very difficult to get a lot of replays compiled and not run out if you do like back-to-back days. So that's always been kind of a little bit of a challenge. So there's Arc versus Lash. I believe there's some Lucifron about as well. Voldemar, wait, who the hell's Voldemar against? And why is he not the one on Chinese? Something's happening here, guys. Could Voldemar finally break the issue? Did you catch Puppy's AoE2 stream? No, dude, what happened? Dude, lay the deets on. Did he mold? Was it a bad time? Did he get crotch stomped? Or is Puppy now going to qualify for Wollo? Questions. Okay. So we might do Voldemar. That's pretty tempting. That is a tasty idea. Outside that, who else we got here? Because I could have sworn Lucifron was online. Zertin versus I don't know who that is. So right now, Voldemar, Zerti are the live options. And, oh, I'm almost certain that's Baltoon. Zerti versus Baltoon? So we've got Voldemar versus like a rank 20 first, or we got Zerti and Baltoon that's like rank 13, 14 right now. I know Baltoon likes to try and hide his identity, but I'm gonna be totally real. Like, people check out EU4 World every moment they see someone. So like it's not going to be well hidden. It was quite memey. Oh, dude, I could imagine. Did he get gang bushed by some really good players? Do you guys want to maybe check out these two, Zertin and Baltoon? I feel like we don't really see much of them, right? What happened yesterday? We played some community games. We done some free-for-alls at the end of the stream. Like, what do you mean, what happened yesterday? I'm confused. What's wrong, Julie? Our ass was live for like 9 hours. A lot happened yesterday. What are we being specific about here? I'm confused. All right. We'll get into this in a second. I just want people to be able to rally in before we begin. Because we'll only be live for, what, 6.5 minutes? Reminder, guys, we are going to do that charity stream tomorrow. The goal is to be live by 12:30, so midday my time. So basically, about 24 hours from now, almost 24 hours exactly from now, we should be live. We're going to be doing probably a 5 or 6 hour stream, I'd imagine, on the Saturday. Maybe it ends up going longer. It depends, because I think there are the Devil's Cup stuff happening, although I gave up trying to track that because obviously the Wikipedia and whatever's not, I don't think it's being updated, but maybe I'm wrong now. So possible we'll catch some of the TV2 action. If we do, I'll probably only do day one. We'll see how that goes though. It depends how I'm feeling on the day. Especially if we end up doing a bunch of shots, because I know one of the rewards I put on the Tiltify is, I think, for each $75 donation, I'll do a shot. And I'm overly generous with my shots. I actually use almost a double shot container to my own detriment. So it should be a fun one there. There's a bunch of things in there, though. There's going to be a way for people to get their own games cast. There's going to be a way for people to get 8 times cast, because I know some people actually enjoy that. There's a little comical one, a simple one, where basically you can just force me to add more and more ties. So like lots of little kind of incentives just to get people donating for charity. And I think milestones-wise, we had the only Bugisha challenge, which basically will involve beating people with just only Bugisha. And I'll probably do that in Feudal Age as well. And then the other thing that I would expect us to be able to hit is the live coaching a bronze level player. Bronze or gold level player. So obviously we'll have to find one of those for that, but I think that could be quite comedial. But yeah, definitely a worthwhile cause as well. Like, it's basically a foundation that raises money to support children who have cancer and actually fund research endeavors, rather. So we'll be doing that for about 5 or 6 hours tomorrow. And you guys were incredible. I remember last time, like, I was looking back at my Tiltify campaign, because it's been a while since we've done a charity stream. And you guys impressed me, actually. The last charity stream we done, I think, was about a year or so ago. And we raised $1,300 across the course of 3 days, in which I think we streamed maybe 10 to 12 hours. Your stream crashed? Oh, that. Yeah. So, internet provider's a douche. I don't know. Virgin Media's not that good. My dream is that we eventually are a big enough streamer that I bring in enough money per month that I can get a leased line. Because if you have a leased line, there's a higher obligation by the provider to make sure you do not crash, right? Like, usually that is a legal stipulation, in fact, right, with lease lines. So, because the logic is lease lines are hired by businesses, and if the line cuts and there's no backup solution to get them back online ASAP, they're losing money, right? Similar with a streamer. Like, if you're pushed offline like that, you're losing money. Like, for example, I think we were peaking towards 300, although the weird part is when we switched to free-for-alls, the numbers started to sloop down pretty fast. But, like, you know, as a streamer who needs to get higher viewership so you can get, like, sponsors or whatever, we could have easily finished on, like, a 300 average or something like that, right? I think it ended up being, like, 180, which is still cool. But, yeah, that's the annoying thing. Get BT. The problem with that, J2, is BT will not provide a good enough line to this house. So I am at the end of a fairly long road. Virgin is the only one that I can get a high enough upload off of the standard providers right now. So that's one of the big limitations. I am stuck with them. I have been awkwardly negotiating to try and keep my price down on my ISP, because basically ISPs scam the people they have with them. They never reward those people. Oh, you didn't see that I start the stream again? Okay, that's funky. Yeah, you should have. Which country are you from, KP? From the UK, mate. Honestly, is there smack talk coming in here? Yeah, I'm from this barren country called Brexit land, where we can't get good internet providers, unfortunately. It's a scam. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I misread that. County. Yeah, I'm in Suffolk. Actually, I should have made that fun. I should have asked you to guess. You never would have guessed Suffolk, right? Nobody ever guesses it. Nobody knows where I'm from because my accent is weird. My accent isn't atypical for the region. I have a very weird accent, in fact. Like, I've been... the amount of times where people... like, dude, it's always weird when I get called American as well. I haven't sent a cent your way? Wait, what do you mean, Leaf? A friend said you watched today? Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate that. Like, honestly, I say to people, like, if you can't afford to subscribe or whatever, I mean, suffer the ads. Nothing I can do about that. But I always say, like, the way that people can help is if they haven't got money to give, just genuinely sharing the stream around to your friends and let them know about it. You know, like, my goal, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I don't know if it sounds cheesy, but it's genuine. My goal is to build a community here, right? I want something that survives and transcends even the game that we meet in, right? Like Age of Empires 4 may be where the journey begins, but we never know where we're going to be in 20 years. I'd love to see Age of Empires still be about, but what I want to be able to do is ensure that we have something that survives so that I can keep entertaining you guys, but also so that I can, you know, provide for the fam. It's my background, not the UK country. No, sadly, it's not the UK countryside. It's the Irish countryside. You know, because you've got unicorns and you've got Pegasuses and dragons. You know, we're way too modernized here in the UK. Good old Ireland. They keep it really OG. You know, green dragons flying around, elves having sex with dwarves. They've got it all, really. So my current thoughts on AoE and the state of the game. I think the game is in a really good state, but the marketing around the game is as bad as it's ever been and continues to astound me. Genuinely, like, that is the disappointing heartbreak. And if it seems like I'm being unfair on like Microsoft or whoever is responsible for that marketing effort, the reason I'm being unfair is because the game is that damn good right now, and it is criminal that it's not being shown off correctly. There was a single brag about Sultan's Ascend being the best-selling DLC of all time in the Age of Empires franchise, and then silence and nothing. And that, to me, is criminal and unacceptable. It's absolutely heartbreaking that, like, we're in that situation, because this game is incredible. It's in a great state. It does need more constant, regular, small development cycles. I think, for example, the map rotations need to be more fluid. I know I'm not the only one that was getting bored of the current maps. That's why a lot of the players went and started playing free-for-all, because of different type of content. So that element needs to be fixed. But the marketing is genuinely the thing holding this game back from greatness. This game within 3 years could eclipse the numbers that StarCraft pulls in right now if the marketing was actually done correctly. I wholeheartedly believe that. That's not shade thrown at StarCraft. That's actually praise to the state of Age of Empires 4 and also the accessibility it has compared to things like StarCraft. But they keep dropping the ball. Suffolk's nice though, you hear? You're in Hampshire? I've never been to Hampshire. I was out there. I imagine it's pretty chill. Hampshire strikes me as like kind of almost like a farming kind of county as well. I feel like most people don't know about Suffolk because they know about Ed Sheeran. This game inside of a game and don't market it. This game like it's. You think it can do StarCraft numbers? Yes, absolutely. StarCraft numbers aren't like that insane anymore anyway. Like I don't think that's the boldest claim. The RTS scene actually needs new blood. It needs a new game to rise the numbers again, because old school RTSs don't do it anymore. People like to believe that Age of Empires 2 is going to be the savior or StarCraft 2 is going to reboom, but the reality is those games are either past or in their peak. And that I'm not saying that to throw shade and turn it into a war, but I've said this before. The value of Age of Empires 4 compared to 2, for example, 2 is definitely very big, much bigger right now, in terms of player base as well as viewership. But your ability to tap into a newer audience, a younger audience, and get new players engaged is 10 times more difficult with 2 than it is with 4. StarCraft 2 is similar, right? Both those games have multiple issues. It's not just the idea before anyone says data mechanics question mark. No, it's not even that. Even if you felt that the mechanics are dated, it's the barrier to entry. Whenever you have an older system where people have been practicing for years and years, like, you've literally got pros in AoE4 that have said this. I think Marine Lord has actually been on record saying this before, where, like, he tried out AoE2, but the time it would take to actually, like, catch up to the best in the game is absurd. You're miles behind. You know, there's so many nuances there that get figured out. We mentioned this before, the whole idea that a gold level player in AoE2 is so much better than a gold level player in AoE4, because AoE4 hasn't had as much time to cook. So this trickle down of information, skill, and interactions hasn't reached the gold players yet in this game like it has in AoE2. Okay. Fair few farms. Alright, my liver. No one closes research. RIP. Dude, you gotta find that gold. Need a new Star Wars game? Dude. Galactic Battlegrounds when? Galactic Battlegrounds 2 when? It's weird though that people didn't move on from 2 to 4. I stopped playing 2 once the new one came out. A lot of people were kind of locked in their ways that they liked the way 2 functioned, because 4 isn't 2. Despite the fact they share the name, 4 and 2 are quite different games. They play very differently, right? But at the bigger deal is, like, I can't blame a lot of people for not bailing on 2 to come to 4, because the state of Age of Empires 4 when it came out, and for the first year actually, was absolutely atrocious. It was poorly handled. And not a single developer on the team would argue with that statement. It was pretty bad. But now, dude, the game's in an incredible state. Like, it deserves more credit. Should we get ready? I think we're giving people enough time to come in. I love when we get these little discussions going, but I think people probably are like, show game, shut up. Caster making it about him. I mean, it's my channel. But yeah, I think if they actually bothered to fix the marketing around AoE4, it can go to insane heights, right? Investing correctly in the esports system might be a good idea. Apex Legends has proved that. Apex Legends rebuilt, honestly, I'd say a big part thanks to its content creators and its esports system. Rebuilt it to insane heights. Like, I've constantly seen pros saying they think the only, like, you know, the game itself, they don't like the state of it right now, but they say the thing that keeps Apex going is its esports arm. It's kind of crazy to me that there's not more focus on marketing that and pushing that and growing that when you consider that Age of Empires 4 has wholly been marketed as an esports game. Really. It wasn't meant to be, but if you think about the marketing that happens around it, the only marketing that now happens around it is tournaments. Right? So yeah, kind of a funky one. I mean, I don't know, if Microsoft like executive sees this, or someone high up at World's Edge or whatever, call me, dude. Like, you got my deets, you know how to access me. I genuinely would love to help you take this to new heights. I have been learning an insane amount of marketing the last year. My knowledge, my connections, the things I understand now, I want to help. For the love of Christ, like, I've been supporting this game for 3 years almost. And I've been doing so while not making bank like certain other people in the scene would. That's not to say they don't love the game, but I'm saying it's easier to like stick with the game if you're making money. I've been making a loss from my efforts in Age of Empires 4. Right? I live and breathe this freaking game. So I really wish they would actually reach out to me and other creators and other, you know, influential people to try and make this as great as it can be. But yeah. I'll catch up with chat and then we'll get into this. Oh, I left the team trim UI. You think a lot of people simply don't know that AoE4 exists? Yes. A lot of people don't even know the esports system exists or the content creators exist. It's kind of baffling that, like, last year we had a $125,000 tournament, but there's practically no advertising around it by Microsoft. And you might go, well, EGC should do the advertising. No, not really, when Age of Empires, Microsoft directly are the biggest benefactors from the success of the tournament, getting more eyes on the game and buying more copies. And also, here's another interesting detail for you. The prize pool was provided, I think, almost entirely, if I'm not mistaken, by Microsoft. So you'd think at that point, like, if you're dropping 100K on it, setting up a little social media post or a little in-game alert, probably a good idea. And yes, AoE2 is carried by nostalgia. Myriad, what Myriad is saying is exactly my point as to why AoE4 can be so much bigger than AoE2 if treated correctly. It doesn't have this shackling of, like, the nostalgia grab seems smart, but it genuinely limits you in a weird way, right? There are ways you can design your game to retain players, but growth becomes much more difficult. Basically, AoE2's numbers keep growing at the moment because there's more people that grew up with it rediscovering it. But what happens when you reach saturation on those people that are interested? Then you have to try and entice new players. And that's where older RTSs will have difficulty. Once again, this is not shade at AoE2. I think AoE2's done a phenomenal thing, right? And I've said before, like, if I was ever involved in Microsoft, I'd actually help both games grow to their new heights. Because I think both of them aren't being handled correctly. I think there are things that can be tweaked about both, such as a more stable infrastructure around AoE2, and AoE4 needs more grassroots involvement to grow. God, I've opened a can of worms now and keep talking. Anyone who loves RTS and knows AoE4 exists, though, I mean, that's not true. There's plenty of people that love RTSs that don't have a clue AoE4 exists. Because, well, even if they do know it exists, they don't know the state existed now. They know the state existed when it was released, which was dog crap. Right? How many games have you played that was crap did you come back to years later? You don't, dude. You just, like, you move on. You've got so many choices nowadays that you don't hang around for a return sequence, right? Like, I've heard Fallout 76 is in a great spot. I haven't opened it up again. I haven't played it in years. And I imagine the people that have opened it up again haven't opened it up again because someone told it it's in a better state. They're opening it up now because of the TV show, right? So new wave of marketing is what got people back into Fallout 76. Pristine example of my point. Yeah, final thing I'll say on it, because I want to get ready to cast, is that if Age of Empires 4, and I think Myriad actually just said the exact same thing, if it had been released in its current state, this could very quickly have turned into the biggest RTS that exists today. Fingers crossed we can still get there. I mean, the game is in a fantastic state. HRE is aside, Chinese pickers aside. I think overall, Age of Empires 4 is in the best shape it's ever been. Fingers crossed we'll see a lot more faces returning and a lot of new faces appearing in the coming months. But these are familiar faces. We've got a Swede and we've got a German going up against each other here. That's right, Teal is, of course, going to be a boy who shall not be named. I'll let chat see if they can figure out who's going to be. On the other side, this one's a bit more obvious. Xerte is, of course, the one and only Xerten. One of the highest-ranking players in Germany, actually. I think he's ranked 13th on the ladder right now, and I believe Teal was either 12th or 14th. So there is literally just one placement between them. So they're pretty much fighting to exchange ranks, potentially, here. Chinese versus HRE is an interesting one, though. HRE is very powerful right now, but I wouldn't discredit China. If the game goes late enough, they can take over the game. So I imagine the approach for Xerte in this one is going to be to take control of this matchup early, to try and pressure his opponent and keep him locked in. And, well, on a map like this, you can achieve that quite easily, considering how claustrophobic Highview can feel. Turtling and defending on Highview can be difficult if you don't get a good spawn for walling, because then you're stuck with all these stealth forests where you can be ambushed from. And what I really like about an HRE pick on a map like this is their speed. Their infantry is so fast that playing long feudal makes a lot of sense. You can get in fast. And I think you want to, because the risk whenever you play Highview is that the game goes too late and it backfires, right? If the game goes too late here, China is going to be favored. In the hyper late game, just getting everything online and then potentially trade down the line between the taxation versus the relics, there's a lot of ways that China can address the HRE threat in Int+. That's before we get into obvious things like scaling hand cannoneers, where you might have speed, but the Chinese have range. The camera angle shouldn't be allowed to change. Should be allowed to change. What do you mean, like this? This thing that you can already do? Is that what you mean? Or are some people envisioning that whole full zoom out thing? That would be kind of interesting if we had the full zoom out. I do think that the full zoom out is critically overrated for observing, by the way. It's actually terrible for observing. For most situations. There'll be situationally some nice places, but the reason I'm saying it's bad is just look at Bar. Beyond All Reason is actually a terrible game to view because of how discombobulated everything becomes. There's a point where zooming out is actually a really bad thing. Anyway, now that we've fully zoomed out and looked at the picture of things, we can check in on how the sheep hauls are going. It looks like we've got a great haul coming out from Xerte. 1 scout, and yet he ends up getting 12 sheep compared to 6. This is a fantastic beginning for him. It means that his opponent, Teal's going to be forced to come out sooner. That's really important because Yellow can exploit that. Even this type of area, like if Xerte comes in and blocks this before the deer push happens, then Teal's not going to have much food to work with. So I'm hoping Teal is coming back now with the scout and looking to shove this in. But right now, they're trying to see what the choice is going to be out of Yellow. They should be seeing the wood gathering, which should make this quite obvious. Did they get a glimpse on the lumber camp? They probably did. Remember, Tang Dynasty gives you more vision, so it's much easier to see every detail. He's about to lose that extra layer of info via the range, so it's important he sees this right here, right now. In fact, he doesn't. So he's going to have to hang around. So there's not going to be a deer push at all. But then again, like, this is interesting, right? If you don't see any buildings drop, then you don't need to do the deer push. You can just move out onto it. And right now, when you see this many workers out into gold, it should be quite obvious to Teal what's happening here. No feudal aggression coming out. Yellow is simply going for Castle Age. So I imagine we're going to be seeing a pull out of villages then. The way this typically works in this matchup now is because you've confirmed your opponent is going castle, what you're going to see Teal do is they're going to go for 2 TC with Song, and then they're going to probably send villagers out to these relics. It's the most optimal way of addressing this threat. Beautifully done, actually, because in some of these situations, you're going to save a lot of wood on walling these off due to the tree lines. But yeah, this has been a pretty popular play for a long time against these fast castle type builds, especially against HRE, considering that they tend to tech up and go straight into Cav, which means they don't have efficiency on burning through things. You wish observers would zoom in a bit more during fights. So you think that's what you want, but in general, a lot of the time, zoom-ins are bad. Okay, educational lesson about observing. What's the word for it? Educational lesson about observing one-on-one here. But it's not one-on-one. I'm talking to so many of you. You might think zooming like this is really good in a battle, but it's not because it discombobulates. It's the same reason why rotating is often bad. Think about the most successful esports, and then think about, as a viewer, why they're so followable, even when they're crazy. Dota 2, League of Legends, these games are easily accessible, despite the fact they're not easily accessible from a viewing perspective, because they use the bird's eye camera that never changes at all. That's an insanely valuable thing. So, you know, every time you zoom in, there are some situations where it might be useful, but I think it needs to be used sparingly. If it becomes a regular element, it becomes completely discombobulated, and it's not a good thing, trust me. Like, if you actually look at all the biggest esports scenes, something they all have in common is their spectating experience is easy to follow. Right? Even Rocket League, which can be crazy, the idea is that you switch to a person, and it's another car driving from a different angle. Overwatch is a perfect example where it had an issue the other way, where, oh, it's a monkey. Oh, now it's a rocket launcher. Oh, now it's a ninja. Oh, what the hell's going on, right? But then, here's another FPS comparison. CSGO. Why does CSGO work so well? Because every time you switch location, you're given this typical anchor experience of the players moving the same way, and they use similar guns. That's why I try to be sparing when I do zoom-ins. I will do it occasionally. In fact, I've stopped doing full panoramic. I'm more like here recently. And if you're wondering why I'm not talking about the game, it's because this is just genuinely the most standard H3 Chinese plays you're going to see. China has gone 2TC, spin follow-up. He has gone for the wall out here. A little bit slow on the maneuver here. I'm a little bit shocked by this because it means that Zert is going to get more than he ever should. Wow. I think that Teal mistimed this a bit. Do you play Total War Warhammer 3? I've played some of the Total War Warhammer games. I was playing 2 recently again, and I gotta say, my god, the default cameras are cringingly bad. It genuinely pained me. So, Warland's delayed that this. I genuinely can see Xerti getting his hands on 4 relics still. This villager is going to shift out here in time, but the scout is guarding, so you need to remove him. It looks like the spin is going to be there in time, so well played. It is going to constrict his opponent down to just 3 relics. But when I say just 3 relics, that's not bad. I think Teal misread this entirely. You can't be this greedy or slow on the villager release. They have to come out sooner. He could have easily blocked out 3 relics, no questions asked, if he just came a bit quicker. Instead, a 3 relic game for the HRE is more than worth it. What the hell's going on is why I don't watch individual top player streams, instead go to cast games like this. You know, it's interesting because it may seem like I'm targeting, but actually I'm kind of like doing him a favor, right? Like we're kind of saying he's worth watching. This is why I think Krakeny is a good example of like quite nice to watch, because he's not high action on the movement of the camera and everything, right? Whenever I've watched him, I feel like his POVs are a little bit more easy to follow. It's why I also think Recon would make a decent streamer from a POV perspective. Like, I've watched that guy, and oh my god. Dude, he may look like a kiddo, but he's my age, and you know what? With the camera movement sometimes, you think he's got arthritis. Bless him. I'm sorry, Recon. I will always love, dude. I love that guy. But what I mean is, like, he's very slow. He'll move like this, and he'll be like... But like a lot of you right now are saying, I want to see KP play. I want to see KP play. You don't, because it would be stuff like this, right? It'd be stuff like this, and then it would be click, 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 click. Like, you think that Beastie clambers his keyboard a lot? Dog, I got news for you. Find some old footage of me streaming Dota 2, and you'll know what I'm talking about. Zertin's just going to go straight into Imperial now. This is very old school from both players, actually. Then again, it doesn't surprise me. I think Baltoon can come up with some creative strategies. Zertin, on the other hand, to me, he likes to execute these traditionalist Age of Empires 4 approaches, which is typically the Castle Booms, the Imperial Booms. I see it all the time. It's not to say Zertin can't play the other style, but if he's given the option, he'll always lean into this, at least from what I've been seeing for several months now. We'll burn through. Zertin now looking to grab a 4th relic here. The problem is there's too many knights here. The spears can't contest this. One issue, though, is Zerton did not send a Prelate out ahead of time, which was a little bit surprising. Teal only now about to get into Castle Age when Zerton's going to be going Imperial. They cycle through hotkeys to keep up production. Well, no, they cycle through hotkeys partially to quick monitor things, but also to keep their APM up. The reason why that became a very big thing, especially in StarCraft, is although you wouldn't need that APM at all times, in moments where things got intense, you did need it. And if you kept that as your default status, then you were always ready to peak APM when it was needed. So tech up now on the way. Zerton is about to prep. He's got a decent number of farms as well. He's already started to wall himself in. Honestly, I can't see how this is a bad thing for Zerton to be doing, really. Like, the way this has been played by Teal now, it's very traditional kind of booming Chinese, right? And that means you're only building spears. You actually haven't got any offensive units whatsoever. So sometimes when you see an HRE player do this, there's going to be knights diving their base, there's going to be men-at-arms, there's going to be siege. That's not going to happen here, right? The way that China plays in this very predictable fashion means they'll never have any sort of offensive capacity at the 12-minute mark. And that's why you're just going to see Zerton now rushing up 17 with the pass to Swabia. Wall on the side is not going to work out. So Relic is at least still being blocked there. Zerton really needs to consider just like 1 or 2 Landsnecht here. He's holding an insane amount of gold. I think if he sends 2 Lansk here, he gets access to not just this Relic, but potentially the 5th as well. Which is insane, remember, because Regnitz does give you double value. So let's talk about win conditions now. Like, how does Zerton not win this? I think Zerton has to try and get to mass saturation and flood very quickly. The problem in this matchup between HRE and China is China will eclipse you if the game goes late enough. Right? Once you're in Imperial Plus, you're talking about full granary transition and then hand cannoniers with pyrotechnics. That's very difficult for HRE to contest. So it's very important that Zerton, now that he's hitting this timing, he starts to peak fast. He can't slow down. He can't just be greedy about this. I think he needs to start to pressure the Chinese. That's why I already love the fact that the Knights are trying to intercept and deny any extra eco value away from Bounty. However, Yellow definitely needs to consider something other than just putting more prelates. I'm a little bit shocked they still haven't dropped the racks yet. They're finally on the way, though. This should genuinely just be Lansk. Lansk would make a lot of sense against this many spears. You could just go Men-at-Arms. Like, honestly, Men-at-Arms works against everything here, right? Like, if your opponent's going to go Path Guard, great. If your opponent's going to go Lancers, also great. And you already see the Raxes, you already see the PGs, right? So we're probably going to see them just leaning into the standard choice here. What do you guys think? Who's going to win this? Like, based on the perspective that we're seeing right now, that the point in the game that we're at, one's if you think HRE's got this, two's if you think Chinese boom power is going to be too good. Because like the interesting thing is with Song Dynasty, the TC count isn't really that far apart, right? It's still going to be better for HRE, but it's not as big an advantage as you'd think. Because you're at 4 TC effective, but Song Dynasty means they're 2.5 TC effective. And they have been since a much earlier point, right? So realistically, these two should reach a balanced eco count by about, I'd say, without any losses, 100, 110. And then Xerti should pull ahead a bit. That's what I mean about the peak, though, right? Like, he's going to peak first, so he needs to do something with it. Right now, though, this is a pretty sick raid with the Spearman. Some decent damage done to throw away unit he no longer wants, right? Now that there's Men-at-Arms, there's no value in this. So the fact that he got some eco kills out of it and idled out his opponent made it worthwhile. However, in return, now with a lack of extra spears, these Knights are still going to keep finding targets. Treb's now coming, so it looks like Teal is going to send it. Oh, wow, that's interesting. If you're wondering, like, why would Teal choose to attack now instead of just going Imperial Age? Typically, Chinese players want to get there, right? This is a game where your opponent's got majority relics. That's already bad enough. He fast imped on you. And it means that because you're only at like 80-ish eco, you know that he can eclipse your economy first and reach that peak we talked about. So instead of Teal making this a defender game where they have to accept that peak, they're looking to punish Yellow for greed. That's very creative, actually. Like, I was wondering if we might see something like that. I mentioned that Teal can get quite creative with their builds sometimes. That's a smart read in the situation, because otherwise this turns into more of a survival game for you for the next 10 minutes, which doesn't feel great, right? in the current meta, because players are so damn good at closing out games, you always want to put yourself in a position to be present and accounted for 5 minutes max away. If you have to defend for 10, 15 minutes to get your win condition, against the best players in the game, you're going to die. Stone gathering going on. So this should be a secure on the fat gold veins, which is really smart as well, because realistically, HRE might have 4 relics, they might have 2 sacred sites. But if this game does take a turn for the late game, that means we're talking about hand cannoneers. And that's something that you will definitely need the gold veins for. Like, relics alone will not get you there. China wins this easily. Bombard Tower's not enough to fend off 30 pop. I think you overestimate China's power. Have you not noticed those numbers are getting closer together, not further apart? Like, if you want to get on the raw number count of it, Zerton will be the first to hit max pop. And you might think granaries are incredible, but never discount the power of a fully surrounded Arc and Chapel. Those things are insane. Not at full power right now. He needs to delete these houses, these lumber camps, but he can eventually get there. And that's before we then equate the element of like reaching your peak quicker because you're spending less food than your opponent on producing villages, right? Like, Song sounds really cool until you realize that you go from spending 150 food per TC to spending 200. Meanwhile, by going past the Swabia, this absurdly stupid landmark means that you are generating... How many villages is that? That ends up being about 8 villages a minute. And you're paying 128 food. So you're getting well over double what you do out of a standard TC, but you're paying less than they would per minute. That's what makes Past the Swabia so insane. The fact that it's cheaper as well, to me, to this day, I'm baffled. I hear there's a certain angry German that had a similar feeling about that element. On my words, guys, Palace of Swabia will get nerfed, and it will probably be a cost nerf. It genuinely should, considering how many games are always Palace of Swabia and how rarely Elsbat comes out anyway. Elsbat will probably feel nice against this, though. The siege is starting to ramp up. Teal, 3 trebs to his name. The problem I'm seeing in this game is, like, realistically, yellow should just be able to front assault you, right? Like, 1 bombard to keep, and then you rush men-at-arms into mass crossbows. But considering you're going to be elite status with elite army tactics, you should win that. However, interesting choice being made by Zern. He went for elite army tactics instead of getting the elite status of men-at-arms. Mathematically, is that better? It's a 20% increase. It is. It actually is, guys. So getting 20% more damage, like, you go up to 15 damage with elite status anyway. So getting 20% here is 2.4. But in the health, it's better. Because you go up to 180, I think it is, or 185. By getting 20% more health, yeah, you're 186. So weirdly enough, that is better. Especially if you're also choosing to add in something other than just men-at-arms. That's a very interesting detail. 9 per minute, 20 seconds normally, and 200% buff. It could be a UI issue. What, on this? I think I rounded down slightly. Like, you're getting... So it's free T season 1, right? Which means you're producing 9. You're correct. Yeah, yeah. It's a little bit... You're right. I think it's like the numbers have been weirdly skewed. Because if I remember correctly, it would probably be like 6.5 seconds. Because you're losing 66%, right? So 6.5 instead of 7 makes more sense. But you have to remember the UI doesn't do decimals. It will round up or down. Hence why it says 7 instead of 6.5. Or if you want to be really specific, it's 6.66. Yes. What's that coming in? Looks like yellow is making a play for the fat veins. I mean, the problem I've got with Teal's strategy here is, like, how deep can you get and how much can you really do? Because I feel like you're pretty limited in your ability to breach this base. There's no way you're going to be able to break it. You're going to have to tech up before you go in. Now, I think they are about ready. Full farm granary transition complete. This is an insane amount, right? Up to 45 now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yellow looking a little bit weaker, right? They're only sitting at, I want to say, is this like 30? They've got 54 in total, but a lot of it is spread out. So farm count on this screen, okay, credit to them. That's actually higher than I expected. That's 40 farms. And you can kind of see it in the numbers, right? This is before getting the full Ecotech upgrade as well. So don't think this is deceptive. Like, oh my god, HRE's got an extra 15% from their Ecotech. No, this is just the power of Arkan. If I remember correctly, when someone done some calculations recently, when you're around 45 to 50 villages, there is no civ that gets more food per minute than an Arkan HRE. I think the order was Arkan HRE, Abbasids, and then Chinese, I think, were the top 3. Kind of surprised by that, right? You wouldn't have thought Abbasids would do better than Chinese, but when you actually think about it, they get 15% more from Golden Age, they then get 15% more from the agriculture tech, and then they get 8% from improved processing. That's going to always be better than triple granary setup. Because even if you supervise all 3 of these, like, no one is ever going to use 3 Imperial officials to supervise each granary, right? That's super suboptimal. Stonewall's now going up, so Yellow, realizing this game is going to go super late. Guys, why did I click on a high view game and think it was just a good idea?
I'm a little bit puzzled by this myself, actually.
Anyway, this is push point. So this is the point where we should see quite a lot of fighting. Xerti is popped when it comes to eco. He doesn't want more. Military is also there as well, right? He's just going to start building up a reserve and pushing. The goal should be to eventually switch into a more premium unit. The problem is you need to be quick about it, because if the goal is to go hand cannoneers, if you wait too long in this game and China gets there as well, China will always beat you with their own hand cannoneers. Front keeper's at least gone. Wolves were intercepted, so Yellow needs to actually come back and repair these full. In fact, the villagers are running back and forth to try. Looks like the keep on the south side did go down, so well played there. Teal now dropping the Great Wall Gatehouse to secure the gold and the stone behind. Quite a weird Great Wall Gatehouse. We typically do see Great Wall Gatehouses dropped in the farmlands, but this map's fairly defendable, and also there's a lot of value in this area, right? You're able to see the gold, the stone, the gold here. On top of that, you get pretty good vision in the area, right? Because I'm pretty sure Great Wall Gatehouses can see into the forests. And we should be seeing Yuan very quickly after this from Teal. This is why Yellow's prepping the walls. It's very smart by Xerti. This game's going to go late. It's inevitable that you're going to be up against Yuan Dynasty Palace Guard. If you don't wall like this, you will fail to stop raids. You'll never be quick enough. Marching Drills doesn't compete. Does, however, still need to set up a wall to the north side. I think Xerti needs to start losing some troops. This is always awkward when you're at this stage in the game. You feel good that you're building a reserve, but if your goal is to build horsemen, men-at-arms anyway, you should never really be running out of food, right? So this whole idea of just, holding back actually benefits the Chinese player. Because the Chinese player needs this premium. And if you give him the speed, you give him the time rather, to speedily go into hand cannoneers, he'll take over the game. I think Xerti needs to get the horsemen at the back as well quickly. Pass coming in. If he can absorb the fire with the horsemen, this could be big, but I think it's just too difficult. Teal should be able to hold this back. That being said, there is no incendiary arrows, no ranged upgrades. You're up against the army tactics, so Xerti should be able to gain some ground here. However, with the hand cannon count now starting to reach up, this is where I'm expecting wave 1 to start flopping. The best thing Yellow can do right now is actually just peel and go for the back, because standing here and fighting is buying time for Teal's transition. In fact, you killing his crossbows is exactly what he wants. If the crossbows are dead, the hand cannoneers are being born. Drop is going to fail. He's going to have to back away from that. Hello, Mr. Recon. What do you think? China or HRE in ultra late game? I feel like it's impossible to bank against the Chinese. You'd have to have insane eco, right? Because I think Xerti's only way of winning this is going to be the horseman spam like there's no tomorrow. It's going to need a lot of production, though. Teal would benefit from some front line, which is why I like the Spearman coming out now. It guarantees the horsemen can't work, and it means the men-at-arms aren't going to get bonus damage either. So a pretty efficient front line compared to just going Palace Guard. And also, it frees up all the gold to put into hand cannoneers instead. Now, this is where China can get a little bit absurd. You know how I said Abbasis were beating them? The numbers were close when I saw the 45-50 farm calculations. And this is why. With ancient techniques, you get insane bang. He's easily going to go Yuan Dynasty, and that equates a 12% increase in gathering rate, which almost just completely eclipses the Golden Age. Balls continue to come up for Zerti. Our keeper's been being repaired for an insanely long time. Doesn't need to for much longer though. Looks like the Bombardier is going to be struck down. Zerti now trying to switch into Mangos. Now this is interesting. I think this is the one area you can beat China in potentially. And the reason is that you have Culverins and they don't. They do have Clock Tower, but the problem with Clock Tower is you can't rush Siege. So actually, if Zerti continues on this path, if he doesn't rush to reveal the Mango play and has 2 Culverins to assist, I think you're just going to see Teal die. In fact, Teal's already struggling. What is going on here? Oh my god, the farms just aren't delivering. Well, he's finally got the level 3 Eco Tech. There's no supervision coming. You guys see what I mean about the Arkan Chapel buff, right? It's kind of bonkers when you consider that you get that 40% buff, which is going to be better than your opponent with a 30% overlapping buff. And unless they want to supervise, which costs them population to do, you'll always be beaten, right? Like, it's the efficiency of like needing 3 taxmen to mirror the effect of 1 Preller. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it actually is when you consider that you want those taxmen for other things, right? So it handcuffs you in a really awkward way. And now we have really big problems for Teal. Hand cannon near mass is pretty much all you've got left, which sounds great in theory. The problem, however, is you're starting to run out of front line. And with the Culverins moving up, these Culvs are basically giant hand cannoneers. And yes, by far, H3 has the most passive gold. It's 4 relics. There's no denying that. It's crazy as well, right? Like, this is... I don't want to say Crackney's right, but... We're looking at a game where the Chinese player has both of the gold veins, and it looks trivial. But it's all about timing, that's why. HRE peak fast. They don't deliver in a prolonged situation. Even with relics, they start to run out of gold, they start to run out of capabilities, and the comps are usually quite predictable. And if your comp's going to be predictable, it sure as hell needs to be strong, right? But like, if Chinese player can get up to 40 hand cannoneers, there really shouldn't be anything that stops them. And you are correct, the Chinese player should be spamming Palace Guard. The problem, however, is the fact that there's practically nowhere to run due to the walling. I feel like this game is over. It's just going to take Teal a little bit to process it. Weirdly enough, Teal's problem is not gold. Their problem is food. They have insane food issues here. It's just a meat grinder where you can pretty much decide the outcome of this game now by whoever's food income is higher. I know people don't like it when a game is dissected to that trivial degree, but it's the only thing that matters. Both of them have plenty of gold. They'll never run out of that. It's the food limitation that's killing them right now. Zay moving in. Bombard should get sniped out here. Nice placement with the Springles in the tree line. I mean, the funny part is I actually think Zern at this stage could go hand cannoneers, and this would be really easy. Like, it's actually kind of stupid how simple it would be for him to mop this up now with hand cannoneer spears. Or hand cannoneer men at arms, rather. Instead, though, he just continues the horseman spam. You know, something I haven't noticed is quite often when players are in this situation, they can win the game so much quicker if they just move forward and drop production. But it's almost like because they're seeing the gradual territory game, they just continue to spam from home. If I had to highlight one criticism of what Yellow's doing here, it's that he's taking way too long to get troops in. And that's why he now needs those hand cannoneers, right? Like, if he built full production here, you don't actually need hand cannoneers, you just have spam on your side. But now, because he's running so far, he needs the premium unit. He's slightly overextending. Villagers also being pulled as ambitious. Zertan looks like he's trying to get some forward cannon placement set up here. I imagine it's more just about the vision though, right? Like high view can leave you quite blind. We have God's vision, but these players are seeing very low. What if we send some horses in farms? Seems like a good idea, but Falls don't knows, like the Chinese eco is holding on, right? We can see it's actually scrambling and struggling here. But it's also a case of he doesn't want the hand cannon near mass to get too big. Because if the hand cannon near mass reaches 35 plus, you're not going to be able to kill anything, right? You'll have to rely on mangoes and pray your opponent doesn't have sprinkles. So he's just trying to keep that number down. I do forward production, so I'm better than Zerd. There you go, guys. Boom. I mean, I'm not saying I'm better than Zerd at the game, but I have won as many EGC titles as he has, okay? Okay? Hand cannon is starting to arrive, though. I mean, this is where this hold-on is going to start to feel a little bit trivial. Right? Before you were surviving because your hand cannoneers were kind of growing. But now you're reaching a stage where it's boom cannon boys on boom cannon boys. Although you're maintaining an army lead, it's shrinking. 3 sacred sites now locked in. I can't believe he's gone for this. Oh, this is so frustrating as well. The cannon emplacements means you're going to have to send some serious commitment to try and decap that. Meantime, Spears are going to be able to march out. It looks like an overextension. Zern didn't have enough troops coming through, so some of the siege is going to get sniped down. Really well played there, actually, by Teal. That's high value. Getting rid of the bombards, the culverins especially, means that now the Springall should be able to just hold back mango spam. And credit to him, Teal is starting to build up a bit of a reserve here, right? They've got 1,000 food sitting in the bank. Xerti is still struggling to just reboom that food mass, but it's because of what he just queued up. He has 20 hand cannoneers waiting to be spawned. So he could lose the army once and immediately eclipse the hand cannoneer count of China, which is kind of nuts, right? Like, one-on-one, I will always favor Chinese hand cannoneers because they have the extra range. But HRE ones aren't too bad if they have a slight number advantage because of the movement speed to cap close. And your opponent isn't playing Nest of Bees, so he has no quick way of clearing them. Yeah, this is kind of looking over at this stage. I'm not really seeing the path to recovery for Teal. I actually think he has big issues with production now. He's trying to fix it by adding in a lot more Raxes, but the front line just isn't coming out quick enough. And you might think, oh, but KP, but Teal defended. Look at him go. Yeah, but the problem is he can't just defend. He needs to address these sacred sites now. And if he marches troops to the right side, then yellow's going to come down the center, right? So you got to pick your poison here. This is at least going to make it a little bit easier. Teal has finally found the resources to get into the Yuan Dynasty, so they'll have a bit more movement speed. But you're still going to have to come and blunt these outposts, which means you're going to have to shift the siege all the way over to the right or down the center. Wait, what is going on with Imperial? Oh no, you misclicked. Oh, come on. We're just going to keep staring at this. Let's go. It's okay. It's okay. Horseman. Can they do enough damage here? Maybe. Jump in, look to pinch the siege. In fact, he beelines it straight forward, so Springles are being sniped down. And then Horseman might have just enough wallop. Unfortunately, no. They only get one of what really matters there. So the Culverins will have the advantage, though. Mangoes plus hand cannoneers. I think Zerton just genuinely needs to drop some forward Raxes. This is kind of becoming painful to watch. All you have to do is drop some full production, and this becomes so much easier. Soon, guys. Soon. Oh, he finally realized. Oops. Okay, so Yuan's now on the way. This is kind of cool, actually, because Teal might have some flexibility to go for a decap now. They're going to need to move fast, though. We are almost halfway through to the win condition. Bombard has arrived on the east side, so it looks like that's going to be a pretty easy-peasy decap in the end. Wait, where are the Springles? Oh no. Oh no. Big mistakes made by Teal. Lost the Springles, didn't have an immediate replacement coming in. This is actually a big deal. It means he can get very close to the farmland area now. Teal's going to have to give over some ground. What I really want to see out of Yellow, just actually wait for the front line, please. Please. Oh, not again. Guys, this game is never going to end. Why do I keep clicking on Highview games? We know how this story goes. There's only really one true type of game on Highview. And yeah, that is actually quite comical that Teal is now 36 minutes into the game in a hyper late game. They built a blacksmiths, but they never got any of the blacksmith techs. What? With Spearman especially. That's crazy. Because like they did get elite army tactics, which makes it even more comical. Wait, did he not decap? Okay, he's moving around out now. The thing is, you can keep this paused and pull the villagers. I think that Teal is underestimating how close this is going to get. Well, we're going to have to suffer for 4 more minutes, because at this rate, Teal is going to forget to commit to the decap in a way that's meaningful. And all of a sudden, this is getting ridiculous. Look at what Yellow's done. Xerti now has a clear dominant advantage in hand cannon near count. This is what I was worried about. Like, you know, Teal didn't reach critical mass, right? And since then, he's been kept off of it because he didn't have enough front line. Now, the funny part is that Yellow kind of done this weird discombobulated approach by going into mangonels with no front line. And it's almost like it baited Teal to just build more spears, which has now completely backfired. Bombard Springer's going to be able to move up. Looks like they're going to be able to hold the other siege hostage. The problem is I just don't think the siege matters now for Xerti. It's just all about hand cannon near mass. Meanwhile, east side, it looks like the Ram was torched down. So, wait. No, there's no way. I was wondering on the left side. No, there's been no sneak out there. He needs to do something crafty. The problem now for Teal is if he pulls enough to break the hold on the east side, he's just going to lose control of the center of his own base, right? So you're basically forced to choose how you want to die. And Xerti is basically just burning the entire coffer for this. Like, don't misread this for something else. If Xerti loses the cap, he's in trouble. He ran out of gold now. So hand cannon near count is going to be what it is going to be. It won't replace. He can't even afford culverins anymore. I think Teal, if he gets this decap, Xerti might just call GG straight away. Are you kidding me? That is wild. And it looks like he's going to get the decap. And yeah, Teal has no blacksmith upgrades. Like, let me find the blacksmiths for you. Let's prove the detail. Like, where even is the blacksmiths? Yep. He doesn't even have military academy. I mean, in fairness, I forgive that one, guys. Like, he can't actually afford military academy. He hasn't had a reserve of food, right? But this is absurd, dude. I don't think I've ever seen a Chinese player 40 minutes into the game without military academy. That's wild. Now, if you want proof that China is OP, if you wanted proof that China needs to be nerfed, Exhibit A. This is absurd. Even Nesta B's getting added in now. Terrible in these choke points of Xerti. I can't believe he's doing this. What? I mean, I genuinely think Yellow could have won this with full production. But this is wild. In some ways, blacksmith techs are overrated. Like, think about this detail. Hand cannoneers do not benefit really from any of it. Like, the melee tech is nice to defend yourself, but the enemy shouldn't really be reaching you. And the spearmen aren't meant to kill. They're just cannon fodder. So it does make sense that this comp works without blacksmith techs. Walls are broken. This is over, dude. I actually don't think Xerti has enough gold anymore. He hasn't set up trade, right? So there's no gold trickle coming down the line, which means he can't do premium units, which means once he loses these hand cannoneers once, it's over. Now, you can say the same the other way, but how are you ever killing these hand cannoneers easily? There's no way. There's absolutely no way. The extra range is just absurd. I see chat has figured out the identity of Teal. Well, I mean, like, all I'm going to say is he asked me not to reveal his name anymore, but you guys figured it. You're just all too smart. You're all too smart. Wait, no, stop. You're not allowed to do this. That's against the rules. Ah, yes, the good old classic 41-minute undermesh. Very meta these days, especially when you play China. So we've got a proxy base now coming from Xerti. Wow, okay, so the goal here now is to have China overextend, and then you run an army into their base to kill the landmarks. To say this is difficult would be the biggest understatement in Age of Empires 4. Trying to landmark snipe the Chinese feels almost impossible. It could be he's just trying to go for the economy, but I actually think if that's your goal here, I could easily see Teal being on your farms before you're on his. Marching those, eh? Production on his side. It looks like China needs to also get some full production. You know what, actually? You know what really helped China win this? It's finally happening. I know Zertan's in the chat now. Zertan, did you know that your opponent had not got Military Academy until 42 minutes? Could you feel it? I can't believe this. What a sieve. Everyone's so fixated on how broken Atri is right now. But I mean, China doing this without any blacksmith techs, including the production rate in late game, is pretty bonkers. Han Cannoneers have pretty much been ran out of town, guys. I mean, Zertan only has melee units now. This is where Han Cannoneers shine through. This is now over. There's genuinely no coming back from this now. Xerti simply doesn't have what it takes. Like, he's resorting to archers. Jesus Christ. He doesn't even have incendiary, right? I'm pretty sure he never got incendiary arrows. So they're not even going to be that strong. Wow. Horsemen are finally going to raid to the backside, but I mean, it's kind of a moot detail, right? There's a meta-arms trickle coming in, but the Spearmen already intercepting that. And there's enough troops in the main base. Zertan's going to struggle against the Han Cannoneers. It's kind of dumb that you need so few troops at this stage, but that really is the power of the gunpowder units, right? And then when you consider Yuan as well, it's easy for them to kite because they basically move at the same speed as men-at-arms. Horseman going to march in for that one Nested Beast kill. Oh my god, he almost saved it. Oh my heart. Chinese repair speed. I can't remember the last time I watched an Atri player build archers in Imperial Age and win a game. So if Zertan pulls this off, I mean, he's doing something I just don't see anymore. I'd be impressed. However, the Spearmen, the second wave of Han Cannoneers have now arrived. There's still that proxy base on the right side, but I just don't really see it doing any permanent damage here. I mean, China is losing some eco, but that's not a bad thing, right? That just means your military is even bigger. And he needs his military to be bigger. Like, he's queued up over 40 units in reserve. Huh, turns out these Spearmen are pretty good when you start getting the melee techs and melee defenses and stuff, right? Oh, dear. Castle's going to go up, and that's going to be the staging point to keep on pushing in. I wouldn't be surprised if we even get a Siege Workshop drop behind this. Now, the good news for Zertan is he can keep spamming archers for quite a while due to the backwoods. The bad news for Zertan is his landmarks can't run away. He's not playing the Mongols. What a crazy game. The fact that Teal played this with no blacksmiths that long and kept holding on. Like, it's wild, right? Because Zertan definitely had military economy, but genuinely the crazy part is because that whiff, that mistake, that definite mistake by Baltun. If Zertan had just built full production, he would have been able to break through. He was so close as well. He was on the precipice of it. But after that barely holding on moment, right, from Baltun, where he just about scraped the defense together, the Han Cannoneer mass came in on a delay, right? Like, I think Zertan, he realized he had issues getting troops across, so he switched into the Han Cannoneers, and that's when you saw his gold coffers drain in an instant. And the crazy thing is that you might rate Regnitz with 4 relics very highly, but Chinese taxmen say no. Like, these guys are kind of insane. The difference between these two sides is much easier for Zertan to lose hand cannoneers due to less range than it is for the Chinese, and that's going to be too much. GG gets called. How the hell can anyone argue that this Civ is reasonable with what I just watched? Against one of the other Civs that everyone thinks is unreasonable. Dude. Crazy game. I don't know if that gets uploaded just because it was quite slow. Maybe it needs to be edited. There were some interesting elements, but admittedly that mid-game was just your very typical nothing too meaningful is going to happen slog. Sup, Jarman? How's it going, buddy? Maybe it needs editing, yeah. I don't know. Possibly. Classic high view match? Yeah, I don't know why I clicked on it, really. I should have known better. The moment it said high view, I should have been like, nope, 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 guys, we're out of here. Nope, 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 nope. God damn, that's tasty. Dark blacksmiths. Well, I tried to hide your entity, Baltoon, but they kind of figured it out very quickly. So Kiljadi versus Xerti on Dry Arabia could be a cool one. What else we got here? There's Avali versus Jean Usakur as well. So we've got Avali versus Jean Usakur. We've got, what did I say the other one was? Kiljadi versus Zertan. Who's Dudu against? I don't know who that is. So I guess we can either go for one of those two I mentioned, or we can go for some of the games that are not live. There's a Myriad versus Louis game that I'm intrigued by. I don't know who that teal guy... Oh, okay. Well, thanks for trying to help us solve it, Baltin. Yeah, I don't know who that guy is. He's not bad at Age of Empires 4, though, right? I mean, you know, he's alright. He's not as good as Baltin, though. Baltin's the real god. That teal guy could probably learn a few things from Baltin. Okay, so... Jesus Christ, I just realized some of the games that I picked to potentially look at are high view, and I'm thinking now that I don't want to do it. High view is such a bad map. Alright, should we do Louis versus Myriad? Let's do a Louis MC versus Myriad. So, give me 1 sec. I need to switch over to the scene so you don't get spoilers. And then I need to... Yep, I don't know if that makes it easier to find him or not. Louis literally just called himself 1. Thank you, Louis. Thank you for that. There is so many 1. Like, this is what I'm dealing with right now. You all better be grateful for this, okay? Jesus Christ. Somewhere in here there is a Louis. Oh my god. Where? Oh, thank God I found him. You listen to some old Korean rap. Damn, what's old Korean rap like compared to new Korean rap? I gotta know. I like myself some Korean music too. What was the one I like? Okay, so actually some Korean music, but also some Japanese music. So like, I don't know if anyone here knows Black Clover, the anime, if they happen to watch it, but Black Clover has a lot of good intro songs. They're incredible. I think there's one called Empire that I absolutely love, and it's... Here's the thing about Japanese pop. There's a lot of songs where it's just them saying English words that don't really make sense, but it's really catchy. And one of them, like, I don't think I'm going to play it here because I'm pretty sure I would get immediately demonetized on YouTube for showing it. There's a song called Right Now by Empire that does this. Like, I'll say, if I quickly pull up the lyrics, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. So, the lyrics are, let's black, that is survive. Let's black, that is survive. Then they go into Japanese, and then they say, right now, do it. Right now, do it. Right. Like... There is this thing about just randomly using English words in songs. Like, here. I'll show you. So, yeah. Oh, you guys can't, like, see that because the chat window's in the way, right? Yeah. So, like, but you can see... Look at the top there. Let's black, that is survive. Let's black, that is survive. Bunch of Japanese. Right now, do it. Right now, do it. Right now, do it. Right now, do it. Yes, yes, yes. Like, it's just so random, but it's bloody catchy. It pains me just how catchy it is. All right, should we get ready for another one? The latest Age of Mobile, they scammed Age of Noob. Ah. Has the video been released? Oh, damn. Do we watch the game or watch this, guys? Do we watch the game or watch this? I knew about this, actually. A little bit about it. Not everything, but I knew a little bit about this.
Back to Age of Noob. This is a promised update to my first video on Age of Empires Mobile. I personally will not be covering or supporting Age of Empires Mobile for two reasons. The first is TeamU Studios, which is the developer of the game, and the second is due to, well, the game itself. Before I begin, this is not deep or consequential at all. I'll be sharing my thoughts and experiences like I always had, and I'll expand more on this at the end. So first things first, I mentioned in the original video that I was going to be compensated by TeamE for covering the...
Okay, so I'm guessing people want to get into the game. One's if you want to get to the game, or two's if you want to watch this. I know the context of this, because like, you want to know what happened here? All right. Do you want me to play the video and then I can give you the details that I know? Because I was trying to fight for them behind the scenes. Because this, like, the way that this was handled was atrocious by the devs. Wait. So wait, did I say one's if you want to watch the game or two's if you want to watch this? One's if you want to watch the game, two's if you want to watch this. Because this is kind of baffling. You guys want to watch the game? Wow. You guys don't want to know about what they've done to him? Should I TLDR you? Saw already? Okay, yeah, but I guess you just don't want more context. I want to go make food, watch it after. Should I TLDR after this game? I'll go after, remind me to go over this after this game. Let's do the game first, because I think people want to see the game. And that way, like, people can... I mean, actually, no. Watch me, then I'll explain it. Because there is some interesting context here, some really shady practice, and quite frankly, it's disgraceful that, like, they acted like that, and that there's any alignment with a company that should probably do better, like Microsoft. Yeah, I'll tell you about it later, so hang around, guys. We're going to do this game first. We will talk about Age of Empires Mobile shortly, but for now, I need to see some mobilization out of these boys. We have got Louis MT going up against Myriad in the good old HRE English matchup. One that is heavily HRE biased these days. Maybe Myriad can show us something different, though. I think, actually, a lot of players are already showing us something a bit different. The Abbey of Kings build is finding a decent amount of success against HRE by blunting their initial advance. What I have yet to see, though, is a game where an English player and an HRE player both commit to Feudal with the Abbey of Kings. I don't think we're going to get that here. I wouldn't be surprised if Myriad's going to do the atypical fast castle build with the English after 2 TC. The question mark then is what Louis does on the other side, because if you invite the late game to this guy, he will take it. He will bite your hand off and run away with your limb. Like Louis MT, every time he sees a player go late game, I think I made a video the other day that's already up on YouTube, which is, it calls him the Chinese Beastie Cutie. And that's really accurate, because Beastie Cutie, he may find himself in the late game a lot, but he regularly says he doesn't want that. It's just that if you give it to him, he'll take it. Louis is 100% that type of player. He will happily engage with in the early game. We've seen plenty of replays where he does, where he annihilates people in 20 minutes. But if you invite this idea of an hour-long game, he's going to be dancing on your corpse by that hour mark. So, with that in mind, does Myriad maybe lean into the idea of that feudal I talked about? Does he maybe look towards castle instead? One thing I have noticed that actually Louis does quite cool with the English that no one else is doing at the moment, and I'm actually kind of being sold on it, is the 2TC fast castle double monastery opening. Do you guys remember those games from Louis? It's actually insane how impactful it is for the English, because you start with the king and you get a few knights, and you quite easily can get map control off of pretty much any civ in the game. Like, the reason why I'm hoping Louis is going to try to be a bit more aggressive here, by the way, is if this is a fast castle rush, say on both sides, the problem is that you can't protect your prelates on the opening due to the king. And that's another reason why English feels really good. It's not just the ability to force reactions in the early phase of the game. It's also the ability to, quite bluntly, block greedy plays, right? I think the exception to the rule might be Iobids, because the camels are incredible at reducing the king's damage. But most other civs with this knight opening can easily get denied, because when they go for castle rush and they run out with prelates, they're not going to have anything to protect. So, bare minimum, I want to see a Rax commitment out of Louis before he just rushes into castle. But I genuinely would prefer to see him just trying to play a prolonged feudal. I think it's quite scary at the moment for a lot of players, because up against the Abbey of Kings, that king is going to be a healing aura. They're going to have a heal at home as well. But there's a lot of damage you actually can do, especially if your opponent is thinking of being greedy. So far, though, it looks like Myriad might be the one leaning towards feudal. No, I don't think so. He's grabbing straggler trees already. He just hasn't moved to the stone, so this is something we've seen a few players do at the moment, which is if you start with the wood instead of going stone, then you know what your opponent's agenda is. And if you know their agenda, you can pivot your strategy. For example, if the HRE player wants to go for an all-in feudal, you probably want to build an archery range and defend yourself before just going TC blind, right? However, if your opponent is going fast castle, maybe going 2TC feels like the obvious choice, and then you just come out to stone on delay, right? So it allows you to kind of weigh up your options. I would always recommend this to people, unless you're against a civ that you know has only one option. For example, if you're against a Chinese player, it's very rare they're going to do anything with TC boom, in which case you go stone first, right? But in most other situations, you want this layer of flexibility. And that's what he gets by doing this. And Myriad looks like he's not going to wait to find out what his opponent's doing. He is indeed just going to go for the 1TC all-inner. I need Dragavan round right now to rate his archery range placement. Cannot believe this is not closer to the enemy base. I'm wondering, guys, who do you think this is going to favor? Because we are actually going to see Archer and Archer. Do you think that the English are better, or do you think the HRE are better for this? Because both of them are playing Feudal Archer Mass now. My answer might surprise you. I'll let people get their guesses in first before I spoil it for you. There's no wrong answer. Actually, there is, but there's a reason why you might assume one over the other. A lot of people think that the king will make the biggest difference. You can be correct with that to a certain extent. But actually, the bigger difference that people leaned on, even before the king came in the picture, is the English longbows won because longbows are better than normal archers. That's not true against the HRE, though. The HRE with marching drills especially gap close way too quickly. And also, their better economy allows them to scale more archers. So the king does make this a bit better initially for the English, but the HRE outscale way too quickly. That's why I'm a little bit scared about Myriad's choice to go in here. Because what makes it even more grim is you're now trying to rush longbows across the map. If you want to make this play, you should have built a proxy racks. Proxy archer ranges right next to the enemy base makes sense. This doesn't, because now you're going to trickle into archers waiting. Oh, knocking up quite in time here. So nice little opening kept by Myriad, but not one he can camp on here. And here's the other thing. You might think, oh yeah, but I've got the king. I can just back away and heal. You can't because of the movement speed. You will never get out of range unless you're dead, right? Like, what will happen is that Louis will rush after you. He'll kill 3 or 4 of the archers. He'll back away. And maybe you'll have one longbow that was injured that you'll get to heal, but the rest are just permanently gone. So yeah, don't think too much about the king as a healing aura. His only value here is going to be as an attacking unit. The problem with that is he's a worse knight for that role. And archers, by default, have over half their damage go through on him. And Myriad is indeed going castle. I'm glad as well. I don't think you can play a Prolonged Feudal here. Prolonged Feudal will kill your game. The question mark now is whether your opponent knows, because here's the thing. Louis was fully aware, guys. Louis literally sat a scout here and counted the archers like he was counting sheep. So Myriad is not going to beat him into castle unless Louis chooses to invest in feudal. Weirdly enough, he is. That's a little bit surprising, because realistically, Louis could just go fast castle now, and he could contest your archers with his archers and use a knight to kill your king, right? This is a peculiar choice, though. He's adding in farms as well. He's getting the blacksmiths. Jesus, Lou's going to send it. Okay, that's actually quite smart when you think about it, because Myriad's only option with a fast castle build now is to go King's Palace, which means he doesn't have any real protection against archer dives, right? He has the TCs, but they're not great. And you can now just constrict the map. You sly son of a gun. I love this. This is such a cool reaction by Louis. Most players would have seen that Myriad was bluffing about his all-in and just chosen to go for castle. But at that point, Louis is like, well, I built double archer range. I've got several archers. Like, why slow down now? Because that's the crazy thing about the HRE. They don't slow. They move way too fast. 1.38 movement speed allows you to quickly close on the enemy base. I love the timing on this as well, right? Waited for enough archers that the king really shouldn't be able to contest. Like, if he dives into the archer mass, it's not instantly going to die, but he won't get very good trades. The interesting part to me right now is that Louis backing up. I don't like this. I actually think Purple should be sending it. He had the scout giving info, but because he backed up the scout entirely, he doesn't know anymore. Now, someone might look at this and go, why is Purple not scouting? That seems like a noob mistake. No, it makes a lot of sense. Because he built archers, he needs the scout with them. You can't run archers out blind because you never know what you're going to run into, right? Here we go, guys. King's Pass on the way. And it looks like Purple is starting to save up a bit. Still adding additional units in. But you can see that the economy of the HRE is way too good for them not to be able to do both. The difference now is this many archers means the king won't be able to fight. And you won't just be able to rush monasteries. So Louis is very clearly fixated around the relic idea, just in a delayed way. It's weird to see an HRE play do this, I know, but it makes a lot of sense when you consider the alternative is running out blind against this king. A king that will get upgraded, remember. So he'll be able to kill prelates in, I think it's 4 hits, right? Because these stats are going to go up, and a prelate has 90 health. So your melee damage on the greatsword is 20. I think lance damage goes up to 28. So you'll be able to 4-tap. Yeah, it's 26 and 20. The other interesting thing is I'm pretty sure they changed it so you can't convert the king anymore, right? So actually the king is a really good counter against fast castle relic gathering. The one exception being dervishes because of the Camelonese. But any other civ, very impactful. Archer's now marching around the back. Unfortunately, the wall is already up. Regnitz is now coming on the other side, though. And he's looking to handcuff now to keep his opponent in his base. We do not have siege engineering, though. A little bit surprised by that. I think it could have been worth it for a single ram here. Your opponent doesn't have a great defense, right? He's got an archery range. He's not got Council Hall. He's got an Abbey of Kings. Therefore, he does not have a production building built in his keep. So he has to slowly build into something. There was definitely an opportunity here, but I guess the bigger issue is if he went for it, then you'd have this issue where the knight would probably get more value. Smilich Knight's now moving across the map. King is going to go in for a dive, but villagers are going to be able to protect themselves inside the outpost. That idle time is going to be very annoying, considering you want to start queuing up a lot of prelates and preferably getting knights out. So just a little bit of idle time here should slow you down. That's an advantage Myriad can now manipulate. He's going to be 2 knights ahead with the king. It means it's going to be very difficult for Louis to split the map. He's going to have to try and find enemy knights away from the king and pick them off. Archer Veterancy also being queued up. I think from this position, Myriad should easily be able to start yoinking relics away, which is why I love that he's going for it. He's got enough knights and the king to now patrol between these. But as I mentioned, like the weakness of this build is now, if purple does just commit 2 knights, he can snipe you 1 by 1. Also, the veterancy read was actually really smart. Myriad should be pouncing on this right now before the upgrades come in. Unfortunately, he's a little bit too late there, so can't contest it anymore. That's really important as well, because if you look at it, you're actually seeing the hardest relics being taken, or rather mid-relics being taken away. Not the hardest, but the ones that are going to be contested, right? So the ones that Myriad should have been targeting out have now been removed from the equation. This is looking like a free relic game for Louis, which is, to be totally honest with you, really all he needs. He doesn't need to go crazy here. So what's the win condition now for these 2 players? For Myriad, I think his win condition now does actually lie in Imperial after collecting the majority of relics. That should be his real goal here. English actually spam Wingard like crazy these days. It brings them such a powerful tool in their arsenal, to the point that Footmen are so damn good, they can even contest men-at-arms spam from the HRE. That's how good the initial stats are, right? For Louis, I think he just wants this game done early Imperial for him, because he knows he can get Imperial quicker. This Archer Mass is already paying off. Look at this. The snipe down's coming out. 8 damage, and you've only got 4 armor. Jesus. I mean, Myriad, big mistake here. He never got his hands on a Blacksmith, despite the fact he built Lombos and Knights. Makes a lot of sense, right? Get Steeled Arrow, get Undermesh, win. Instead, HRE just flexing that extra eco to get into the Blacksmith text now means that Myriad's in trouble. Another relic trying to be pulled away, but guys, this actually could be a 5 relic game. Oh, wow. I can't believe I just said that. That's insane. From this position, with the fast castle build that Myriad came out with, you'd expect him to be able to block 1, usually 2 relics here. You would never expect to say from this position that Louis is going to get 5 relics. But his timing on that rotation, the fact that Myriad wasn't able to find a fight to slow down this Archer massing, to shrink it slightly before the veterancy came through, is why now he's heavily handcuffed. He lost a lot of Lombos there. The Knight's count needs to go up to basically about half the Archer count to get a clean fight. Otherwise, you're going to lose a lot on the entry. I mean, you're already seeing the pain here, man. He finally realizes the mistake, goes in for Undermesh, but it's coming in so late that Louis now has cruise mode on this game, right? 1 relic at least to get yoinked back in time, but this should now be a 4-to-1 relic game. Remember what I said about Louis and how he'll take that late game if it comes, but if he sees an opportunity to punish you now, he'll take it as well? This is Exhibit A. What an incredible timing out of the Chinese prodigy. Looks like Myriad is at least going to move out to try and guard this relic on the side. A little bit surprised that Louis didn't leave something there to protect. Instead, he's going to look to find value in a different way. Dives into the enemy base. And unfortunately, the Blacksmith tech differences means this attack speed aura doesn't even feel that good for Myriad. Also, the reinforcing Lombos just getting sniped out as they spawn. Knights are going down. I mean, this is looking about as bad as it can get for Myriad. Molol's going to come out on the flank. Myriad is not going to be able to get it in time. Just about gets out of range before the conversion comes through. However, Archers are now in his economy, and all of a sudden, Myriad, any eco lead he's started to build is disappearing. In fact, with no textiles and nowhere to run, these Archers are going to murder. Wow. Oh my god. 12 eco kills from this dive and climbing. All of a sudden, only a 5 villager difference between the two. And Louis now looking like he's in full control of the game. What an insane game. The small details as well in every area. Like the knight over here, it's the melee tech difference that means that Louis will always win this fight. It means he can come back for the relic on a delay. The archer mass genuinely shouldn't have been able to do the damage they've done, but because Miraid went for a raw castle build, you saw how powerful Blacksmith is. Now, here's the funny thing, right? Like, we just watched a game on Highview where someone made Blacksmith look worthless. For 40 minutes, it didn't matter that he didn't have Blacksmith techs because he was still winning. And I remember after that game, I think it was Recon, immediately went, maybe Blacksmiths are overrated. Well, how about now? Because Blacksmiths won this game. The fact that Louis had it and Mirai didn't is why Mirai's lost complete control of this game. Like, he has no recourse now. At this point, he's playing a recovery game. Sick game. Louis, the only reason he didn't commit to more is because he's going for the classic. Pass the Swabi now on the way. Love the fact he played Deer as well. Loads of players wouldn't do this, but you stripped all map control from your opponent, right? So he can't punish you on flanks. He even built the outpost in case it came to that. And the reason that's important is it allowed him to put more resources into teching instead of putting more resources into farms now. And now, with the Palace of Swabi coming, all of a sudden, you're going to have that extra resource boon to go into farms, right? It's not going to be spent on villages because how cheap they're going to be. I would love to see him utilize this small wood line, though, right? Like, set up a lumber camp here and get all these trees for farms. Sounds perfect to me. Plasma techs on range mats like 4 times more. Agreed. It's also, I think it's quite often slept on how big of a deal going from feudal to veterancy on archers is. Like, it's interesting, right? Because people tend to move away from archers because you want to get men-at-arms, heavily armored units. But those blacksmith techs with the veterancy, the difference it can make. I think I've said this before, that like certain civs just seem absurd because of that detail, such as Byzantines and Chinese. Because they can supervise to get them super fast. So it gives them a huge edge in initial fights, even when you're mirroring their builds. Because if you're both going Castle Age, but one side can get blacksmith techs 2 to 3 times faster, the fight isn't even going to be close. So Myriad, we talked before about his way out of this. I said Imperial. I don't think Imperial is the way anymore. He's making the right choice here to try and go in. Because if he leaves it 2 or 3 minutes, Louis is going to have a 20+ eco lead with 3 relic regnants. You're not going to be able to beat that then. And that's crazy. Louis immediately goes into hand cannoneers. What? That is actually wild. I wouldn't have expected that. Especially against Lombos and Knights. But he's got the men-at-arms frontline coming out. Like, the first hand cannoneers are not going to survive this. But the second wave is what worries me. So you might be wondering, like, why would Louis do hand cannoneer straight away? That seems kind of dumb. It's because he doesn't have great food right now. Now, that sounds contradictory due to the cost of hand cannoneers, but if you compare it to men-at-arms, how many men-at-arms are going to die compared to hand cannoneers, right? It's much easier to trade out with this unit than this unit. In terms of the likelihood they're going to die, a lot more men-at-arms should be dying than hand cannoneers. Steeled arrow coming in as well, so Mira can need to... Now that's interesting. You think veteran archers and ranged blacksmith techs are underwhelming in Archer Wars? What, because of Mango play, I'm guessing? Because your opponent will switch? Oh, you mean just like raw archer count numbers? That's an interesting take. I don't know if I entirely agree with that. I mean, it's all about the correct mass to get value out of the tech, right? I think in Archer Wars, the ranged armor is more important than ranged damage. Because it can change the threshold so you're not one-hit killing the archers you're attacking, right? I kind of get where you're coming from, though. Like, to kind of break down Recon's point, what he's trying to highlight there is when you get the archers too big, the mass gets too large, they're going to be insta-killing anyway, right? So, like, +1 here or -1 here isn't going to save a unit. They're still going to die. I'm wondering, is there a more pleasing sound than the men-at-arms walloping with maces? For me, probably Onabagisha. Lance necks sound pretty sick as well, but like there is something very crunchy and perfect about the men-at-arms maces. And no, these men-at-arms are not Imperial yet. Because Louis doesn't have enough gold for that, right? He's still struggling in the economy. He's in early days. This is why Myriad hasn't GG'd yet, by the way, is because his opponent went for a fast imp. He doesn't really have much behind it. So Myriad's banking on the idea that he can break his opponent before full imp is unlocked. Unfortunately, this pushback now is going to unlock it. Louis is able to move out to the map. He's going to deal locations, bury locations. Outposts are going to be there to defend. And Myriad has a long way to go now. He's got 2 knights out to try and flank and raid, but this is quite minor in the grand schemes of things, right? Like, you need to get the men-at-arms out here. The problem now is, because you're being forced to go men-at-arms, even without the elite status, this favors HRE. A Bassive village is dying. I knew someone was going to go for that. What about the noise when you pull resources out of a guild hall? Oh. Especially when you know it's a big number. Common placement's also now coming in. This is such a funky style of HRE as well. If you're wondering why is Louis not just massing farms, why is he playing pocket resources? It's because he wants to attack. By doing this, he's able to come out and fight. If he went mass farms, he wouldn't be able to station an army like this. He'd just rely on outposts. And that's pretty dangerous when you're up against an opponent all-inning you with English. Like, you already saw the Trebs coming, right? Myriad had a clear timing in mind, but this build by Louis stopped that timing from hitting. King dying noise is nice.
That's pretty good.
Oh, no, dude, I've got it. You know what the new noise is that is actually just complete pog? It's the inspiration buff that Zhone gives in Age 4. You know the attack speed one? Where it's like ding, ding, ding sort of thing? Well, it's not a ding, but it's more like a flourishing noise over and over again. Oh, that one feels good. Myriad for the time being is trading well. Louis is throwing quite a lot into keeping this outpost alive. I mean, it's double cannon now. That this is the point where I think Myriad's going to have to back up. It's so annoying as well. Like, these cannon placements are incredibly tilting because even if your Treb hits, wood to repair, right? Like, it's not going to cost you anything. Fortification's about to come in, and I freaking hate trebuchets so much. You had one job. I don't know, pot closer. Whatever it takes to actually hit your target. I love the fact that I was like, yeah, the reason why Louis is building out on the flanks and he's moving for resources so that he doesn't have to do this cannon camping. How did this end up? Cannon camping. Like, this sim is so dumb. Oh. I actually think with Marching Drills being what it is now, and some people are going to hate me saying this, but I genuinely don't think you should get discounts on cannons anymore. I think it's too good. Either that or you do something drastic like saying fortification makes it cost stone to repair, but I think that's too far. That's punishing other civs for HRE being a problem. But that was absurd, dude. Like, double cannon just comes in, and Myriad's made great effort, and it just doesn't matter anymore. All because of those cannon emplacements. Myriad is going to now try to commit to this. The problem now is because it's fortified, 2 Trebs doesn't work. 2 Trebs was perfect before, by the way. 2 Trebs would have gotten you on the precipice of just insta-killing an outpost. But now, although you're idling 8 villages out, think about this a different way. Louis is idling out 8 of his pop to idle out 6 of yours. It's actually not that bad of a trade. Especially when you've got Palsa Swabi behind this, so you can afford the extra villagers doing this. I just... Even when it looks like it hits, it doesn't hit. No, wait, no, Myriad, calm down. No. Someone earlier said they wanted a new Star Wars RTS game. In a way, with this type of accuracy, we are Star Wars, because we are full Stormtroopering it right now. Have they calibrated their shots? So this is like something kind of dumb with Trebs, by the way, is I truly think that Trebs should get more accurate the more they fire. And it would actually offset the stupidity of what's happening here. Like, there's actually no reason to not make Trebs more accurate the more they fire, actually. It makes sense, right? And it wouldn't change much outside of outpost sniping. And maybe unit sniping. But, like, honestly, If someone's able to snipe your army out by using trebs, you've got bigger problems. And yes, the tech you're talking about for the siege, you have to wait until deeper in the game. You're talking about shattering projectiles. That is an imp tech, and also it doesn't even feel that great. Flash coming in. The attack speed aura is there, so actually Myriad could hold this. I say that though, the hand cannon count up at 12 has me a little bit doubtful here. And the tech up coming in behind. Wait, what? Oh no. He's trying to starve the gold, but the problem is I don't think Louis cares. He's got center gold, he's got free relics, he's got flank gold. He's already got 20 hand cannoneers. This Berkshire does nothing. If you can survive like 40 minutes, yes. How do you survive 3? I actually think this game might just be over. Hand cannoneer count is actually big enough. Like, every time before this, Myriad was holding on because Lombos were outranging the hand cannoneers and sniping them. You don't have that advantage anymore. You've got 2 Lombos, 5 crossbows. And you've got 14 hand cannoneers coming towards your base. Yeah, this is kind of over. I don't think I've ever waited for a Berkshire to start being built this long. Oh my god, no. No! Come on! Alright, dude, just go now. I can't believe this! Louis is like, what are you doing? Nothing. Nothing's happening. Were you about to Nope, nope. What's a Berkshire? Wouldn't do that. You were about to landmark, my god. Nope, 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 nope. We're just out for a stroll. Fitness is very important in England. We've got an increasing epidemic of diabetes as well as overweightness within the child population. We're just trying to make sure that they get their 5 miles a day, okay? Jog for a fit England. Hashtag jog for a fit England. There we go. Oh, Jesus Christ. Obesity was the word I was looking for. Thank you. My brain was just so scrambled by that play. What? These villagers have been through some things, okay? And by some things, I mean they've been through a whole lot of... Oh my god. Like, just Myriad... I want to apologize in advance because this game is getting uploaded. Out of all the moves I've seen English make right now, like I want to give Myriad a little bit of space here, safe space, because guys, we're in the middle of a discovery point with English. The Abbey of Kings and all these new builds, so many things to be discovered. That ain't it. Whatever that was is definitely not it. He has at least reached Imperial Age. He has now done so with the correct landmark. Unfortunately, it took an extra 2 minutes to get there. And now he has bigger problems. Because he has absolutely no defensive landmarks, no keeps. It means that actually it's going to be very difficult to get an army together here. Also, we're deep enough now in the game that the Archon's fully online. So your food advantage kind of doesn't exist anymore. Interesting choice on the Raiders, by the way. That's not the worst of ideas, but it's very expensive on gold. So when I say it's not the worst of ideas, I mean Footman could have been worse because he has no gold, right? Like, the problem that you have in this game right now is your army needs to be upgraded. The reason why he's going Raiders is Raiders saves you on veterancy into elite status, right? They're just already an elite unit. That's why he's doing this. The negative of doing this is you don't have a backbone to scale. He's fixing that now by going to men-at-arms. So the problem is you're relying on men-at-arms against elite HRE men-at-arms. There are not many quicker ways to die against the HRE than this. You have +2 armor clad, but they have +8 damage. He must have heard me because he wants no other part of it. GG gets called. Big shout out to Myriad for trying to raise awareness around obesity with the English villagers. Unfortunately, no one can get quite as fat and plump as the HRE economy. That game. Oh, Myriad. Bless him, dude. My heart goes out to the lad on that one. That was painful. All right, there we go. Oh, we wanted to quickly address the video, right? Sup, Harrison, if I want to join one of the community games, are there any mods maps that I need to download? So typically what will happen is when I get people in the lobbies, I can force the downloads for them. So you should be fine. There are a bunch of mods, but yes, they typically get downloaded. All right, let's quickly address this video because I think this is very important. Because what they done was not acceptable.
First look of the video. That did not happen. Now, I'm not going to bring down that video because my opinion does not swing based on whether or not I'm being compensated. So everything that I've said actually still stands based on the information that we had at the time. I did keep it neutral on certain aspects because we didn't have access to the game or to any gameplay footage itself. That's
We had access to, I think it was 3 to 6 minutes of pre-recorded footage. Everyone had the same footage, and they wanted to pay people to make content around it. Which is a very weird campaign to run in the first place, but I will get into that more as we go in. For those just tuning in, this is Age of Noob's video about Age of Empires Mobile. I haven't watched this yet, but I know of the things that have been happening behind the scenes, so I have some context, but we said we're going to check
it's a bit tricky for me to talk about this because it involves other people, internal conversations, maybe an NDA. So I'm going to be choosing my words carefully here.
Yep.
This involves many other people, so I don't want to be irresponsible. But I will share the following since it's public knowledge. As you all may know, Teamy started a campaign and promised to pay creators based on how much views they got after the embargo is lifted. The more views you get, the more you get paid, so it was mostly typical stuff, but there was one problem from the get-go. They decided to lock their compensation based on a minimum subscriber count wall. Age of Noob is very close to that number, so you can take a wild guess at the rounded number yourself. And
Here you go, guys. There's his number. This is one thing that I told them not to do. And I told creators to make sure they valued themselves correctly because of this. They required a subscriber count, which we can't say the exact number, but they required a subscriber count that was ludicrous to get access to payment based on views, which is so dumb, right? Because like that means if you have, let's say you have 5k subs, but you make the best video out of everyone and you get triple what Age of Noob gets, you get nothing.
before I continue, even if I didn't sign an NDA, I wouldn't be publicizing names out of respect for their privacy, and it's their decision if they want to go public or not. It's not mine. However, to speak in general terms, many of the broader AoE community creators, including some large prominent ones that you all know and love, also raised their concern with Teamy regarding this policy. So it was creators of all sizes, basically. We all told them that this policy made no sense and it specifically punished smaller channels for no reason. Fast forward a little while and they share with us a message along the lines of, hey, we had an internal discussion about the video collection event and that they...
By the way, without going into too many details, all I say is I remember at the time saying something along the lines, the rates you're offering don't align with basic like CPM values. You need to change them because you're not like rewarding people correctly. And they said they'd take that feedback in and they changed it. I think they changed some small things, but like the skeletal factor of it, a lot of things were still there that I disagree. That's why I didn't do a video. Like I can tell you, for a channel my size, even if my video had popped off, I would have seen no value from the creator campaign. I would have just been screwed because of the terms they set up. I think, what was it? Yeah, so I also said, so I told them they just needed to use a CPM scaler. CPM scaler is cost per mil. So for example, cost per mil would work like this. Age of Noob right now has 4K views on this video. I would equate, because it's a gaming creator, I would equate, let's say, $15 to $25 on that. So if, let's say he only got 4K views on this video and I sponsored him, I would pay him $80 for an ad integration into his video. That's how you do CPMs. But this isn't just an ad integration. This is an entire video about your content. So actually getting a $15 to $25 CPM rate is generous, right?
change the sub-thresholds and a few other details. They mentioned the importance of the activity of the sub counts and that they want our support and they've absorbed our suggestions and so on.
Which, by the way, doing anything around sub count these days is dumb and like it's it's primordially, medievally, like, outdated. You're living so far in the Dark Age. Abbasid spearman rushes with rams from the early days are futuristic in your eyes. No one should ever be running a campaign based solely on subscriber count. That is an atrocious way of doing marketing campaigns. Why? I could basically do shorts. I could just be a shorts channel. I could boom my subscriber count to 200k. And then you could ask me to do a long form video and I could get 1k viewers. That's real. That happens all the time, right? So the fact that they said that it needed to be based on subscriber count is so outdated. Those type of metrics, for anyone who acts in this business, no one has used those type of metrics for how you pay people for over 8 years. Actually, over 10 years. Guys, that is the equivalent of, like, okay, you know what? Here's a perfect example, right? Here's a perfect example. That's the equivalent of going in here and, dude, I don't want to target someone, so, like, I'm trying to think of a fair way of doing this, but, like, let's just say, if we looked at a creator that's got, I'm trying to think of a creator that I know, because I don't want to, like, target someone in a mean way, so I'm trying to think of a creator that I know doesn't create much anymore as a pristine, a fair example of this, right? What I'm trying to get to here is there are some people who will have insanely inflated followings that don't have great viewership, right? Let's take Drongo. This is comical because Drongo doesn't stream, right? But let's say Drongo, like, it's not going to happen. If he comes back, he'll have a great number of views. But let's say Drongo, he's got 37k followers right now. And let's say he comes back and he has 10 viewers. Let's just say that happened. But I done my whole calculations as a marketing agency based on his followers. That's why that's dumb. Because although Drongo would come back and have a decent amount of viewerships, there's plenty of examples of content creators that over the years have built up 100,000 followers, but now they don't have any following anymore that tune into them. So, like, same with subscriber count. Focusing around subscriber count is a terrible way of gating your payout requirements.
So when I first read that, I was like, okay, great. I almost was done making my video in the first place. So I adjusted my intro to say that, hey, I am being compensated by Teamy, and then I sent it over to them to review it. Teamy mentioned they wanted to review and check the videos for accuracy, so everyone had to send them over to be reviewed. They take a few days to review, they give me the green light, and I do publish it after the embargo is lifted. Fast forward about a month, and I messaged them regarding the payment because it's been a while, and they get back to me saying that, hey, you don't have the necessary sub count. The best thing we could do is give you a Google Play gift card. After I push back on...
You heard that correctly. This guy got more views on his video than any creator in the Age of Empires space. Any creators. Right? Like, if I now search Age of Empires Mobile... I'm not making friends at Microsoft, I can tell you that much. But, like, it has to be said, right? So, he got 39k views. The Viper didn't get that. Viper got 21k. He almost got double the views of one of the biggest content creators that exists in Age of Empires. I don't think T90 done a video on this, right? No. Right? So he was by far the biggest. And, like... And by the way, like, I'm not, like, Viper will be fine because he's got the sub count, so he'll get whatever get paid. And this isn't like a shade at Viper. Actually, Viper was, I think Viper agrees with what we're trying to say here. Like, a lot of people will agree. I'm not going to, like, give specific names, but I know the type of person Viper is. He won't, like, he wouldn't like this happen to someone. The fact that he got 39k views on his video is insane. 39k views, right? So let's do the, should we do the, like, the calculator thing? Because you guys like when I pull out calculators to explain this. Right, so you operate on a cost per mil in most industries. Cost per mil is like how, per mille rather, is how much would you get paid per 1,000 views. The gaming industry, like usually YouTube content creators on the YouTube side, they can range between $3 to $9 from YouTube for those ads, but actually the full equivocal value is closer to around $20, so we're going to put a $20 average because you usually, as a content creator in gaming space or meme space, you'll get between $15 and $25 per 1,000 views. So if we equate the mid ground and say that Noob deserves $20 per 1,000 views, which is totally reasonable, by the way, then actually what he should be getting from this is 20 times 39. Oh, sorry. Let's just go ahead. Equal. Whoopsie. Come on. $780. That's what he deserves for his integration there. He deserves $780. They offered him a Google Play card, or whatever the crap it was. That isn't just a spit in the... Like, that isn't just, like, a mockery or a spit in the face. That is showing just... that is borderline scamming, and that is genuinely showing how little you respect content creators.
On their BS and draw parallels with other creators. They get back to me saying that this change was made for the video collection event and not the star created event. They also said, and this one I will have to quote word for word, for this project, we still think it should only be applicable for creators with a certain size of fan base. Okay, this was a YouTube-only campaign, so let's review it. There's a guy called Ludia Historia at around 200k subscribers.
Love Ludi, by the way. If you guys have not seen Ludi before and you like Europa Universalis, the guy's he's weird, but in a great way. So he comes from Europa. So he's outside, but Ludi is like the biggest Europa Universalis creator that I know of. I think there's no one bigger. Definitely on YouTube, right? You could maybe count Spiffing Brit, but he's not just Europa anymore. So this guy does grand strategy games that has relation to strategy games.
His video got 18k views. Chris School Gaming at 235k subscribers. His video got 24k views. Andy's Take at 63k subscribers. His video got 4k views. The Viper that we all know and love at around 277k subscribers.
He bought receipts.
His video got 21k views. And finally, I have roughly 41,000 subscribers and my video almost hit 40k views, sitting at around 39,000. I believe there were a few others, but those were the main ones as far as I know. And absolutely no hate to any of those creators. I don't know any of them or what content they even make. Of course, the exception is the Viper. I've been watching and supporting Örjan for the better part of a decade now, so...
Yeah, that's wild. He had more viewership than Viper and Ludi combined. Think about that for a second. And by the way, like... I don't know how much I can say. I can just tell you that they used a very busted calculation for how they pay people. Anyway, I disagree. Without going into details, I would simply say that I disagreed with the way that they planned to pay people, like the way that they were slotting metrics. I actually gave them a formula. I went, I use this stuff for my influencers. This is a fair deal for you and them. Especially considering that you're a mobile game and you're getting strategy creators, which means your conversion rate is higher. Nothing got done.
So, much love to him.
And big shout out to Halkion, rather, coming through with this up. Thank you, man. Welcome back to Swarm.
That said, YouTube is now flooded with gameplay videos from mobile gaming creators since it's been soft released.
Oh wait, this
in
is Switch?
certain
Okay,
regions.
we're back.
But the examples I gave above are from the pre-release campaign times where no other YouTube video was available on AOE Mobile itself. I'm just making this comparison with other creators' videos to call out Teamy's BS on their very outdated notion that subscriber count really means anything on YouTube.
Preach.
For the most part, it doesn't. It's just silly hearing from Teamy that a certain...
Dude, you know how I can prove this? There's so many examples. Like, I'm trying to think of some of the names. I mean, I'm trying to think now. Do I have anyone that I follow that kind of fits this? I feel most of the people I follow and pay attention to do pretty well. But like, there's pristine examples out there time and time again of people like that literally have insane subscription counts. Like, dude, I love Hutch, right? This isn't to like point a finger, but like as an example, like Hutch, he still does pretty well, right? But he has 843k subscribers. But most of his videos are going to be somewhere between 10 and 50k. So it's like a ratio that doesn't seem like, this is what I mean. Like, the subscriber counts don't matter. Guys, I have 14,000 followers on Twitch. My average is, although it's crawling towards 200, as a percentage of the following, that doesn't make sense. Like, never use these metrics that they're using. It's so dumb.
Certain size of fan base or subscriber count are worthy of compensation and not the others when, again, it doesn't matter. And this is especially ironic given that even though I have the lowest number of subscribers, I've almost doubled the viewership of everyone on the list. And to be honest, my video doing well shouldn't matter at all either. So yeah, I'd assume that this is one of the reasons as to why so many of the AoE creators just chose not to cover the game. The other important point of contention here revolves around TiMi's misdirection. If I wasn't going to be compensated, and this was very clear according to them from the very beginning, then why did I have to go through an entire review process for my video? Why didn't they call out me saying that I'm being compensated by them at the beginning of the video if they allegedly watched the video and reviewed it themselves? I find it personally baffling as to why TiMi would choose to be this disingenuous. Like, all of this for several $100? But apparently I'm only eligible for the video collection event, and I don't even know what it is. I don't know where they used my video or what they did with it. So to summarize my experience with TiMi...
Which, by the way, so like, correct if I'm wrong, because I can't remember if I read through this detail, because I was like, I'm out at these terrible raids, which is why I didn't actually do a video, by the way, because I wouldn't have qualified. I have 4,000 subscribers on YouTube. Not saying I'm going to pull in as many views as Asian Noob, but let's say I actually hit like a home run. Let's say my video went viral. I'd earn nothing, right? I'd get a nice little gift card. So that is already insane. But like, if I'm not mistaken, what he's saying there is that they basically have permission to use your stuff in marketing material and whatnot. Oh, I see what happens. It's when I come back to OBS, it clicks out. Anyway, basically, if they have the rights to your content in their marketing, this is another thing why people like this need agencies, by the way. There's no shade at Asian Noob, but like in general, most content creators don't realize that. The right to use your content in official marketing is a separate contract that should be negotiated. People are starting to wake up to this, but you put a figure on that. You don't just put like a CPM based thing. You put a flat fee. What is my likeness worth? If you get to use my content, if you get to use me and what I do in either an extended period or perpetuity, that has to have an equated value. Because guess what? Let's say, for example, years from now, you still use my face as the face of Age of Empires mobile marketing. I'm probably burning a bridge with StarCraft Mobile. Because they're like, whoa, you're the poster boy for them, so we can't have you repping, right? It's the same reason why, for example, I couldn't be like sponsored by Red Bull and then sponsored by G Fuel. Right? So like, that's something that's crazy, is like when you're signing over your likeness, there's an extra value there.
They lack the basic common sense. They happily misdirect. And, for whatever reason, they are very rigid with their arbitrary rules. For the record, I didn't take their gift card, and I won't be working with them in the future.
No. Dude, he needs like, these glasses ain't working. He needs swag glasses. For the record, you can. That was basically a very, very polite way of him saying, for the record, you can shut that Google Play card up your ass.
And as to why I will not be supporting Age of Empires Mobile is due to the game itself. I'll keep it short because I genuinely don't think it is worth your time to watch if I made a video review of it. Age of Empires Mobile is not an Age of Empires game.
Yeah.
In fact, I wouldn't even call Age of Empires Mobile a strategy game.
We said
it's more
this
like
when
Rise
we
of
watched the
Kingdoms
trailer.
with less cartoony graphics, I suppose.
Yeah.
You click on buttons and wait for things to happen. So the game is about grinding. And if you don't want to wait and grind for things...
Remember a few years ago, well, not a few, like 10 plus years ago, all those browser games that you'd have, the strategy browser games, like the Facebook type ones, it just looks like that. And it sounds like it is exactly that, which doesn't surprise me. It's an insult to have called it an RTS. And if you guys remember, when we looked at the game, I took very big issue with how the game looked like it had been tacked together, piecemealed. You could tell that it was like almost like there was different development groups that had worked on it at different times. It really showed.
Then you can speed it up. And if you don't want to wait for villagers to gather resources, you can buy them. I'd give more examples, but you get the point. The combat, if you could call it that, is also point and click. The player with the bigger army and the stronger heroes wins. The single-player campaign is also very weird and not rooted in history. Look at every entry of the franchise, from Age of Empires 1, 2, 3, 4, Age of Mythology, and even Age of Empires Online. They're all different games, but they share the core fundamentals. Heck, the old Symbian-based mobile games from the 2000s also have these fundamentals, but not Age of Empires Mobile. The game is surprisingly deep in the amount of things to do and research, but it's set up in a way where you play it as a waiting simulator. It's either that, or you spend your money on value packs, daily specials, growth funds, VIP stores, and so on. So even though there are worse games out there with worse monetization systems, Age of Empires Mobile is still your quintessential mobile game. So when you add all these three things, which are Teamy's practices, the fact that Age of Empires Mobile has nothing to do with the franchise or strategy as a whole.
Clash of Clans type game. I mean, Clash of Clans kind of is designed in a way that it can be a competitive PvP game. From the glimpses I've seen of this, I don't see how it's going to be it wouldn't be a player versus player, it'd be a pay to play versus players. So P2 PvP.
And the way it's set up to frustrate the player into not wanting to wait and hence continuously pay up, there are enough reasons for me to step back as not only a creator, but also a fan of my childhood franchise. And to get back to the point that I made in the beginning of the video, that none of this is consequential, I don't mean it in a dismissive doomer way. The 40k views that I got on my original video don't matter. The views that I'm going to get from this video don't matter either. That's because the pre-registration numbers on Age of Empires Mobile has already eclipsed 1 million people.
Yikes. And why is it eclipsed 1 million people? Because of the IP. Remember what I've been saying to you guys recently? It is so difficult to make a new IP. That's why everyone recycles existing IPs into games that are different. Remember what I said about Age of Empires 4 when it originally came out? I was like, if it didn't have the Age of Empires 4 name, we wouldn't have got any shade from 2. However, you wouldn't have got as much attention, right? This is a crazy thing that exists in the gaming industry right now. It's very hard to build a IP from zero. But like the other crazy thing to me is, you know, you can make mobile games which are competitive and make money. Like I actually think Warcraft Rumble hasn't kept relevance long term, but I think that's for other reasons. From a design standpoint, it's a game that clearly could make them money, but also was able to entice a PvP audience. So this whole idea that you have to lean into the play to win so that it sacrifices the PvP is such an outdated and draconian concept in mobile game development. It's baffling to me that so many devs still do it.
99% of said people have no idea who Age of Noob is, who the Viper, Beastie Cutie, T90, Aussie Drongo, and any of the other amazing AoE creators out there. This game is ironically not made for Age of Empires players. It's not for us or our audiences. It's made for the mass mobile gaming market, who otherwise have no idea about our niche community that we have set up across all of the entries of the franchise. That being said, it's a matter of principle for me. For example, just because I claim that my opinion doesn't get swayed based on whether or not I am compensated, doesn't absolve me from the fact that I do have to mention to you folks that I am being compensated. If I am being compensated, regardless of the context or the position that I'm in, then I must let you folks know, because that's the right thing to do. Similarly, if Teamy pulls off this type of crap, and even if it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things from a practical perspective, again, it matters to me as a matter of principle, which is why I'm calling them out. And if you want to participate in this discourse, please choose your words carefully. Age of Noob, or this video specifically, is never meant to promote or provide a medium for hate, and that's never something that my community stands for. I trust that that will not be the case. I'm simply calling things out that don't sit right with me. As always, thank you for tuning in.
Good guy, Age of Noob. No, he's right. Like, I'm glad, like, you know, I was waiting for it. Like, because, I mean, all I'll say is I know that he gave them full warning. He gave them every opportunity to just freaking pay him. That's all I'll say, like that part of it. Because I don't want to, like, get into too many details. Like, all I'm going to say is, like, he didn't just do this viciously. Age of Noob, like, is a standout lad. He genuinely did try to, like, as far as I could tell, get a reasonable resolution. It was a shady way of doing marketing in the first place. And they genuinely should sit down and reflect on how they actually approach things, because that you treat creators like that sends a message. And also, by the way, I'll say from a wider Microsoft perspective, Microsoft shouldn't stand for it, because bluntly put, it reflects poorly on them and on Age of Empires. World's Edge, all these people may not treat Age of Empires 4 and Age of Empires 2 creators that way. But there is a tag of association. It builds you a bad rep. So I really do hope that like Microsoft or someone steps in, make sure he gets paid for a start, and make sure that there's like policies in place to not allow for that kind of crap, because it is unacceptable. You know, I hope he gets his money, dude. He deserves his money. He literally gave them more exposure than any single creator did. Full stop. No one gave them anywhere near as many views. He deserves to get paid. He deserves a goddamn premium, actually. All right. Anyway, let's hop back into the action. Oh. I think we covered everything there, but yeah. Also, screw you, Age of Noob, for not mentioning. No, I'm kidding. He didn't mention Dumu. What the hell? Nah, I'm kidding. He's a good lad. I hope he doesn't get burnt out by these things. So I know he's stepping back from content creation anyway, after, you know, it was proving to not be worth the time investment. But I hope that type of thing doesn't send him into the depths of despair around content creation, because genuinely that can happen. I've had that with creators before. I've seen it happen where they just get a bad deal and it burns them out, because all of a sudden they can't make enough money for the month. All of a sudden they question like how viable this career is because they're not getting paid regularly. Like all these kind of things do genuinely add up. All right, let's get to it though. Yeleva. It's Avali time, guys. Going up against Killjadi Delhi versus Ottos. We haven't had a chance to see this matchup much since the buffs and nerfs came into certain civs. Nerfs in particular for the Ottomans, actually. Delhi were not touched. They are as they have always been. But the Ottoman nerfs, all of a sudden, this civ matchup isn't a 50-50 anymore. It was actually a very close 50-50 before. This one now heavily favors the Delhi since the Ottoman nerfs. The reason is that Delhi thrive on this idea of dark feudal age type play, and now the Ottomans are a lot weaker at those points in the game. So I'm curious to see what Killjadi, one of the few players I've been seeing have success with Ottomans, solution is going to be to this issue. And guys, just to confirm for you, this is Avali, by the way. We just literally reverse his name and you've got the name of the person. I think he's not doing too bad on the leaderboards right now, if I'm not mistaken. Yeleva is sitting... Oh, God. No, he's... Okay, he is ranked 450th right now, but in fairness, guys, he's only played 5 games. Previous seasons, this account was ranked 72, ranked 39, ranked 60th, so he does pretty well. On the other side of it, Killjadi, I mean, this guy has been quite the grinder the last 2 seasons, and it's definitely paying off. Right now, he is sitting 10th on the ladder with 2074 elo after 189 games. In fact, pretty sick for him in Season 6. He finished 3rd place on the leaderboards. I think Killjadi, the only thing that's really missing from this lad right now is more experience in competitive. I think I mentioned this before. It's like when we watched him in tournament play, he looks a little bit discombobulated, but I think that's going to be solved with time, right? He just needs more practice in those drafting formats, because right now on the ladders, this dude's looking like an absolute beast. And Delhi is busted? Of course Delhi's busted. Dude, I stand by it. I think Delhi and Roos need to have clear game mechanics reworked. Namely, the Sacred Site elements and the Hunt. If you change both those things, I think you're going to see a lot more creative map design. That's one of the tough parts. Is like, you know, outside those civs, what I would love to give a big shout out actually to the devs for is if you think about the expansions, something they've done really well with Sultan's Ascend, the best-selling expansion in the history of Age of Empires, by the way, is that they didn't cripple map design. Roos and Delhi cripple map design. Because with Delhi, especially, like, you know, you have to be very careful about where you put sacred sites, how you design them. With Roos, you have to be very careful about not adding too much Hunt. It's always a difficulty making a good asymmetrical game, especially adding new civs, is even more difficult when you have interactive map elements that can skew the balance further. So yeah, I think I would love to see Delhi maybe just have something redrafted around the sacred site element. Because right now, at least, a very oppressive gameplay. And the problem is so many things about what the Delhi do support that oppressive gameplay. The blacksmith techs unlocking for free, which makes you keep pace. The premium units in the feudal age enabled by the fact that Tower Victory gives more attack speed and the fact that you have Ghazi, which are better horsemen. All these details compound to create a very oppressive Civ for the first 20 minutes of a game. And if a Delhi player is good, what he does in the first 20 minutes dictates what happens for the rest of the game, even if it goes an hour. Tag up's coming through. It's going to be minimal interest on the other side. Killjadi did go for the opening spears. He even decided to move towards the enemy base. Little bit surprised by this. I thought he might instead try to go for a deer shove-in. Unfortunately, the deer are a mile away, so I guess that wasn't really an option on a map like this. In fact, I'm kind of struggling to see the value of Ottomans on Rocky River besides going for pond play, which you're just not going to do against Delhi, right? And the reason I struggle with it is Rocky River, more frequently than most maps, seems to spawn the deer very loose because you get your second deer pack split between the ponds in the center, right? So there's no deer shoving. Like, for example, Dry Arabia, Lipany, these are maps where quite often the deer will be close enough that you can pull spears to push them in. And that's a very powerful play for Ottomans because it allows them to go Sipahi reliably or go Castle Age. Now, in this particular game, the deer being too far away, he needs a good sheep pool. And I'm happy to say that we should have somewhat of a competitive game, considering that Killjadi did actually get 16 sheep, while Avali only got 10. So that's a fantastic start to the game. You add in the Madrasa detail as well, we could actually have a pretty competitive game on our hands. What's interesting, though, is the way that Killjadi's opening up. Sipahi feel a little bit too expensive, so he's opting into archers to begin with. When will the AoE4 Wallow trailer for Marine drop? I mean, I said it already, man. In that Tato trailer, there's another tower there, dude. You can stand someone else in that tower. I'm waiting for the release. Santi now on the way. Looks like we've got archery range play coming in, plus the Ghazi. Makes a lot of sense. Ghazi can actually compete with Sipahi quite well. It's interesting, though, because if the numbers get too big, Sipahi will do better due to the fact that they can stab over each other. That's a big edge against Ghazi. The difficulty is getting to that scale without being raided. Because remember, Ghazi are quicker than the Sipahi. So if you get caught out of position, get chased down, you're just going to take permanent damage. Another kind of interesting thing within that is, let's say Delhi decide to build quite a lot of scholars, they can always bring some injured Ghazi home and heal. It doesn't happen very often, but I'd say it's been occurring with an increasing regularity in the last month or two. There's that infamous blacksmith drop. Now, the nice thing, at least in this matchup, actually, for the Ottomans, is they're always going to drop a blacksmith to increase production. So compared to some civs, this doesn't suck as hard. There are some civs where it just feels really bad to have to commit to the blacksmiths because you're having your hand forced. But for Ottomans, it makes a lot of sense. This guy's going to arrive. Looks like the sheep pool. Final haul is 25. He definitely committed the Vizier point. In fact, we're watching a live game, so we can double check. Yeah, he got the Vizier point. If you didn't want any spoilers, don't look at that top right corner. I didn't, so I don't know if the game clock has stopped. So pretty cool haul of food. That means he can scale Masipahi. The goal right now in this game for Killjadi is to dodge the main fight. Avali's going to want to get that main engagement. It's very interesting, actually, because usually when you see Ghazi spam like this, a lot of the time the player on the other side needs to try and force a direct engagement, but not in this situation. I think he just needs to stay at home, get the Sipahi in line, occasionally block Sacred Site control, and then come out when he's got about 30 to 40 archers. The cool thing about being the Ottomans is, at that stage, you will have a decent amount of Vizier points. The reason why this matchup went from a 50-50 to more like a 75-25 for Delhi is because those Vizier points take too long to come. But once you're at like 30 to 40 archers, you start to see some very powerful points coming out, right? Things such as, for example, the extra military school. By getting that extra military school, you essentially offset the nerf that occurred to you. It's just always difficult because of the amount of troops required. And typically, like, the forfeiture that happens at that point in the game, the Delhi player should have 2 to 3 sacred sites, giving them a lot of extra eco as well. It's pretty cool out of Killjadi, though. It's interesting because he's not rushing Sipahi at all. A lot of players in this position would have rushed Sipahi. But he's just relying wholly on archers. Sure, you can see a few Sipahi coming out, but they're just passively produced. And it does mean Avali needs to catch up, because his military isn't really up to scratch yet. He went for Steel Dagger first, which I think was a mistake here. Undermesh would have made a lot more sense, but I don't think he was anticipating this many archers. And all of a sudden, Killjadi now just queuing up the Steeled Arrow. Undermesh is still, what, minute 52 away? So there will be an advantage to fight here for Killjadi, but he needs to be quick about this. This is why he's marching forward right now. He understands if he waits, Delhi will inherently unlock these techs. And then it's Tower Victory versus no meta. But the cool thing about having Steeled Arrow is you essentially have that kind of Tower Victory effect, if you think about it, right? You're getting a 20% increase in damage, which balances out against the 20% attack speed aura. Meta also now being queued up, so it looks like Killjadi also wants that aura. What I find interesting about this matchup, though, is like Killjadi's opted the Archer route instead of the Sipahi route. The reason the Sipahi route is pretty cool isn't just that whole mass idea where you have quicker melee attacks because you stab over your other horsemen. It's the fact that if you go the meta, you can get the +2 armor, which is kind of insane up against Ghazi. You guys, little fun fact actually, do you know what Civ the Ottomans counter the hardest? I'm curious how many people know. Because we're not seeing Ottomans look great in many places right now. There is a particular Civ that I would say they easily counter the hardest. France. Interesting idea. But everything counts French because they suck, right? It's actually Japanese. Japan gets slapped about because of that extra armor. It used to be easier for Ottos because they could play a stronger feudal. But the idea was you play all in feudal and you get the +2 meta armor, and it completely negated any value for the Japanese player. Right? You couldn't play on Nabgisha, Horseman getting extra value. I think it's a little bit less powerful now because your feudal is weaker, but overall, it's still a matchup that should work quite well for Ottomans. In fact, looking at the win rates right now, they get a decent amount against Malians. Malians and Japanese have decent representation, and both of those are the highest win rates, around 75 to 80%. Ghazi moving in. They just talk down some of the buildings for free. Nice little detail that you can utilize right now, right? Because the problem is, because Killjadi's gone mass into archers, he's not exposed on his economy. It's just a wood line at the back that you can't access. That's another reason why I think Killjadi leaned archers, is so that he wouldn't be in a position where he's moving out to deer, out to berries. And that's where these guys you can start to kill, right? I'm wondering, like, when do you get that blink moment where you just go for a tech up? Because if Avali has 2 sacred sites, realistically, he should be able to reach castle first. Killjadi is also not spending too much food, right? Like, he's still got an insane amount of sheep left over. 20 to be exact. And that's because of the fact that he's spamming archers. Like, if he just went straight Sipahi, he'd already be down to about 8 sheep. Nice coming in though, Avali now looking for the dive. Melee defense is about to complete. Limited frontline coming in from Killjadi. Might be this difficult to defend though. There's only so far you can run away. Archers stand their ground now. I mean, this is getting a bit ugly. More troops are coming out. But Avali, very strong right now. He can't quite snipe the meta, so great detail there by Killjadi just staying out of range. But he's gone for the ranged armor instead of the attack speed. So these Ghazi aren't dying quick enough. Yeah, this is exactly what I was worried about. You need to survive so long as the Ottomans to really feel powerful. This is also why a lot of Ottoman players will go for the Sipahi. You go Sipahi, you can raid. You go mass archers, you can't do the same. He looked for it, but what Avali done so great is he avoided the problem altogether. He didn't engage with it. If he had taken that fight near his base against the mass archers, he'd start to lose the game. Instead, he waits patiently. He knows that Killjadi can't stay there because of the Ghazi raiders. So the moment Killjadi goes home, Avali starts to mass his archers on a delay. He gets his blacksmith techs on a delay, but for free. And then this is the outcome. And why? Because even if you had that attack speed buffer, it doesn't matter. The archer one on the other side is going to match or be better, but the archer count isn't going to even be close. And part of that is due to the production rate, part of that is due to the gold trickle, but the outcome is always the same. I think this matchup to me is a perfect example of how you could argue Ottomans got over-nerfed. Do I want to stand by that statement? Because I can already hear the pitchforks at my door. It's a fair assessment to say that Ottomans were nerfed in the wrong place. There, that feels a lot better to say. Ottomans didn't really need a feudal nerf. They needed a castle imperial nerf. Because this Civ is still absurd if they get into late game. But now, they're never getting there because feudal sucks, right? Now, you can say that's balanced because it means you have to get there and you get the value. I can see where you're coming from. My problem is you're in a meta that's dominated by feudal and castle right now. And if you can't find a way to operate in feudal, your civ should just not exist. Right? Why is China doing so well right now? Because someone's going to bring that one up and say, oh, China's ridiculous in Imperial, right? But they're doing fine. That's because China got buffed. That Imperial Academy buff was huge. The early game's not weak anymore, right? HRE, like, why are they looking so ridiculous right now? Because the early game got buffed. With all the presence, all the focus being on early game. If you think about Civ nerfs and buffs that came out, Ottomans are the ones that got kneecapped here. The Imperial was absurd and should be nerfed. But now, in Feudal Age, especially in this matchup, can you genuinely point to anything that the Ottomans do better than Delhi? Because I can't. Now, one weird thing is happening here, though. Avali is getting way too complacent. He's letting Killjadi tech up. That should not be happening. You just won a fight in Killjadi's base. You double down, right? Instead, he's backed away. Ottoman have Sipahi, which can be better. Have you ever tried scaling Sipahi in the early game? It's very difficult. Compared to Ghazi, it's actually incredibly difficult. For a start, the Ghazi come out quicker. They're cheaper. And they move faster. Dude, I can't. Is Killjadi going to do this to me again? You know how I said there's like one player I trust with Ottomans right now? I actually think it's him. And I think Avali may have just given him a gift. This tech should never have happened. Wow. I can't believe that. Avali... I mean, you're nowhere near the Sacred Site victory. You can't just back away like this. I know I've highlighted that many Delhi players have lost games by diving the base. But you had kind of a borderline just default win when you took that fight in the enemy base, right? I don't think you have to continue to dive, but you should be in range to be able to punish him the moment he attacks. Because what just happened here is Killjadi got away with blind robbery. Spending 1,800 resources after losing a fight to tech up and not getting punished for it is huge. And now, the timing is going to be bad for Avali. You can see the veterancy's on the way. 25 seconds is all Killjadi has to buy here. He's going to start backing up. Emon Imperial Armory is not going to get involved in for a long time, so Avali does have an opportunity to strike and will strike on the villages. Garrison comes in, but not enough room for everyone here, so Killjadi has to keep running. Veterancy is about to trigger in a second, though. The choke point is beautiful here. Remember, the Ghazi can't get the surround when you hide between the buildings like this. Meta's going to go down, surely. He's on the front line, but it's not going to matter. Veterancy is in, and this should be enough for Killjadi to now hold. I mean, it's 34 archers versus 23. I can't see a world in which Avali is able to hold this dive. And it means that Killjadi now has got his tech up and can't be killed for it. I think Avali just clutched defeat from the jaws of victory here. The attack speeds come out again. And this is where you're just going to get completely routed. He's trying to move in to snipe out that meta, but it's going to cost him everything here. And Avali behind this doesn't even have Sacred Site control anymore. That got decapped. Unbelievable. I mean, Delhi, you know, we toot how strong the Civ is, and we talk about how weak Ottomans are. But what this game really came down to is misidentifying the power in the moment. Avali done what many a player has done in the past. They take a good fight, and they fall back on the idea that they've won the game already. It's not over until it's over. That's why you don't call GG when you see a draft. That's why you don't call GG when you lose one fight. The way you execute matters. And I think Avali fell back to that idea that Delhi have Sacred Sites, easy clap. While forgetting that this isn't a map where there's one Sacred Site in the center or two in the center. It's a free Sacred Site map, and you still had 6 to 7 minutes left on the timer. Killjadi read this perfectly. And Avali, now, I don't know what you do. He's selling across to the food to try and get a tech up, but it already feels a little bit too late. Wow. You should win, then just win. Exactly. Well, this is the thing. I think we talked about this recently, that there was an old school style of the whole idea of taking a small win and then booming up. In fact, if you guys remember, a very long time ago, I interviewed Marine Lord, and he said that. He's like, I feel like if I get a small percentage advantage, I can turn it into a big percentage advantage. What he meant about that, back when he said that statement, I think a year and a half, 2 years ago, was this whole idea of just raid, kill a few villagers, okay, now I'll go tech up. That style has fallen off, because when people lose a fight, they realize that they can't just play behind. It's the same logic why when you tech up the second place, right? When you're the second person to tech up, you don't just tech up. You go and attack, right? People have gotten so good at exploiting mistakes and exploiting losses. But I think in this game, Avali, he didn't read this game for what it was. It was a winning opportunity with continued aggression, not with greed. And all of a sudden, this game looks over the other way. Killjadi moves in the base, perfectly timed to punish the tech up from Avali. And Avali, I hope he takes away from this the importance of ending a game when you can. Don't get me wrong, he couldn't have just GG'd this game straight away, but he could have suffocated Killjadi. Instead, he backed away, gave the Ottomans a chance to reboom, and now he's going to pay the ultimate price. Minus 25 elo. Doesn't really sound that ultimate when you say it like that. Minus 250! Actually, it's his placement game, so it might be quite a lot of elo. Oh, either way, Killjadi keeps his streak up. The only player I'm consistently seeing winning with the Ottomans right now. And this is the difference. Why is he backing away from Delhi's base? Is he doing the same thing? No. He's hunting for the economy. The Ottomans are not OP, guys. Killjadi's OP. And these villager losses are already too much. I mean, Avali's over 10 villies behind. He's gone compound defender. It's going to take way too long to return value. I mean, he's losing against Sapar here. Like, the Lancers plus the Archer upgrades. It's kind of insane the damage output you can get here. GG gets called. Killjadi looking like the Giga Chad Otto on the ladder. Not a hard thing to say, considering him and probably one other person are picking them right now. Yikers. Yeah, a little bit of a weird one there. Wasn't a fan of the way that was played, necessarily. Oh god, am I getting low on space on my hard drive again? Yeah, one sec. Going back to your French sucks comment, what would you say needs to happen for them? Like, their feudal pressure used to be arguably the strongest. I think they need a better alternative landmark choice in feudal. Chamber of Commerce sucks. That would be the #1 spot where I would start. I think you fix that, a lot of it will realign correctly. That's the big problem. Avali can probably avoid fighting, but he was sat too far away from his base to punish. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, he literally done that classic fall back because I want to fight, right? But that's exactly what I was highlighting. Like, what I said, Recon, is you don't dive the base, right? Like, Delhi, you don't consistently dive the base because that's how Delhi players lose games, when they try to all in your opponent. But you suffocate the map. You constrict him and take his options away. But Avali backed away entirely. He just moved to the sacred sites. You don't like the cock? I'm afraid I'm not a big consumer of the cock. Wait a second. I see what you tried to do to me there. Yeah, not a big fan of it. So we want another game. In fact, guys, I quickly need to refill my water. So I'll do that. And then when we come back, we'll catch another game. Who is this one? Oh. We'll do Baltoon versus Avali. So bear with me a sec. I'm going to run ads so you guys don't have to worry about it. Then I'm going to go get some water. And then when I'm back, we're going to do Baltoon versus Avali because I really like the Japanese Delhi matchup. I genuinely think that Japanese can stomp it. It's just players need to figure out the feudal details. I think actually 2TC might be the way. So bear with me a sec. And I'll burb in un momento. All right, back in a sec. Hello. Sorry about that. My daughter woke up, so I had to attend to that quickly. Gonna eat this cookie quickly, and then we'll get into the action. Ooh. Oh, someone asked me earlier about Wololo. I've already talked about that multiple times. It would be a very big mistake to not have AoE 4 at Wololo. Keybix. We already cast a king game. We cast Myriad versus Louis earlier. I got white chocolate chip cookie. This is good. Very needed. In fact, let me set up a link for that drama thing. That work? Should. I did it too quickly? My bot isn't working. Is it because I'm typing? Oh, wait, I know what it is. One sec. No, it should work. Why is it not working? Oh, I've got it toggled on. Oh, I just realized what I done. It's because I set it up as a timer by accident and not a command. Oops. Give me a sec. I'll make this quick so we can focus on this. Alright. There we go. Should work now. Alright. Let's get to. I actually think this is a really fun matchup. We've got Japanese up against Delhi, and oh my god, it's already interesting. This is the Anatan build. So, I've been debating that I actually think the Japanese is pretty good against Delhi. I know that players kind of split on this. There was the obvious build, which is going fast castle was very good against Delhi, but then Delhi players started to figure a way around that by going fast castle themselves, and then the Japanese needed to find a way of playing feudal. We've seen a few mutations. One interesting one to me focuses around Yuumi Horseman with 2TC. That one's done quite a lot by the Canadians. But this is Baltoon, and Baltoon seems to be leaning towards the European feudal build. And what I mean by that is actually I mean the Belarusian one. Baltoon is single-handedly responsible for this more than anyone else. The idea of going for Daimyo early, opening stables, and going for an Uma Bannerman to bait the Delhi. What's curious about this, though, is there's a lot of stone gathering going on. I'm wondering, is this actually just a second TC? If so, that's kind of wild. He's got 3 on wood right now. No, I feel like you put more people on wood if this is going to be multi-TC build. But on the other side of it, Avli's got something a little bit more clear and obvious. On Rocky River with Delhi, you're just going to be going for the Tower Victory. If this is 2 TC, Tower Victory isn't actually a bad choice for Avli over Dome of Faith. But I still think the Japanese can be quite favored here if they drop the TC on the wood line. Because by dropping the TC on the wood line, you can scale into Mass Yuumi. It's super effective actually against Delhi Archers because Delhi Archers will always end up overkilling Yuumi. Everyone seems to be of this mindset that Yuumi just outright suck because they're squishy, they have low damage. But you need to look at the positives of what Yuumi are. They are more cost efficient. And as a result, that's actually a good thing because when you get into Archer Wars, what will usually happen is you'll see overkill. We actually had this earlier where Recon was pointing out, like when he gets into Archer fights, he likes to focus on getting more archers rather than upgrading them because the logic is they'll overkill anyway. So imagine you're Japanese and you Zerg Yuumi, your opponent's always going to be overkilling, which means you're trading better with your own units, right? So we'll see if we go towards that way. Stables opening is coming in from Avali, as is to be expected here. And the stone is committed to the Daimyo. So we are going to be getting the Stables Uma Bannerman opening. The question mark is whether we then get a fast castle build or if we get a prolonged feudal. Because this Uma Bannerman opening is actually quite popular for fast castling. In fact, Anatan discovered this, I think it's like 3 or 4 months ago. It was his go-to build. He would open Uma Bannerman, force his opponent to go Spearman, and then while he's doing that, Anatan would just go into Castle Age. And Baltoon switched on like that. He knew how to do this. I should point out that Baltoon is incredibly high ranked. I think he's ranked 12th now in the world. So insanely high up there. You just typically don't notice him because he does this with his name all the time. Like, if you catch someone with a weird name like this, it's possibly Baltoon if it's the top of the leaderboard and they're not showing up as in Asia. But he can't hide from us. So, Uma Bannerman into the Horseman. This is a pretty cool idea. I've theory crafted the value of doing this in the past, because by getting the Uma Bannerman and getting Horseman, with the Bannerman aura, your base damage goes high enough that you match Ghazi Raiders, right? Ghazi have 12, the Horsemen have 9, and then you add 15% in, which is going to be 1.45. So you're just shy of what they'd be at. But the cool thing about playing as the Japanese is you get an extra melee tech, which means you do actually reach practically the same damage as Ghazi. And the cool thing is you can rush it. They can't, right? Delhi are going to take a very long time to get into those techs. Ghazi at least going to poke and prod at the scout. Meanwhile, it looks like the Uma Bannerman is on the hunt. Now, the question mark is, did Avali read this? No, he didn't. No textiles means you could easily end up losing a villager or 2 here. Should only end up being 1, right? The Uma Bannerman basically needs 3 hits to kill, because you aren't seeing him rush into the second melee tech level. And wait. Oh. Okay, that's big. Baltoon. He almost gave the game up, but he isn't going to get him for the raid. Villagers, weird formation shuffle attempt there by Avali. I mean, the weird part actually is Baltoon. What is going on here? Oh my god, he got full baited. He could have had that kill so easily. Okay, Avali is styling right now. That was sick micro. The first formation looked really weird, but then the loop-de-loo just cost you practically all the value of your Bannerman. And that's important, by the way, because you're in a matchup against Ghazi. Now, when this Bannerman shows up, he can easily be sniped. And the moment he's sniped, all you need to do as Avali is back away from the fight, which you can do because your entire army is cavalry. In fact, the Uma Bannerman won't even be a part of that fight. Ghazi are going to hunt him down. Deflective armor only works once. Remember, this is a slower cav unit, by the way. Uma Bannerman move at 1.622 due to the fact they're a knight. So that's an expensive loss already early on in the game for Baltoon. That cost him 250 resources. And you know he's going to have to build another one, right? I'm a bit worried. I understand what Baltoon is going for here, by the way. Like, I genuinely believe if you're going to play long feudal against Delhi, you have to be Yuumi Horseman. You can't really go for anything slower, because otherwise you can't contest Sacred Sites. His logic here was to get the Horsemen together, get the Bannerman together, and then contest Mass Cav on the other side. But losing that Uma Bannerman and not really getting much value for it sets him back quite a bit. At the worst possible timing, because we're reaching the stage where Sanctity's coming in. So Sacred Sites are being locked in, and now it's going to force Baltoon to run before he looks both ways, right? He can't wait around because this gold trickle will just put him behind. Now having to go into Spearman. I have a golden rule about the Japanese, and you guys know what it is. If you have to build Spearman, it's getting real bad. It's never a good feeling to have to resort to Spearman with this Civ at this stage of the game. But you're outnumbered on the Ghazi count versus Horseman, right? And we mentioned that in equal numbers, Horseman with Bannerman and the melee tech can somewhat compete. You're not even close to equal numbers, so you have no choice. And what makes this feels worse now in the Delhi matchup is your opponent has gone for Spearman as well, but his have 20% more attack speed. So you might have 1 extra attack damage. It doesn't really make up for a 20% difference in attack, right, on the speed. Yeah, this is why I'm a bigger fan of 2TC for Japanese, because it gives you a bit more agency on the game as it goes deeper, right? Is you over time are able to scale a much bigger army than your opponent, so it puts the pressure on the Delhi player to trade favorably. The problem of what Baltoon's done here with the 1TC all-in is now he's put the pressure on himself to trade favorably, which is so difficult to do against Mass Ghazi in the first place. How does he fix this now? He's going to need a slapper of a raid, and he's looking for it right now. Onabagisha is a cool idea, actually. I really like that. The problem now is if Avali goes for archers, he moves away from a cav comp, and that's good for him because it means more tower victory buff on the army. Horseman raid in. Looks like he's going to prioritize the Scholar and get one villager as well. That's actually not too bad. That's a good start. Scholar count isn't insanely high, right? Avali's locked in one Sacred Site, made that 2, but he only has one single Scholar to his name. And behind this, it looks like Baltoon is now trying to go for a tech up. Unfortunately, he gets red. Oh, this sucks so bad. It's the correct read by Baltoon, but Avali is on point here with his understanding of what he has to do. And Ona Bagisha will not save you against this many Ghazi. Villagers trying to run for safety. Funnily enough, actually, Avali didn't commit to the dive. I'm a little bit surprised by that. He could easily strip 3-4 villagers right there. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Horsemen are going to be pushed away. Rewall's going to come in. Yeah, missing opportunity by Avali. I think that was the killer instinct not being present in that moment. With this many Ghazi, you could easily have killed 4 villagers and lost 2 Ghazi, which is worth it. I think he saw the Spearman in the Ona Bagisha mass and got a bit paranoid, though. So it looks like Baltoon is going to get away with his greed because he's definitely leveling up for Castle Age. Are we about to witness pain for the Delhi again? Quite possibly. The reality of what's now happened is Avali can't easily rush Castle Age. And even if he does, most of his army becomes irrelevant, right? And your opponent has already laid in multiple production options. So you can't just approach that threat of Castle Age like, oh yeah, he's going to go Knights now. Or, oh yeah, he's definitely going to go Ona Bagisha. He has this flexi. And I wouldn't be surprised if in this type of game, Baltoon opts to go in for the Samurai. First Samurai could actually slap this whole army. Ghazi do get bonus damage against heavy, sure, but doesn't really match up against the chunkiness of those Samurai and the cost efficiency as well. And if you look at the numbers, Avali hasn't even started to stockpile what he needs for that tech up anyway. He continues to invest this time into archers. I think he fell for the bait. And you know what? I said that we'd be going Samurai. It actually might just be Ona Bagisha. Ghazi are marching in, but this time Avali needs to dive. The problem is this time he's going to be matched up against Spearman. This feels so bad to see. I mean, we have God Vision. We can make the call, right? But I think there was a missing opportunity there for Avali to do significant eco damage when Baltoon was being greedy. He should have seen that there were no Spearmen around and hung around for the fun. Instead, now, with this many spears at home, the best you can hope to achieve is burning 1 or 2 buildings. Also, in the meantime, an ambitious stabbing by Baltoon. Backs away just in time, though. He lost both Sacred Sites because the Horseman with Bannerman Aura. It's just too big. Now it's not, though. It's been heavily relegated, but I don't think Green cares anymore. This is the point where Green is going to switch fully into Ona Bagisha. And in fact, we should be getting Euroshiro drop soon. I'd be surprised if this was anything but racks. It could be that he feels he needs farmhouse because food isn't that great, right? But he's got the full farms around this right now, right? And if you get Ona Bagisha together, you'll be able to move out of the base. But for now, it would be fair to say he has got some food issues. And this isn't helping him. What? Wait, is Baltoon completely forgotten about it? This is bad. This is really bad. Gate's gonna go up. I don't think that helped. That actually kind of made things worse. Because the gate went down to half HP, right? Interesting idea, but I don't think that worked out as intended for Baltoon. Spearman are now going to have to engage. Ona Bagisha upgrade is coming through soon, but he didn't Yorishiro drop, which means it's still not in yet. No way. No way you lose like this. Marine Cav is trying to trade. I don't think that's going to be enough to kill him, right? Upgrades have come through, and in fairness, Avali only committed half the army to this. In fact, I think Avali overreacted to the remaining cavalry. He sent way too many troops over there. So Baltoon, despite the fact that Yorishiro is now only being dropped off when he almost has the second, he's not going to be punished for it. Okay, so this game's now slipping from Avali. He's doubling down on Feudal because he feels like he can break it after what he just saw in that fight, right? The reality could not be further from the truth. That was pre-Yorishiro. Now with that drop in, and the fact you've just lost most of your cav, this is where Baltoon should be able to play out into the berries. And that's what's going to allow him to zerg the rest of this game. Ay. Difficult games today, Favali. It's crazy as well because, you know, both games now that we've watched, it's come down to one moment where there was an opportunity to do significant damage, essentially to win the game, and he chose to take a safer path, right? Like that previous game, he took a good fight and they didn't follow it up. This game, he went for the dive, but then didn't fully commit, even though he could have just ruined Baltoon in that very moment. Now, this is where Onibagisha tend to look quite absurd. When you get the +3 melee with veterancy, you can even beat back mass archers. Avali has at least got the walls to slow things down, but that's another reason why Onibagisha spam is better than Mount Samurai for these situations. Burning through walls is easy, and what the hell? So Baltoon has snuck away from home, and he's got insane value in this corner because he's got his berries and he's got the deer. And right now, all focus is on his base, right? So if he keeps attention there, Avali's never going to check the flank. That being said, Avali has currently got control of Sacred Sites. He has got a sizable lead in military. And because of that idle time, building up the TC, not getting more food right now, Baltoon isn't exactly looking scary. If Avali goes into 3 Rams, he actually could just end this game. Wait, he cancelled the TC? I guess he was worried about the food, but he was pretty deep in the construct there. Okay, so change of strategy here. Baltoon is just going to rush Shogunate. I can see where he's coming from. His food income is terrible, right? For Onibagisha spam, you need a lot more. And the logic for Baltoon here is if he builds a TC, that's taking more food away, right? If he goes for Daimyo level 2, that's a 25% additional increase to his farm income. It actually does make sense. Because if he'd gone for the TC, there's a risk that Avali builds those ramps we talked about and dives you. Now, you have a shot at getting enough Onibagisha together to defend. And not just Onibagisha. Samurai are now also being queued up. It's actually crazy to think how different this game could have looked if the Yoroshiros were being dropped on time. Like, he's done it again. He keeps missing this. And this is why a lot of players will just rally where they want the next floating gate to save themselves from this mistake. It can be an issue if your strategy changes and you end up with something worthless. But even that can feel better than just idling with your big value point for this long. Like, he's got double Yoroshiro now sitting here. Oh my god, this is 5 minutes almost of not using Yoroshiros. What's wrong with dropping them late? He's had these guys for 4 minutes. He would have got 75 gold a minute. 75 food a minute. Do the maths. In one case, like collectively between these two, he's missed out on 450 resources. That's actually a lot for a guy who's struggling on food. Oh my god. They give resources if you drop them in drop-off buildings. So Farmhouse will give food, Forge will give gold, and a lumber camp will give wood. They have more flexibility than just production increase. But yeah, this is a big drop of the ball by Baltoon. I mean, if he survives this, I'm going to be impressed. Because I think Avali could just go for a big divide push here. He's not going to try because he's got the Sacred Site timer. But if he wants to rely on that, he now needs to set up the defenses. And Onibagisha meaning moving across in the meantime. Walls are going up slowly. Army now moving in. Yeah, this many spears and archers will not lose against this. This is no Odachi, right? So the samurai actually don't hit that hard. In fact, bigger mistake still. Baltoon never upgraded them. Oh my god. This is over. GG gets called. Baltoon, I mean, looking about as fried as an egg right now. So many things to question here, but Avali, at least it's not back-to-back losses for him. This game felt crazy, though. I think Baltoon, you know, if he'd had the Yoroshiro drops on time, if he balanced the economy a bit better, this could have looked quite good. But I don't know if this is just Avali putting the pressure on him or something off the mark, but either way, a dub for Yeleva, aka Avali. Yeah, that game was really messy. Avali done what he needed, but like that was very uncharacteristic of Baltoon. I'm not going to say like he's been having the cleanest games, like that China game like that he won, right? Blacksmith's missing for 40 minutes is kind of crazy. But that was really funky. Did you discuss Wall video already? Yeah, we discussed it on previous streams. I basically said that there's no sign of AoE4 based on that, but it would be a complete blunder to not do it. Did Crazini actually hint at it? I don't know. Did he? I didn't. Like, is that on the Red Bull Wallalo? Oh, the Red Bull Discord? More information will be coming soon. Okay. I mean, hopefully it's good info. I'd like to point out when someone says more info will be coming soon, it could mean anything. But fingers crossed it's good news. I will say that this is starting to look like, even if there is AoE 4, it kind of looks like a reaction maybe to the DLC or the community backlash, which is unfortunate. And I don't put that on Red Bull. Red Bull wants to do a profitable event that makes sense for them. Like, God, I feel like I'm making an enemy of Microsoft, but like Microsoft should have been the ones pushing that call a long time ago. Fingers crossed, though, that we are going to see it. Devs have been awfully quiet recently. Yeah, but that doesn't instill confidence. That instills concern. The reason it instills concern is even if they're doing something... Nah, dude, don't do that, Crackly. There's not going to be another huge expansion. You're huffing so much copium, you're going to OD. Right? You're not going to get another expansion that big this quickly. The problem I take with this, by the way, is... And I told one of the devs this, is like, the reason why I ended up taking a break away from AoE 4 last year was because of what they're doing right now. They're going to burn me out again. Because when you go silent like this... Like, you know, some people are like, oh, you content creators, like, you don't have a right to info. No, but like... I think it's a matter of respect. And I'm not saying that I'm the godfather and you should respect me, but like, for the effort that a lot of the content creators in the scene put in, to essentially being the only real marketing tool for AoE 4, it is disappointing when we are always left in the dark like this. That's my take anyway. And it's so avoidable. Right? If you're worried about leaks, just be very selective. Start with a very small group of people and then expand on it. And it's like, you know what it is? It's a classic one. Like, literally, just give them all different info. And whatever piece of info leaks, you know who leaked it. And you ban them from the group. Right? But, like, you want to have an arm of your business that's focused around your influencers and content creators that make your game what it is. Because we do make the game what it is. Like, you know, I'm done being delusional. We do. What EGC has done, what Beastie does, what Dumu do, what Marino does, what Drongo does, all these people do. Like, this game would not be what it is without these people. It wouldn't even be close. It definitely wouldn't have survived this long, if I'm being totally real. So, like, the least you could do is not stick them in a dark room with a bag over their head. That's not too much to ask. Even something as simple as stuff's happening. Like, I said this before with the terrible, like, live stream where it was like, here's a logo and game. Just say that there's big things coming, but we can't talk about it. That's at least reassuring to a certain degree. Even if you're not really saying anything, because you're not really saying anything there. But you are like, you're saying you're listening, right? I don't know, I feel like, am I being too negative? Like, be honest with me, guys. Am I just like being an ass at them? Because I feel like what I'm asking for isn't like out there. It's not absurd. Especially for the hours a lot of these people put in to make the game what it is. Like, they had thousands of games to choose from to spend their life creating content around. And while you could argue some of them have profited from it, a lot of the creators barely profit from it or would have better prospects with better growth, right? But they chose this. That should say something. Well, it's because I'm like, if it sounds like I'm holding back, then like it's because I'm trying to be reasonable. I don't just want it to be flaming. I'm always about criticism, not just flaming, right? If I think someone's wrong or someone needs to be different, I want to provide a solution, not just more complaint. Like, there are things that could definitely be better. All right, so there's a game with Avalene again. Do we like maybe look at someone else? I just noticed one at the top there. Maybe Scarlet Devil versus Dragavan could be fun. That'll give us another minute or two to talk about this because we're gonna have to wait like 3 minutes for this one to start. But Dragavan's a fun one to watch. Do me. Do me, do me. Wait, how are you in my chat? Is your game already over? God damn, dude, this is so tasty. Multitask, no cheating. Oh, while we talk about this, I can also eat some more cookie. I get so hungry when I solo cast. It's insane. I mean, I don't think the game's being monetized like that at all. Pyrrhic. I told them to monetize it like that. They haven't done it. Like, I think I've been talking about a way to monetize the game to be able to actively invest in it more as a development side longer than anyone else in the game. There should be skins. There should be battle passes. There should be these things. It's so easy to monetize. And before anyone's like, oh, my historical immersion, just give a toggle. If someone wants a neon light bright RAM, let them have it. The other person doesn't have to see it, right? Make it like Dirt 2? Exactly. Dude, time and time again. Yeah, I came from Dirt 2. I'm going to make a lot of comparisons to it. Because you know what? I've been critical of things Valve get wrong, but they get a lot right. Their observing tools, the battle pass ideas, the open like format, but the arcing supports. There's a lot of things Valve do right with their ecosystem. Why wouldn't I recommend that as a template for AoE? Like, it's insane. If someone wants to spend $20 to turn the siege towers into a giant dildo, let them. $20 going in the dev's pocket. That's supporting the game's development. If people want to buy a voice pack of me going for some random reason, just making car noises to replace all the audio logs, let them spend $25 on that. What the skins be? Where do we start, dude? Imagine if you could make French knights have the hat the archers do. I bet you people would buy that. And if you could color the feathers differently. Stuff like that. People buy. You know how I call Rams clown cars? I've literally just already embedded the concept there for you. Release a skin that turns them into clown cars. A clown car with like a battering ram thing in the center that comes out, right? Like, it's just a clown face on the front of the car that extends out like a jack-in-the-box thing and hits the buildings, right? People would buy that! Okay, probably they wouldn't want us to go that far out of, like, you know, the time, because that's like super modern. But there are other ideas you could easily do. I mentioned before the idea of just like different colored siege towers. Such an obvious one, right? Such an easy one as well. Same with the rams, dude. Let me color my rams. Let me buy spray paints. $5 a piece for a different color ram. People will buy that by the dozen. All right, enough about monetization. We got all the monetization we need in game. Because this is China versus Irbit, basically Monopoly men. On one side, a Civ that monopolizes its people. On the other, a Civ that monopolizes the camels. Yeah, interesting matchup, actually. These two as well should provide quite a bit of entertainment. We've been catching a little bit of Scarlet Devil recently. They're a pretty competent player. They've been taking some games off the top players. Other side of this, Dragavan needs no introduction. This is the guy, yes, you will remember him. As simultaneously the guy that beat Vortex as English versus Malians, and then simultaneously lost the most impossible game in the history of AoE4 to lose. What that means is that he's the perfect type of player to cast, because you never know if you're going to get a win or a loss. We are going to be on Lipineville maps. This one isn't too bad, actually. compared to what I've been seeing recently, this is fairly balanced. There are options to move around the map, so shouldn't be too oppressive. If you want to get aggressive, there's a lot of options here. And also, the relics are fairly balanced in terms of their spawns and not easily wallable. So I don't think you can blame spawn too much unless you look at the resources. And well, there's a reason why we call them resources. Yeah, actually, just pressing that button has depressed me twice as much. This is insane. Double berry. Deer. Actually, do what? This is like one of the most insane spawns I think I've ever seen a berry Civ player get. On the other side, Scarlet Devil has a back spawn deer, double deer, which isn't too bad. But this just feels ludicrous. For Ibe's that are tempo-driven Civ that will always be the ones aggressing in this matchup as well. And oh my god, he's going Industry Wing. This has to be 2TC, right? Industry Wing is an interesting idea for an optimal 2TC timing. It means you only have to gather an extra 100 wood. What an interesting choice. It's weird as well, considering how good Growth Wing is. I think there are some builds for Industry Wing, by the way, typically around Castle Age, because 1,000 wood goes a long way to a ram all in timing. This is very different, though. It has to be 2TC. Right? No. He's going proxy base. He's freaking doing proxy. He's going to drop double archery range right next to the Chinese base. Oh. I should have known. I literally have a video prepped that is titled, "This guy loves proxying more than any other player combined." Like, this guy loves proxying more than Crackety and Don Artie combined. He's at it again. Industry is about to complete in 40 seconds. Then he can easily build the archery ranges like here and gather the food with the remaining villagers. But this is going to be insane because actually the timing on this means that Scarlet Devil probably won't even get their Barbican up. This is sick. What a sick build. You know, everyone's been asking how do you use Industry? Why would you use Industry? This is how you use Industry. It's best as some sort of aggressive tool, whether it's in Castle Age to get all your production up, to get rams up, or as early as Feudal Age to get a proxy base up. Dragovan, crap will get off the pot, mate. What are we doing with the wood? There we go. He was waiting for it to come. Dude, he's holding way too much wood, but he's got double archery range coming, so it'll work out. Oh, this is sick. Scarlet Devil is about to get what they need to start the Barbican, but if they go for anything semi-aggressive, this is going to backfire, and they just scoured it. So he now knows, but you can't place an aggressive Barbican now, right? Yeah, he realizes it straight away. He's like, uh-oh. I guess we build it here? But here's the funny thing about Irobids with a proxy base. He doesn't even need this blacksmith, guys. In fact, I feel like this blacksmiths is a pointless detail. Because why do you need blacksmiths if you can just build a ramp straight away and then hop inside it? He's going to clown car. He's actually going to clown car. Dragovan keeps clown carring in our free-for-alls. Meat grinder free-for-alls. He keeps doing siege towers, actually. I don't think it's going to be siege tower this time, because you want a ram to eventually break the base, right? But you get 8 or 9 archers inside. Like, what does Scarlet Devil do against that right now, right? And this read is perfect. Going into the Spearman, Ivids don't do this very often, but it makes a lot of sense here because your opponent's only reaction has to be Horsemen. They can't scale into Sugar New here. It's going to be too slow. So they're going to play into the absolute counter. Oh, this is crazy. Dragovan hasn't started building a ram yet. A little bit surprised, but I guess realistically they don't need to rush a ram. Instead, getting around the back is better, right? If you block out the wood here, then force all the eco down here, it's all on one screen when it comes ram time. Wait. I just figured this out, guys. You ready? You're going to facepalm again. So, if you play a Muslim Civ, and put all of your resources into wood gathering and not much into food. And that wood is used for rams. Does that make it Ramadan? Screw the Ramadan joke. It doesn't matter. It's the siege tower. This is crazy. Siege towers are common, guys, because here's the thing. These move quicker than rams. They have more health than rams. They cost less than rams. Clowncar is going to get nerfed. It's just, I can't believe this. Watch what happens. He moves in so quickly. Like, Scarlet Devil's going to be seeing this and go, huh? What? What are you doing? I don't have walls. You can't siege the Barbican like this. No. But we can say hello with our little friends. Oh my god, it's turning into a micro war to try and garrison time. Chiganu trying to get rid of this, but it's going to take so long. And here's the thing. The siege tower is so quick, it can move out of range. 3 villager kills. Not a single archer has been lost yet. Oh my god. Dude, he's going to rage quit. He's actually going to rage quit. That's 5 villager kills. That's the entire Song Dynasty value gone. Oh my god. More villies being pulled. Dragoman, you sick son of a... And he doesn't even have to now go and micro inside it. The villagers are committed, which means they're going to die for this. Oh my god. That's double-digit villager kills before 8 minutes. And he lost, what? 2 archers for that? I mean, that ain't a clown car, man. That siege tower was a middle finger, and now the Rams on a delay. Are you kidding me? This is the funny part is he done this against like one of the hardest greedy civs because Chiganu is a given, right? And Chiganu do 3 times more damage. Yet he still dove a Barbican, dove into the Chiganu, and done that much damage. Insane. And now we've upgraded to something that can kill the buildings. Dragoman might want to consider Undermesh here, though. He has got the Steeled Arrow, which is why everything's dying so fast. The projectiles come too soon. It's too late. I can't believe that. They're too slow. He literally just dodged the hand cannon slot by jumping back in, and he wasn't even quick about it. Oh my god. Ram. Still looking for villagers to target, and here they come again. Oh my god. This is getting out of control. Even if you clean up the archers now, the eco damage is already done. This is bonkers. Looks like the archers are just have to run off here. They've got the movement speed of Vige. I don't like Dragoman's micro at a lot of points in this. I think, you know, you could have kept more archers alive and it would have been worth it on a delay. But he at least forced a lot of idle time. There's a lot of injured villagers mixed in. I think there's like 2 or 3 at death's door. I can't believe this. And you know what? If he's not dead yet, build more archers. There is one problem with this strategy, folks. The more he does this, the easier it gets for Orange to clean it up. Because now each time you dive, your opponent's going to have more Chiganu. I actually think Dragoman made a mistake going for a Ram. There was actually no reason to build a Ram at all. He should have just went for the Siege Tower again. Because Siege Tower has more health and it's quicker, right? The Ram only makes sense if you want to kill targets that aren't bio, right? But he's only going after bio. Can't believe this. Should have went Atabegs? No, Atabegs is bad here because then you have to run the Atabegs across the map, right? So it doesn't matter for the opening play. And you also need the wood. Need the carry space? I mean, Dragoman, I'm just going to force you to be more micro-intensive, bro. Just build 2 siege towers and then go 2 different directions. And then, hear me out. All of a sudden, you're more cost efficient on your space, right? Because you're spending 250 for 20 and splitting it between 2 instead of 16 and 1. Boom. I got you covered, boo. Horseman now coming in. Meanwhile, the archers patrol around the back, and oh my god, he's on the deer. There's also archers coming from the south side. There's no escaping this. Oh, this is painful. Yeah, he's going to lose, what, probably 2 more villagers on the exit? He needs to get the wall up as well. I don't think Dragoman realizes that it's not complete. So actually, he's going to dodge death there. Only temporarily, though. He's trying to go for a TC. Oh, this is so painful. So part of the proxy base has been cleared, but the horseman numbers are being held back, right? He's waiting until Orange is overcommitted, and then he's going to attack him. And in the meantime, wait, what? Are you guys okay? This is such a clowny game. I really dislike that Scarlet's spending all his time clearing up this base. Like, you kind of have to, but it feels bad with how long you're wasting here, right? Because you don't know what's coming next. Scarlet is trying to go for a TC because he thinks this is going to be a Castle play by Dragavan. It's not. It's going to be a killing blow. This is crazy. Because Scarlet Devil's read to go 2TC makes a lot of sense if this is Castle, because you can hold on against mass lancers, right? Just build spears. But Horsemen plus Archers at an early point, you don't have the wiggle room here. You won't be able to get the TC and get spears quick enough. And you can see that Dragavan, the sly little devil that he is going to wait until he's got enough Horsemen to GG this game. Wow. How are Archers still killing? Like, he's killed more villagers in this game. I can't believe this, man. 20 villagers at 12 minutes. At this rate, he's going to end up killing more villagers than exist in the game for Scarlet Devil. And by the way, I just really want to emphasize this. Scarlet Devil's not a noob. They aren't a bad player. They're 81st in the world right now. They've got wins against some really talented players, right? They, I think they were able to beat... Who was that we were watching the other day? Was it Louis? I don't think it was Louis. But I've seen him beat 1,800, 1,900 Elo players. No, not 15 horsemen. 22 horsemen. And the worst part still is Scarlet Devil's coming to him. Oh my god, he's just getting cleaned up. Wait, did he send the horsemen in? He's holding them back. And Rohirrim's arrived. Oh no. That is it. That's way too much Shigenu loss. Had this been his base, had this been choke points, maybe he could have stood his ground, but Shigenu don't look so OP when you have just as many ponies. Oh my god. Well, Scarlet may be a Shigenu fan, but My Little Pony wins today. Dragavan, the insanity of this man. Let me know what you guys think. I think we need more Dragavan on this channel. Oh, that was so good. I can't believe that. Dude, what a call that one. The Clown Car meta has peaked. Siege Tower, OP. Or Siege Tower wins game. Oh my god, dude. That was so good. When did you saw the fast feudal wing into proxy base? When was the first time? Dragavan does not the exact same way, but he does it with like English a lot. He likes to proxy base with the Abbey of Kings build. I haven't seen that one with Industry Wing yet, but it makes a lot of sense. The other one that's really cool for Industry Wing is Fast Castle with Industry Wing, with the idea that like you put everything into food of gold and then you use all the wood to set up production. Or you use all the wood to build rams. So you build like a feudal army, you send it over, you go castle, and then use 1,000 wood to build 5 rams. That also is pretty strong. That's crazy, man. I can't believe that. Well played, Mr. Dragavan. Well played. Alright, so we see what other games we've got live on the ladder. Yeah, Dragavan, have you tried that Castle Age Industry Wing build yet? It's actually pretty good. Was there ever a meta where you could idle your TC to tech up? In Age of 1 or something? There was, and there is. In Age of Empires 2, people often idle free TC when they rush into Imp. Ah, there you go. Actually, yeah, in fairness, like, Age of Empires 2 will have a lot of TC idling because you have to use your TC to tech up, right? So that's always kind of been a thing as well. Yeah, Dragavan, you might want to try some of the Industry Wing castle players. I think you like them. I actually really like the idea of playing a bit of feudal, getting castle with Industry Wing. So you go Eco Wing, sorry, not Eco Wing, you go possibly Desert Raider depending on the matchup. Or maybe even Advancement Wing, just whatever, get it out of the way. Even the idea of actually the healing is kind of cool. Yeah, actually, you know what? I think feudal healing with feudal attack is kind of cool, especially if your opponent doesn't play ranged. And then when you reach Castle Age, you can just proxy build into like rams, right? You build them outside his base. I think even in ranged matchups, Industry Wing's kind of interesting because with 1,000 wood, you can immediately build Manganiques next to your opponent's base, right? So, oh, dude, you know what that build is? You do Desert Raider because you get the ability to build cavalry. You scale stables, horsemen. You go Castle Age with Industry Wing, and then you build Manganiques right next to their base. We're cooking, man. We're cooking with gasoline. That's actually pretty spook, right? I kind of like that. I shouldn't. It's dirty, but I like it. Tower of Sultan instead. You can do Tower of Sultan. I think I uploaded it. I think I have a video. Let me see if I can find it. I think there is a public video on my channel. Killer Pigeon Industry Wing. Did I upload it? Maybe it didn't make it public. There was a weird guy who was only playing Ibids and he was doing Industry Wing builds. And he done one on Himiyama where he just built Tower of Sultan after teching up. So it has been done for sure. Maybe I didn't upload it. It was a really cool game actually. I liked it. I don't think it got uploaded. Big Saj. Yeah, go do it, Dragavan. Didn't Faye try that a couple of times? Maybe. I think she might have watched it on this channel, though, with that guy. Because like this guy legit was always doing Industry Wing. I'm not saying like he's done it once or twice. The guy had like so many IBID games where he was doing it. He was optimizing the strategy. He got like rank 50 in Season 6. Alright, so there's Hung ADC. French versus Chinese is kind of interesting. We don't really see that much anymore. Let's see who else we've got. God, that game was funny. I think Dragavan's our new Donai. Dragavan is our Norwegian Donai. You're Norwegian, right, Dragavan? I'm pretty sure I got that right. So we got Zhuji versus Chinese as an alternative. So Zhuji versus Chinese or French versus Chinese. Dragavan is amazed a non-Scandinavian person got the countries from correct. That doesn't happen. They always mix them up. One sec. I need to quickly let her know. Need to let someone know about something. Give me a sec, guys.
Find out here. How'd you get the any protection when you crouch behind it?
Sorry, guys. I just need to send this urgent message. Timer bot running. Okay, there we go. Alright, leave me to that. Sorry. It's because I do agency stuff, so I need to make sure my talent are doing the crap, or beat the mistake. Second, just double checking. Sorry. Sometimes urgent things come up. Basically, those don't know, like, I'm doing a bunch of small side projects as well to try and make a living. And one of them is working to source deals for creators. So, just making sure they're doing their stuff. Okay. All right, boom. Just send that message out. All right, let's get back to it though. More games on the ladder. Whoop, whoop. So, Tato's on again, dude. That is not Tato. I'm not sure actually. Core? He's going to be playing free-for-alls, isn't he? No? Core Numadon? Pog? Boogers? Very big boogers. When would Stonewalls and H2 be legal? It will never be. And it shouldn't be. Especially after I saw that disgusting Byzantine game. That thing made me want to vomit. Alright, should we get good? Should we get good and going? Let's do it. Words. Core not on the HR... Oh wait, it is the HRE. It's just the HRE people that suffered with gigantism as children. Order the Dragon going up against Roos. This is of course Numadon on his Baloo account. There's something kind of comical about Core doing something other than HRE or Roos, and then his opponent picking one of those two. But curious to see what's going on in mind. Order the Dragon Roos. What an interesting matchup. We very, very rarely see this. In fact, I would wager that this might be the least seen matchup. Right? Because Roos get banned all the time, and Order the Dragon never get picked. So you've got kind of very interesting dynamic there. I guess in pub play you occasionally see it, but this to me right now feels like the matchup we will probably never see in competitive. Because Roos is never getting through the banning phase, and I think in the last S-tier tournament we had a grand total of 3 Order the Dragon picks across 100 series, which is absolutely wild as a percentage. Cool open here on the double scout though, just to deny out the sheep as well as get a few more of the sheep, deny out the deer rather, words today, while getting some of the sheep for himself. Numadon, how are we actually looking on this early haul? It's looking a bit rough. He hasn't scouted his backside for his deer yet. He's found the west side one way too late. Both of them have already been sniped out. Oh man, this is going to be vicious. Core's going to find the right side stack, right? Yep, and Numadon isn't going to get it for free, so he needs to find the wolves as well. There should be some laid around here, so I imagine Numadon should easily be able to get his tech up. What I'm worried about now is that he's not going to get wheelbarrow as well, which is a really bad sign for a Roos player. If you can't get wheelbarrow with your tech up, your gold haul wasn't very good in the game, and this is vicious, man. Core shows up with both! Oh my god! Roos are only OP past 4 minutes. You have it here, folks. What? Dude, I did not expect that. I did not know that was going to happen. The beauty of live games. Jesus. RNG, baby. I keep telling you all, the Order the Dragon is OP in the early game. Is that not proof? Oh my god. That was hilarious. Dragavan's going again. I don't know who Yobura Yuku is here though. Let's see if we got some other people we can check in on. Preferably someone whose game lasts more than 3 minutes. That was a vicious spawn though, holy crap. If he saw the other deer earlier, I think maybe he just doesn't GG. He just accepts it's not a great game. The reason why he GG'd, by the way, guys, is Numadon wasn't going to have enough gold to tech up optimally. So he's already screwed. Looked away for 1 minute. Core denied 2 deer stacks already, and he was going to deny a 3rd. And, like, wolves take way too long to kill. So, yeah, like, the Roos bounty screwed him. He couldn't play the game. It's been a while since I've seen a Roost player GG'd out like that, though. Dude, imagine if that happened in a tournament. Like, you get Roost through the draft, you're like, yes! I am invincible! And then you just die to that. Oh. Oh, no. That breaks my heart. Okay. Oh, running's back. Wait, who was running? Oh, I'm trying to remember. This account is really old. Yeah, dude. What is going on at the moment? There is a lot of returning players here, because I think this is Tato. Yeah. This is I think this is Tato. I think. Bunch of AoE 2 players just turning up. GL the Viper is not Viper, by the way. GL the Viper, when you see that one, that's Dimu on his renamed account. In fact, did Dimu have any interesting games today? I imagine he did. Oh, wait. Is he... I think he changed his name back. Wait, I just realized, I was looking at AoE 4 World, and they still link to Grubby's videos. Even though he doesn't play Age of Empires. Like, I just glanced at this, because I was looking down, I was like, huh, I wonder what's going on down here. And then I literally just see, I see a Warcraft 3 Heroes tier list from Grubby. I'm like, what? Come again? Nani? Alright, anyway, let's quickly do a refresh. As I imagine... Numidan and Core should be finding a game now. As that one was a few minutes ago. Maybe you do the Dragavan game. See what he's got in mind. Did they put about charity stream on Reddit? No. Because you're not meant to self-advertise on Reddit. If other people want to advertise my stream in general and things, like, that's fine. That's allowed under rules. But self-advertising is different. God damn, that's tasty. Holy crap. Okay. Should we get ready to go? Whoa. Oh no. No, it's high view. Chat, can I leave? It's high view. We can just leave, right? Like, we legit, like, there's no point. Alright, hear me out. It's Dragavan. This guy doesn't have time to waste, alright? If he's going to be the new Donai, he needs to annihilate everyone on the ladder, which means he's only got a certain number of hours to go around and stomp everyone. So he can't be slow. He has to be quick about the action. So that's where I'm holding out hope here. For those that have not seen Dragavan before, this is the guy that proxy bases all the time. In fact, last time we cast him on high view was against the Byzantines as the Malians, and he proxy-based run right underneath their nose. So I've got a feeling we might get something similar, especially considering I know how Dragavan likes to play the English. A king with a sprinkling of proxy archer ranges. Fablop says he likes Biz matches. Do you like the Biz in this match, though, is the thing? Because I'm just checking the rank now of Yobikuru. Because I'm curious, actually, like how close to the top they're going to be. Oh, wow. They are actually 64th in the world right now. Oh, I see what's happened here. This is Uruk. Uruk's changed his name. So we've actually got Uruk. Duh, because if you look at it backwards. Uruk, your boy. Versus Dragavan. So this is going to be a spicy one. Now, this matchup's quite interesting, actually, because if it was the old Council Hall build, I'd heavily favor the Byzantines right now. The Javelin timings are kind of OP. I think the King changes things a little bit, though, because if you go for proxy archery ranges with the King, and you just choose your timing in your fights, you can outscale the Javs and then heal between fights. So what it does is it lights a fire underneath the Byzantine player's arse to keep engaging, which is negative for them, right? They want to take breaks. They want to be able to choose when they have to come out. It's a very interesting dynamic to consider that allows you to keep the pressure up. But you know what? Urk says no. Pressure only goes one way in my games because Urks want to smash. Imperial Hippodrome coming. And yes, to clarify, a proxy base is where you set up a base away from your home. So for example, if Dragavan walked villagers out here and built a base, that would be a proxy base. It's a term from StarCraft, I think was the first RTS that used the term. So if you watch StarCraft, you look up proxy bases, you'll see someone walk a worker over to the other side of the map and make what is called a proxy base. So Hippodrome coming versus Abbey of Kings. This is kind of interesting, actually, because if Urk does scale into the Horseman, you can pinch the King. This is a really cool way of not only ruining the English opening, but also blocking their TC play. And I love this from Dragavan, by the way. He does this quite frequently, and I think more players should learn to do this. It's so important. Unless you are worried about being pushed immediately off of your stone, you start with wood. The reason you start with wood is it allows you to react to the play that's happening. For example, if you in this matchup want to go 2TC, but you now saw Hippodrome, you might all of a sudden say, now hold the mark there. Actually, we can't rush the greed. We need to go racks instead. Funnily enough, in this game, Dragavan disagrees with that, though. He's going to go for that TC. The interesting thing is the timing, though. Imperial Hippodrome's going to come up, and you're going to see very quickly why it sucks against these type of builds. Because if Dragavan just goes for something a little bit tight, like, say, on the gold or the berries, the deer, he'll be able to get his TC up quite freely. The reason is that when you play Hippodrome, the thing that sucks about it is that Triumph being activated at the start affects your scaling entirely. You don't want to have to activate Triumph until you've got enough Horsemen to justify it, so 4+. Waiting to go 4+ Horsemen, that's going to take over a minute. Dragavan could easily be on his way to the TC by then. In fact, if you look at the timing on this, Abbey of Kings to complete soon, Stone and Wind being gathered as it is, by the time your third Horseman is going to be spawning, Dragavan's TC should be started. And you can't dive before that, by the way. If you dive too early, Dragavan can just pull the short bows. Remember, the villages of the English come armed to the teeth with arrows. You know what? I don't know why my... Okay, so I'm gonna give you guys a day in the brain of me. I was about to say, I don't really understand the term armed to the teeth. I guess it's the whole idea that you'll bite them. And then, immediately, as my brain thought that, I was like, what if we just had a cannibal civ? Right? What if there was a civ that could just eat the remains? Basically, ghouls from Warcraft. I'm going to stop now. TC dropped on the wood line. Makes a lot of sense, right? The Hippodrome timing stops him. If this had been the Javelin contract, this has been standard Grand Winery play, Dragavan likely would have went for the TC drop on the gold and the deer and gone castle. But the reason he's not rushing castle now is because his opponent is playing Hippodrome. Right? So that means your opponent doesn't have as good of a scaling time going into castle on a rush. And it also means you need a bit better of a defense in the mid-game. Or early game, rather. And I'm wondering, does Dragavan even consider Horseman himself? It would be really weird because Triumph means that your opponent can win. But the cool idea of Triumph versus the King here is the Kingly Presence is permanent, as is the Abbey healing. The Triumph will only heal when active. So one of the big issues that a lot of people have with Hippodrome play, and where they always get it wrong, is they play Hippodrome solely for Hippodrome. And the reason that is always set up to fail is the moment you activate Triumph, good players will walk away. Right? To put it in Dota terms, or anyone who's like looked at Dota, when you see someone like suddenly turn gold, that's called a BKB, they get magic immunity. There's perfect examples over the year where a player walks in, baits the BKB to get used, and then walks away. And that's really bad because that has a huge cooldown. Triumph acts the exact same way. It's a huge cooldown, not just the wait to get it off cooldown, it's the fact that it takes so long to rebuild the supply points to get value again. So this is the issue I take with Hippodrome play. It's why I've said if you want to learn how to use Hippodrome, watch Louis and watch Marine Lord. I can't think of any players right now doing better things with Hippodrome than those two because their strategy is very smart. What they do is the exact same thing that the English do with the King. They build a Hippodrome to force a reaction, and then they play contrary to their opening. What I mean by that is you, for example, do a Hippodrome, but you only add 2 horsemen and then mass spears, because your spears are better. Or you mass archers, because you're going to count spears. Or you go for a second TC. He hasn't done that here. Urk instead is keeping very condensed. He's sticking one TC, he's scaling Horseman. And the other side, Dragavan is doing what we expected. He's mass stabling. You'd think Spears, right? Like, Spears makes so much sense. Surely, like, you're up against Hippodrome. Why would you not Spear here? Because he doesn't need to. Even with Triumph activated, and remember, Triumph doesn't just give extra damage, it gives extra movement speed. You're not going to be able to kill many Horsemen when you activate Triumph, right? Because you're going to stop and stab, and you're going to be out of range again. This is so... It's so dumb that this works, but it's because of just how bad Hippodrome is in itself. Wow. I actually think that Urk's making a mistake here, hanging in the Feudal. He needs Castle. And wow, that's exactly the thing you can't do. He activates Hippodrome for the raid. Okay, this is go time for Dragavan now then. He should look for a fight. Because now with Triumph being activated, it's gone on pause, right? It's about to run out, and now you have to wait an insane amount of time here. This is brutal. 30 seconds just to get 1.5 seconds of Triumph. You need to kill to get more. Remember the way this works, you can see right there, is that you can get points by killing, right? But when is he going to kill? Right? This is the disgusting thing about Dragavan's build. Building Cav is the smartest thing you can do against Hippodrome here. Because the only way he's going to get supply points is either waiting 30 seconds per point or for every kill he gets. Think about that for a second. Horsemen are the tankiest thing you can build bar Men-at-Arms. The difference, though, is Men-at-Arms can be pinched and killed. You can't grab Horsemen. They're going to just walk away and heal. Remember how I keep saying at the moment that the Abbey of Kings is going to show people how broken the concept of Feudal Age healing is? This is possibly one of the sole best examples of that you're going to see. What are we doing? Like, if I push them with my Horsemen, they will gather gold quicker because they'll be pushed back to the drop-off. No, I'm not going there. This Horseman mass is getting scary though, guys. And what worries me more is that Urk seems to think Dragavan's going to do anything but build ponies. He's adding in archers. They're making new ponies. That's how you make them. And the king is there for what? Go get him? Attitude in this? Oh, this is going to be hard. With the attack speeder as well, you don't win this. Like, this is the problem right now. He has 4 charges of Triumph. That is not going to do enough here. And here's the other problem, guys. Any damage you fail to follow through on, anything that you don't kill, now gets rapid healed by the Abbey of Kings. Like, look at this. This is impossible. Urk needs to build spears. Like, he's being way too in his own brain about this. Dragavan likes to meme occasionally. And this is starting to look more like a meme build, but it works because he's not building spears. Why is he not building spears? Because you don't want to build them against Lombos. It's the worst possible feeling. Oh my god, the turnaround makes it even worse. He at least does snipe one down with the archers there. Clash coming in though, and Triumph gets baited. There we go, just walks away. Torch is out, but Triumph's already ran out. No way. I can't believe this. Out of all the ways to lose to this, Dragavan is going to end up getting English nerfed. Like, it looks dumb and OP, but a big part of it is genuinely because of the way that Urk played this. Now, credit to him. The blacksmith difference is actually paying off for Urk, but the problem is the attack speed kind of offsets that a little, right? And remember, the tail end of this is still 2 TC versus 1, so Urk needs to get more out of it. And I'm glad to say he's doing it. He's going towards Castle Age. King stays alive, though, Horseman. You see what I mean about this king, though, and the Abbey of Kings? Is the moment you start fighting, you have to keep fighting. You cannot stop. It's so infuriating to play against this. Dragavan, he does survive. He does whittle away at the Cav, but now he has a bigger problem. Look what's coming. Castle Age is on the way. This is the scariest point in the game when you're up against Byzantines. Urk isn't weak. He's already set up a bunch of farms around the primary TC. He's extending systems onto the Deer. This is going to be a Varangian spam. The clownery with the garrison there. Oh my god. You know what's crazy, guys? Blacksmith Tex won that fight. If Dragavant had his melee Tex as well, I actually think he would have killed quite a lot of cav there and had a lot left. Legit. This is another game where Blacksmith Tex worked. And the funny thing is actually like the melee tech mattered, right? Plus the archer upgrades. Archer upgrades are a bit more obvious, but I think he had the melee tech before he engaged that fight. So his horsemen were just more impactful. Triumph adding even more damage in, right? So you're 14 versus 9. That's wild. And now finally he will be adding in Levitate. Quite delayed though. You know what the crazy part is? Urk's done a really good job of looking like he's still in feudal because of the size of the army and the position. Dragavan would expect a player to back off when he techs. He is, but it comes too late now. Dragavan has burnt quite a lot in that fight. He's got a lot of value out the second TC now. The problem is going to be where you have to drop the tower. Because you have to go white tower here, and if you have to build it back here, a lot of your forward farms are not going to be protected, right? Same with your wood. So he's probably going to have to try and drop the tower here. But that can feel like a death sentence against Hippodrome Cav. Yeah, I actually think Dragavan might need spears himself. And no, he's not using longbow mercs, he's using Keshiks. Which, credit to him, actually, this might be one of the better games I've seen for Keshik usage. That actually won him the fight. If that was horseman on horseman, he would have lost. But the Keshiks were tanking a lot of damage. You have to remember the English army here doesn't have additional damage output. The attack speed aside, it has sustain. It's healing over time, right? But compared to the Byzantines with Hippodrome, what they do better is attack. This is a crazy game, man. I'm glad we're catching more and more Dragavan. It's always a pleasure to see. So how does Dragavan now win this? He can try to dive and raid his opponent, because like you can see right now, actually, Urk is paranoid he's going to get attacked. Dragavan just needs to draw attention to get Castle Age. Because once he's Castle Age, this is still a very sizable eco lead. And Urk, what he needs to do is not build cataphracts. Oh, no. There are some games where cataphracts feel good. This doesn't feel like one of them. You're against English, one of the civs that's least likely to build siege. I don't really see the value in it here. If you get a cycle charge through some longbows, it's decent damage output. But I feel like you're better served by just getting Keshiks and Varangian. Varangian makes a lot of sense up against the English here with this build. Dragavan, tech up now on the way, and the white tower placement is intriguing to me. Securing the north side, but that means his main base is exposed, right? So if Keshiks plus Cataphracts right in here, all your farms are dead. I'm not a fan of this. This is a big mistake with white tower placement. He's worried about gold, but like here secures gold as well. But what it does is it secures the 40 base. You could argue this is still a vulnerability point, but it's on the flank and you can wall it, right? But there's just an opening here. And against Cataphracts, Keshiks, and Castle Age, a TC's not going to scare them. It's kind of wild. Monks also now picking up the relics. The Byzantines are bringing those home. Now, this is interesting, actually, because that's something we have to remember, is by going Hippodrome instead of going for the Grand Winery, you can't get extra olive oil income via your landmark. So actually, playing Cataphracts kind of makes sense because you can't scale as many Keshiks. I still feel like Varangian would be better, but he clearly wants the mobility. And yeah, you should be so happy about this. Triumph gets activated. It's going to run around the side, because all you need to do now is dive on the south side. That means no farms and no game for Dragavan. Archers stand their ground. Horsemen are going to make their way in, though. The Keshiks as well. And no easy way to stop them. There's already a full garrison inside the TC, so a lot of idle time. Dragavan. So much eco not working. Although Urk has similar. I don't know what's going on with his own. In fact, he's got 22 just not working right now. However, much more impactful on the other side of this, right? This is not just raw number versus number. There's a lot of Cataphracts in the mixer. A lot more tanky compared to the Lombos. Speaking of which, those Lombos still have not been upgraded yet. Cataphracts, didn't look like they've been using the tramples at the best of times here. Is coming off cooldown. He needs to get a cycle charge through for a lot of damage. Failed to do so. Tail end of it, though, didn't really achieve much for that dive. I'm a little bit shocked. I don't know if I should be impressed by Dragavan's defensive skills or a little bit underwhelmed by Urk's attack points. There was a lot of villagers out here that shouldn't have been safe, yet somehow Dragavan got away practically unscathed. And what makes it worse is if you think about what was happening at home, Urk was so distracted by the dive that he was idling 22 villagers for about the same length of time as the English were garrisoning their TC. So you didn't even get an advantage there. And instead, you threw away a very expensive army. The other issue I take with it is, like, Keshiks compared to Cataphracts, I kind of feel like I'd want Keshiks here, because their damage output is going to be, I'd say, more impressive due to the fact they can stick to targets easier. But the problem is he lost a lot of those Keshiks. And rescaling it, as we mentioned, not as easy as when you go for these Grand Winery builds. Now, he's at least going to make up for it and compensate in a different way. Because with his relics coming in, it should make it easy to get more Katas in the field. But Dragavan is now prepping fully for that. Spearman plus crossbows coming. Lombo's also still being scaled into. And this is a bit of a tough matchup now for the Byzantines from a contractual choice. You don't really get much value out of Gulems here because, well, you've already given your opponent a reason to build crossbows. But also, if you start spamming Gulems, your opponent's just going to build men-at-arms. And armor-clad men-at-arms are really effective against Gulems, right? Because higher armor is better against the Gulems due to the fact they do a double strike. And that second strike also hits for less. So if you have 6, 7, 8 armor, it's going to only tickle. I think Dragavan probably just tries to go imp here, right? Get these walls up. You're about to be 100 eco. You get a lot of surge power out of just rushing imp. Wingard in the first units can do a lot of work. I actually think Wingard is pretty sick in this game because of the Footman. Your opponent's entire army kind of just gets countered by Footman, right? The tankiness of the Footman's going to just eclipse anything else here. On top of that, you've got this situation where the Footmen get bonus damage versus Cav. So it's actually kind of comedial. Obviously, it's not a completely fair comparison because it's a Castle Age Cataphract. But think about this. Castle Age Cataphract stats, 360 health, 28 damage, and 4 melee armor. A Footman doesn't need any upgrades, right? He's already elite status. He'll have 280 health, 3 melee armor, and he will hit you for 25 because he gets +5 damage on his 20 base, right? And I'm pretty sure Footmen attack a bit quicker than 1.38. That's a bit bonkers. Doesn't look like he wants to rush towards that. Instead, Dragavan is going to match the mass for now. And keep in mind, this is all still just one TC coming out from Urk, so he's falling further and further behind. I love this. A cheeky little raid on the backside. Now, the wall should be hard to get through. However, the idle time alone might prove painful. Wait, does he realize? Are you kidding me? He never scouted this corner? Okay, that's actually very important because that's safe gold, right? Like, Urk is building a very demanding army when it comes to gold count. And he can't easily access all the front golds, right? Because they're out in no man's land. So it's pretty sick that he found this back pocket, which Dragavan doesn't even know about. Nice, in the meantime, I'm going to ride in. And you're starting to see why I kind of hate Cataphracts. 1.5 movement speed makes you look so damn pathetic here. The Keshiks are the only reason why he's able to mirror these raids at all. Wolves are at least now coming up, right? Like, Urk's had these ones for a while. I imagine he'll look to fully encapsulate his base. In fact, that is indeed now on the way. Dragavan. A little bit surprised he's not just leaning into the idea of Imperial Age. Honestly, with the Wingard playing the way it does right now, I don't think you have to fear Imp versus Byzantines like you used to. Especially when they go for the Eastern Contract. I think Eastern Contract is genuinely the worst for Imperial scaling. Keshiks, Gulems, these just don't feel like great units to have to rely on an Imperial Age. And anyone who says Tower Elephant with a straight face is lying. They've AI altered their face to make it look like they're not laughing. Flash in the center though. Cataphracts. Wait, what is? What are you doing? What? What was that? No! What? He only just trampled after all that. Oh my god, dude. I think he just lost the game. I mean, the Keshiks come around the back, so maybe the Triumph can recover him now. Dragavan in a choke point with Lombos. maybe he hasn't lost the game. I'm so confused by that fight. That was so messy from Urk. He's actually going to mop up here. So Dragavan is going to lose the mass of his army. The craziness is that somehow he still won despite what he'd done with all those cataphracts. That is wild to me. Dragavan misread the situation. I think he should have just went for the in-play because now he's stuck here longer. And now Urk gets some opportunities to do some damage, right? You're reaching a point where you can't just camp in the corner anymore. Gold's starting to run out. So losing an army like this opens the floodgates, and all of a sudden Dragavan is going to validate the mangonels. The cataphracts, rather, with the mangonels. Sorry, my brain is still scrambled at that fight. I'm losing brain cells from that one. Yeah, so cataphracts right now were kind of like a weird, dubious choice. They should have been easily solved for. When you have to go for mangoes, you've now given them more value points. Cataphracts are not your main unit. They're your support unit. They are a fantastic support unit. If you see Siege, it's like whistling at a dog and telling them there's a bone over there. They'll jump on it, right? And this many cataphracts have no issue doing that. So yeah, weird choice by Dragavan to go into the mangoes, but you can see why. After losing that much mass, he needs to try and turtle in choke points. What a wild game. This is getting so weird by the minute. You know what I love, though, is I appreciate these two players not just camping. I'm so sick and tired of getting into high view and watching someone say, let's go Imperial Age. It makes me want to slap the keyboard out of their hands. It's sad as well because high view should be strategically a very aggressive ambush-focused map. But it's too much safe resource and too safe for trade. And Sacred Site is being weirdly positioned. If they fix those details, I actually think high view will be one of the best maps we have. Mango. Ooh, big hit. Not bad as an opener there. Big mistake made by Urk, caught not looking. In fact, it looks like he was starting to macro up. What worries me now is Dragavan is going to reach pop first. Like, you can see the difference here, right? Urk has never needed more than 115 housing. That's a bad sign. It means this will eventually turn into an overflow of resources that you can't match. And that means one of two things. You're getting zerged, or you're getting imped. Cataphract. Good look for the charge in. Haven't gone for it yet. Mangoes are moving in, though, and they are being ignored. Trample's going to come through now, but he goes onto the crossbows and not onto the siege. Oh, this is really bad. I mean, this is it. This is where he's going to lose the game. The Cataphract count is down to 2. No Triumph getting activated. It doesn't even matter. This is over. Dragavan, Eco just too strong for the English. This game may have began with memes, and it continued with memes. But it ends with a pretty firm wallop from Dragavan. What a crazy game. Mass Horseman versus Hippodrome into Mass Cataphracts, into interesting pathing choices, into English OP. Really fun one here, actually. I think looking back at this game, Urk had an opportunity to dent the base, especially the White Tower placement, but I think he came in it from the wrong angle. And from there, Dragavan, quite calculated in his approach, made that mistake in the center, definitely dove out too early. But you see how the English economy can win out in these situations. Urk probably wishing he went for a second TC. Far too late now. Let me know what you think of these two, by the way. This is a really entertaining game. This, to me, is how high view should play. When you see games like that, it is so entertaining. Unfortunately, when we look at the highest level players, it tends to be a little bit more Resident Sleeper than Resident Slapper. That proves you wrong about Biz versus Roos. I'm sorry, what are you proving wrong here, Philly? What am I wrong about? Is this the thing that you commented on the YouTube video? Because I explained that to you. You can't build Roos against Roos on Rocky River. You can't do Archer Spears because you run out of wood. You just do Javelins. Also, I'm pretty sure you were there agreeing with me that you go Limitane, not Varangian. You said Biz can't beat Roos in late game. I said you can't beat them going Varangian. Pretty sure we've been over this. Limitane is the way you beat Roos in late game. Because they're a more effective tank against Streltsy. And then you mass Sofa behind it, or Lombos. I never said that Biz can't beat Roos late game. I mean, if there's a recording of it, go for it, but I'm pretty sure you're talking about the, was it Puppy Paw versus Dimmu game? Or Wham versus Dimmu? That was lost because, like, the reason he couldn't beat him is because this comp was wrong. Sova has more armor than Cataphract for less than half the gold cost and a faster speed. Yeah, Katas are kind of a weird one. They're a very hard unit to balance. So what do we call that one? There we go. Let's find another game to cast, though. Your game versus Tanker shows you how to... Who is Tanker, anyway? Are they that high rank of a player? 184th, not too bad. We might have a look at it. Let's see if we've got any live games for the time being. Hey! Sup, Knowledge Boy. Thank you very much for the Prime, buddy. Welcome to Swarm. Appreciate the support. Okay, let's have a look here. So, we've got any known players live? Rarash versus Hung, maybe? What is everyone up to? We should definitely have more peoples than this. Oh damn! Dragavan's overtaken Gully. Yeah, Gully, dude. What? Like, I mean, you can't get 100% H3 win rate now, but maybe you can get close. Is he playing FFAs? Yeah. Okay. FFAs, don't care. Normally FFAs is very snooze. Okay, sorry. Just had to send a message quick. Oh my god, it takes so long for free-for-alls to load for you to just leave the free-for-all. It's actually going to be quicker to just close my game. No cap. Like, force ending my game will be quicker than letting this load. That's wild. Dragavan Voldy show match? Damn, dude. You know what that show match is called? King of the North. Just got to get them back, both on the land, dude. That's how you do it. Assistant in the first lol? Huh? FFA is probably hard to cast. I mean, it's not hard. It's just boring. The early game is in 95% of free-for-alls kind of pointless because everyone just booms, right? That's the problem. It's not that free-for-alls are hard to cast. I just don't think they're... Due to the size of the map, actually, they're not entertaining. That's the problem. Alright. So let's quickly load this bad boy up. Who is Sexy Gazelle? What? What's that name? Elyona in game? Gully's in game? Who's Elyona? Wait, is it going to be Elyona versus Gully? That'd be pretty bog. Lunin. Who's Lunin? Someone from Germany. Ranked 183rd. We're still on 1v1s? Of course. I don't think we'll do free-for-alls today. I just don't think there'll be enough people, to be honest. Do you guys want a Delhi Byzantine game, or are you sick and tired of Delhi? Oh, all these people trying to inflate their ranks by playing Delhi. Oh, who's this guy? Oh, wait, it's Alyona. Second best player in all of France, Age of Empires 4. Going up against Lunin, who I believe is a German player ranked about 180th in the world right now in the Byzantines. Should be a pretty cool one as well. Byzantines versus Delhi is usually quite a spicy matchup at the moment. I feel like it's still being kind of dissected. I wouldn't say there's a clear dominant force here. I can see a way that both can take the dubs. What makes it interesting, though, is that we're on a map like Cliffside. I actually think that Cliffside is a fantastic map, in particular for the Byzantines. The reason is the short ramp. The short ramp is so valuable when you consider their openings. Going into either the Hippodrome or going into Grand Winery and then get your hands on Javs or Lombos. These are the type of units that fully exploit choke points and short routes to enemies' bases. So I think it's going to be very important for Alyona to set a pace early on here and not let go of that. So, actually, this is a live game, right? We could probably put predictions up. Let me have a look. So, who's going to win? Will it be pink or yellow? Keshik's kind of good versus Delhi. I don't think it's actually necessary. You're much better served going into Limitane and getting longbows or javelins. It stops all the other elements of the counters, right? Like, if you go Keshiks, then your opponent can actually just build into Ghazi archers, and then he beats you, because, like, you don't want to build archers yourself, right? I think Keshik contract is, like, very weird against Delhi, because it also strips your scalability. And I think, like, this matchup, you can look for a win early on, but your main goal is to reach castle. Hippo Keshiks? Nah, dog. I don't think that's necessary. Hippo, like, I think Hippodrome is terrible against Cav Civs. Not regular Cav... Dude, it's terrible against Cav Civs. You'll struggle to change my mind on this, because any good player will force you to activate Hippodrome and then walk away. Like, legitimately, the counter to Triumph play is walking away. It's actually insane how true and depressing that is. And what makes it more depressing is if you go Keshiks and I go Ghazi, you can't catch me. Because 10% movement speed is definitely going to let you catch. At least if you go Horseman versus Ghazi, you'll stab me on the retreat. But it's still not going to kill me. I've said this before, say it again. Like, Hippodrome is not good for the sake of Hippodrome. Hippodrome is good for the sake of what it allows you to do, which is it forces reactions and gives other options. But Hippodrome solely for the sake of Hippodrome is a much harder needle to thread. Grand Winery making a lot of sense. Looks like Lunin has gone in for the early Olive Grove build. This has been growing in popularity. You typically see someone adding in a second Olive Grove quite quickly afterwards. Very powerful, just because it, in general, at this early point, allows you to ensure essentially like a third group of mercs off your initial berry investment. And remember, you get immediate immense value out of this placement because it's going to be underneath the Grand Winery, which is going to generate additional olive oil. So normally, a farm will give you 20% olive oil, right? But by being in range of the Grand Winery, you add 60% on, which means you go up to 32%. You're almost doubling the olive oil you get out of your farms by using this. Another kind of crazy thing that still baffles me is the fact that building a landmark generates stone for you as well. As does the farms, right? I think the farms, I'm trying to remember what the amount is. I think it's like 12 or something like that. That's another reason why you see people doing this, because he's already got enough stone now to drop double system. And here we go. People want to know what the neutral mercs are, even though it's not going to happen. It's Magadan Desert Raiders. Jesus, it's a full feudal. It's Mustafadi and Camel. Camel would have been very interesting here, actually. Either one, just because you're going to get the debuff against Ghazi, but we're not going to see it in this game. It's a mixture of the fact that not many players do it, and the fact that you're on a map against Cav, so it's difficult to get in and get out, rather. You always have enough for the second system, even without the farm. Sure, but guess what I also have enough for now? Arislets. Also, it's just you get the third level of system. The point is the farms scale you into the stone. Like, I actually think that they probably shouldn't be getting stone from building farms. Or farms, like, to balance it out, maybe you just increase the cost of olive groves. It's weird because olive groves are by far now, like, the most valuable farm in the game. I feel like if I could choose between English farms for 37 wood or play Byzantines and pay 60 wood, I'd choose Byzantines. Especially considering the extra points of value I get out of going into Olive Oil like that, right? That's the thing that I think gets slapped on a lot about Olive Groves, is Olive Groves, same with berries, same with all these things. You're not getting one resource type, you're getting two. Think about the levels of flexibility that gives you. If I'm using like English farms or whatever, I'm just getting food, right? You're getting food and olive oil. And the crazy thing about food and olive oil is that allows you to make a complete comp with just a trickle of wood alongside it, right? Because as you can see, Luna's going to start building horsemen with the food. But then, for the mercs, they can now fill the rest of their gaps, right? They can go either lombos or javs to get a complete comp off of just gathering essentially one resource type. Santi on the way. Elyono should be going into what probably archers here would make a lot of sense, but the horsemen may make them think twice. Usually what you're expecting your opponent to do here is going to be javs plus Limitane. Luna's already taken a weird curve shot with that though. Horseman doesn't happen very often. There's only one player I've been seeing frequently do Horseman without Hippodrome, and that's Recon. So maybe Lunin saw them, saw something they like, and are looking to evolve that as well. It's definitely interesting to do up against the Delhi. This I'm less of a fan of. Western contract against the Delhi is a little bit difficult. The reason is that now coming out your base is much, much harder, right? If you went Javelins, it's much easier to come out your base and go back in. The upside of going longbows over Javs here is Javs tend to struggle when playing Byzantines against Delhi because Delhi scale archers so quickly and their archers attack quicker, right? So it's very easy to overwhelm Javs. Whereas Lombos can skirt the range. So I always say I prefer Lombos when you're just defending. So if Lunin chooses to just stay at home with the Lombos and raid with the Cav, this makes sense. If, however, they want to attack, that's where the Lombo choice starts to become more of a question mark. There we go. Level 2 system online. Hold on. What was that about having all that extra stone? You see what I mean, right? As someone highlighted, like A, you have to connect them. And then B, it's also the arrow slits on the front. It's just so smart here. Pretty underrated. Because you know that Delhi want to try and raid with the Ghazi, right? Like, if you're using Ghazi to just stand there, if you're not attacking anything, it feels terrible to build. All going up. That's really smart. This is a big reason why I like Delhi a lot on this map. Is controlling the short ramp is so easy peasy because most other civs will just have to come in and build a wall, right? With a villager. You don't have to do that. You have enough to connect them. It depends where you're trying to drop it, right? Like, I think, for example, if you want to say come out here and you didn't build the olive grove farms, you wouldn't have enough to walk out to the berries, right? They have just enough for level 2 system. What, straight up, what, are you saying after the grand winery being built? Is that what you're saying? I'd have to double check the math on that. There's a lot of things broken about the Byzantines, so that's just going to be one on a long list. But it wouldn't surprise me if that's true. Benfrey coming in. Is going to lose the scout though, so not a good feeling here. The upside is at least on Cliffside. You've already got an outpost now up on the shore ramp, so you should see any sort of flank raids coming. In fact, I love this build from Lunin. They went for border settlements. Border settlements is such a high value tech. It's insane because if you think about the build speed savings, you go from 15 seconds down to just a mere, what is it? I think it's 3 seconds, something like that to build. The reason that's so valuable is if you think about the savings over time, by the time you're at like 150 pop, 160 pop, the tech has paid for itself in terms of idle time saved on a villager building, right? On top of that, in the interim, you get this absurd level of range on vision. It makes it so hard now for Elyono to sneak up with Ghazi Raiders. Lombo Horseman trade out. Interesting choice to just stick on top of the Horseman instead of going straight for the Lombos. That's going to be switched up now, though. And Lunin may have just misread this. This was a mistake. They were trying to go Castle Age while attacking. Oh, wow. If Elyono reads this for what it is, he could catch him teching. And I think he is going to read it. Lombos in the retreat also have to be defended, which means the Horseman can't leave. And all of a sudden, Lunin has practically no army and needs to tech. Dude, that's such a mistake. Elyono knows it as well. Like, Lunan, all they had to do is stay close to the base, poke and prod, don't come out, right? Wall this. Just walk up and wall it. Instead, they chose to dive out to the Sacred Site for the decap, even though it's not a trip cap yet. They get the decap on the flanks, great, but now with Golden Horn Tower in the way, Elyono does have an opportunity to do some significant damage. He, however, does need to get a move on. Because although there were mistakes made by Lunan, the insanity of the Byzantines right now is that you get away with a lot of mistakes. A lot of civs would have made that choice against the Delhi, lost that army, and it's GG. For the Byzantines, their production rate is ludicrous. You can already see what he's aiming for as well, the correct call. Varangian will disintegrate the entire army. And the crazy thing about Varangian here is with just a level 2 Sistan, you're going to come out every, I think it's 18 seconds. So each Rax is almost producing 4 Varangian a minute. And he has 3 of them. This is what makes the Byzantines so absurd. Here we go, comes online, 18 seconds per. Food is going to be a little bit of an issue. Does need to move out on the backside at some point. I believe we're almost out of sheep here. Yeah, 6 sheep left over. That should be enough to get the initial Varangian together. Now the question is whether Elyono has enough archers to repel that. He's got Steeled Arrow already. Undermesh just got researched. If Lunan priorities going into Wedge Rivets, I actually think Elyono is going to struggle to do anything here. Actually, one mind about, you don't really need Wedge Rivets anyway, right? It's 6 damage, and I believe you should have enough armor on your Varangian to bring them down to 1, right? So instead, why waste gold on extra range tech when you can just get more Varangian? It's going to be a slight issue at the moment, but we're already seeing sneak out the deer. Ghazi count isn't exactly what I'd call scary. Only 6 of them in total. Elyono is now macroing up towards castle, but this is what makes Byzantines really scary in my eyes on this map. If they can't end the game in feudal, this Castle Age breach is scary because of how quickly it reaches your base. Think about all the times you watch Varangian spam rush an enemy in Castle Age on Dry Arabia. Think that on speed. They get there that much quicker. I'm just in my head going down the list of things that need to change with the Byzantines. I'm trying to think if there's another civ that gets vision so easily. Probably Rus. Rus is the only one that comes to mind. It's absurd the value you get out of border settlements. Like, there's no way that Elyono could strike on the flanks without being seen. That has to be so tilting. Rams at least going to move in. Start denting the defenses. Villagers are getting sniped down, though. Elyono has to ignore the Varangian, but might be worth it here. The eco lead that he's now building, but the fact he's going castle afterwards, this looks like the best case scenario, actually, for the Delhi. I mean, Varangian is going to break through, so he needs to tech up fast here. He's reinvesting some of the food to get more Ghazi out. Varangian count is only at 6 right now, but Compound of the Defender is now on the way. We might have a problem for Lunan. Varangian spam is quite powerful, but he isn't really getting the numbers together, right? Like, that idle time on the gold on the front side, I'm genuinely surprised he spent so long trying to gather just this gold and only now moved out to the back. In fact, I'm a little bit surprised there wasn't a priority of getting a Sistan that far out. I think it would have been worth it to just bridge further out instead of prioritizing, what, a wood line here? It's weird because had he dropped the Sistan back here, the eco buff that he would have got, he already had 14 villagers out here, he should have had closer to 20. That was half his economy that could have been buffed. And yet still, they're not being buffed. This is going to be a problem. Elyono, tech up now coming through. And I imagine we could be just looking at crossbows, lancers queued up straight away, right? Yep. Immediate tick of that box. Lunan with only 8 Varangian. This is not that scary number we were looking for. Elsewhere on the map, there should at least be some benefit, and that's Grand Winery with relics. The problem, though, is now with the Delhi being teched up, they can easily snatch as many relics away. In fact, Elyono's already working that. 3 relics now on the way home. Ooh. So Lunan needs to hit the economy. No textiles there means it is quite feasible. This is something that makes Varangian insanely scary. Is Varangian, if they see they don't have anything that's going to fight them back, activating Berserk, it's just free kills. You're farming for days. In fact, if he just stuck to his guns there, he would have found a lot of free kills. Instead, he splits off and goes to multiple locations. Elyono quick on the rotation. But Berserk gets activated over here. And while he's busy paying attention to the center, he's not noticing this. Final interaction is going to end, so we'll be able to pull away before it turns into an absolute massacre. But not a bad strike here for Lunin to start this off. Sacred Site in the center has been decapped. And it looks like we are heading towards a 2-3 relic split now. Still not a big fan of the lack of a third Cistern out here. But there's just so much extra economy of this being missed. It's not going to matter much longer as the deer runs out. But I'd love to see him at least extend in for the berries. The problem right now is unless you want to gather stone, the numbers simply aren't going to match up for you. Right, you need about 230 stone. About 215 actually for this. Alright, what do you think, guys? 2s if Delhi look better here, 1s if Byzantines. The crazy thing is I want to say Delhi looked better because I think Elyon has done a really good job on his timings and his attacks. But this is the crazy thing about the Byzantines. Despite the slip-ups, they still look really scary in this game. 16 Varangians, 16 Lombos. I mean, this is all raw premium. Meanwhile, on the other side, Elyona doesn't have much that's classed as premium here, right? You've got 3 Lancers, 9 Men-at-Arms. That's it. The rest is just a giant bog brush. Covered in crap and not worth much. Wait, where is Lunen's production? Something's not adding up here. He should have a lot more Varangian than this. Half his Varangian are missing. And I think he may have jumped the gun here and he realized it has to back away. That's perfect now. Ghazi Lancers chase this down and Lunin. I actually think we're past the point of return now. If you can break base then, Delhi are going to start to take over here. This is Compound Defender. We're already halfway towards Village Fortresses. Behind this, there's no second TC. There's no mass farming. I mean, this is actually painful to look at. Lunin has 11 farms. That is it. Oh my god. Points for criticism here. I think Lunin overextended in the center very early on. Had they just bided their time while they were getting their tech up, they would have fared a lot better at the beginning of Castle Age. And they would have been able to move out for food. That killed them in this game. And now, kind of feels like it's written in the stars, right? Like, Delhi are going to get into the keep spamming. They're already gathering on the stone now. This is going to probably keep drop down the center because at this stage, Lunin's army isn't really that scary for Elyona. I think, actually, Lunin needs to consider adding in some Lumitane. Varangian alone aren't going to carry this fight when there's Lancers, crossbows on the other side. The difficulty that I'm having with this is Lunin is struggling to get enough troops in position, right? This is exactly why I said a lot of players lean javelins instead of archers, by the way. Because when you go Lombos, your army is just inherently slow. Varangian are always going to slow you down, sure, but the javelins can mobilize a bit better. And it gives you a bit more in and out. Whereas every time we see Lunin walk here, they just get pushed back entirely, right? Like their army is too slow to reinforce. It's also another issue with placing your production this far back versus placing it here. It might seem like a nitpicky difference, but you're saving yourself like 8 to 10 seconds on units arriving. Oh yeah, no, now we're just raiding around the backside. Meanwhile, Lunin is going to mirror it. It will force some idle time, but fighting the villagers might be a lot more difficult. Oh man, Lancers, Lunin. Okay, so this is just turning into a multifaceted game. Like, who notices the raids and who doesn't? And I gotta say, Lunin is ducking up hard here. Because one Lancer is winning this game. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? He's not noticing because he's distracted by this raid. Oh my god, dude, that's it. That's too big now. That's GG. Lunin is 20 villagers behind. Wow. And he realizes just in time to get one survivor out to tell the tale. I remember it like it was yesterday. We just wanted to gather the berries. We said we might die, but that's the dangers of our task. And we'll... No, I'm not going down this route. The rambling old man can live, but everyone is dead. Oh, I can't believe that. Wow. I don't think I've seen one Lancer get that much value in a very long time. That's insane. Lunin has one punch, and if he doesn't find, I'm not going to say a knockout blow, but it basically needs to bring Elyona to his knees, then it's going to be over. He needs so much damage out of this. And the problem now is like 18 Varangian versus 15 men at arms with crossbows to support. Not really a scary fight for Elyon to have to take. I'd actually love to see Elyon to consider a Siege Workshop here because Lunen's comp relies heavily on Lombos to get him through now. Brutal game. And only likely to get more brutal here. Teardrop Shield's now on the way in from Lunen. That's the edge he's going to have. The problem is, while it's an edge in most matchups, it's only rebalancing this clash, right? Elyon already has his own buff. Tower of Victory gives the 20% attack speed increase, so you're attacking every 1.12. All that's going to do for Varangian is bring them on par. And at that point, when you consider the difference in health, it's fair to say that the trade is going to be more or less balanced 1-to-1. Race coming in on both sides. Now, the good news for Lunen is he doesn't have many villagers left, so it's harder to lose them, theoretically. The bad news is that means you can't replace this army when it gets hit like this. Varangian need to find their way around the crossbows. Unfortunately, going to be too slow on the archers. Okay, that was sick. I don't know if that was intentional, but Elyon diving towards the Lombos just drew the men-at-arms, the Varangian, away from the crossbow mass. So what that means is everything gets mopped up. And after this, it means the Lombos have no protection. I mean, that's it. There's no coming back now. It's a 26 villager lead. Your opponent now has military mass lead over you as well. I don't really see what Lunen's plan is anymore. Relic-wise, there's nothing left to gain there. They're not going 2TC either. Mass farms isn't really in the cards. He's sitting at 16. I mean, Elyon is already up to 20. And remember, these keeps are now producing villagers. So that eco lead is only going to get bigger. You know what makes me feel bad about Byzantines right now is I don't know whether I attribute this to Lunen being good as a player, trying to stay in this, or if it's just Byzantines being absurd. Right? I'd rather focus on the other side, which is Elyon played this very well. They waited for Lunen to overextend, then took a very good fight that manipulated the flow, and then after that they played flanks, understanding the Byzantine strong point in the game and the Delhi's weak point. He dodged the dangerous point in the game for him, and he forced Lunen to react, and that's why this looks so scrappy and messy now for the Byzantines. Because they missed the timing. When they were meant to scale Varangian and dive the center, they couldn't get that. And it's all because of the moves that the Delhi made. Both with the walls early on, and then the flank raids from the Lancers and the Ghazi. Oh, we might check that one out then, Philly. It'd be fun to see some more Byzantine games. I think we'll check live ladder first. I always love live games, just because I can't see the outcome. Whereas there's usually a risk that we'll glimpse something on recorded games. Keep drop now comments for Elyon, scaling even further. And we've finally got this on the way. God, I love this ability so much. Force March is insane. Ghazi Veterancy also coming in. Interesting to switch back into the Ghazi, but makes sense, right? You're either going Ghazi or going Mangoes. If you're going Ghazi, it's much harder for Lunen to immediately scale the counter of Limitane. If you go Mangoes, a few Springles can ruin it. And it's very hard to flank onto Springles when you're in choke point maps, right? I'm going to hit the speed up because we've hit a little bit of a lull. Springle will push the Mango away. And Lunen has a hard defense ahead, and the Mango is going to be sniped out, so that's definitely going to help him a lot. And arms line starts to clash. Lombos are being exposed, though. This is just a bad trade, man. Like, it's crossbows, men-at-arms versus Varangian Lombo. So what you're going to see is these men-at-arms dive onto the Lombos, trade them out, and then the crossbows come in for the cleanup. Yeah, and it's kind of crazy, because you got to remember, these guys are 20% better, right? The attack speed difference is huge here. This is basically crossbow stirrups. So it's going to be a hole for the time being for Lunen. It's actually... credit to him, man. I'm impressed the Varangian survived that long. You know the crazy thing is, this is really down to the insane production speed. I feel like any other Civ playing just 3 racks here would not have been able to hold that. But it's Byzantines. They are producing Varangian every 14 seconds. They are producing Lombos they can afford every 42 seconds. Absolutely bonkers Civ. This is still, at the end of the day, free TC, though. And I know some people are going to bring up the idea of going late games. Like, well, if we go to Imperial Age KP, the Byzantines win. Easy peasy. Honestly, I've converted. I actually think that the Delian Imperial Age is not weak at all. They're actually impressively strong. And it's because of this unit. This is the MVP. Ghazi are insane, and I think the thing that usually gets forgotten about Delian Imperial Age is when you go Imperial Age, you still now have a mobile network of castles buff everywhere, right? Courtesy of the Tower of Victory. Not many civs can brag that idea. Stone gathering now as Elyona's looking to keep spam even further. I mean, funnily enough, you could just keep drop every single sacred site and start the timer, right? And at that point, Lunin can't just keep defending to stay alive. He's going to have to come out. So where does Lunin's win condition lie in this matchup now? The idea of going Varangian and flank raiding isn't bad because your opponent has a lot of economy. But ultimately, that's treating a symptom, not the cause. He needs to start sieging the keeps. Love the Treb detail, but admittedly, this is a very slow way of doing this. Yeah, I've noticed a differing of opinions there, Bandara. Some players definitely like the Tower of the... not Tower of the Sultan. Palace of the Sultan, so they can get the gun elephants. I'm personally a bigger fan of the Eco Landmark. Getting 700 food income off that landmark in the late game is kind of nuts. And we've seen the effect of it. Mass Ghazi, mass Men-at-Arms is insane. I feel like this is a game where if Elyona goes into Imperial, he's going to go with the Elephant Landmark because he didn't get House of Learning. House of Learning makes a lot more sense with the food landmark. Because you want to actually lean into Men-at-Arms still, right? Because they get the +3 damage. Lunin now moving out for the dive. This castle is not going to die quickly though, and you do not have enough torchpower. I'm a little bit surprised Lunin's even attacking here. This is an expensive fight. Yeah, that... I'm kind of going to have to question the logic of that fight once you saw the keep going up. You know, you're never going to take down the castle that way. You're just going to lose a lot of your longbow mass and Varangian. So good trade for Elyona. And we are scaling those Ghazi numbers now. So the scary thing to me is like Ghazi, they're so insanely tanky, a small handful of these Limitane or even Varangian is just not going to scare him, right? This is the counter to the Lombos that he needed. Lunin now needs to prep Limitane. And they need it bad. In fact, Limitane makes sense for a lot of reasons now. Your opponent has gone crossbows and he's going Ghazi. This completely begs Limitane. The reason is that with this shield wall up, the crossbow's damage gets heavily reduced, right? Because it's all just in base. And then obviously against Ghazi, they can't fight you at all. Another reason why I rate Limitane really highly in these type of games, I actually think Varangian are only good when you're attacking. Limitane are good for both. The reason is that when you drop the shields with teardrop shields, you move so quickly. It's like 1.46 moves or something like that. It allows you to just mirror cavalry rotations very easily. Ghazi. I love the fact he's like, oh, I could kill the army, but I'd rather just build a bigger eco lead. Oh my god, dude. Lunin has lost so many villages, and they still don't have textiles. I'm so baffled by this. This is absurd. The first raid was enough justification to get textiles. The second raid should have been an obvious for tech. Now the third raid, and still no textiles. This is like, why would I buy insurance on the house if it's burnt down twice already? It's not going to happen a third time. Wait a second. I live next to a giant furnace. It's always going to happen. Yeah, there are so many questions to ask right now about this game. The fact that Lunin even remotely looks like he's still in this is kind of baffling as well, actually. Bigger army right now, but his economy is half the size. This is something I've noticed about this matchup that's really weird at this stage, is even when the Byzantine player's behind, because of their gathering rate and their production speed, there's still a window where they can beat you, because you're building keeps and spamming villages, right? Like, you're basically prepping for a late-game transition, but you're not quite there with the Delhi. And you're against a Civ that reaches an insane power spike in mid-castle. That's why this looks like a game that Lunan can still win. But I think Delusion is going to stop taking over soon. Darzi Archer's crossbows looking to fight against this. Springel's going to trade out on the backside of it, so all siege going down. And I don't really see a way in which Lunan should be able to easily replace this army. Then again, Byzantines are busted, so I guess we keep going. Oh, Civ is so dumb. I've got to stop casting Byzantine games, man. This thing is doing things to my brain. There's what game balance should be, and there's what the Civ does. And once again, like I said before, it makes me upset because I don't know if I should be praising Lunan or just criticizing the Civ's balance. It's a combo of both, right? Like, Lunan has to play it right. But it is absurd what he's able to do here. You called it since day one? So they weren't broken day one. They're broken day one of the buff. They have not been broken since the expansion launched. That's coming out. Surely this has to be end of the road. I mean, it's mass Lombos. The thing is, he's trading out the archers, which is deceptive on the numbers, but the Ghazi is what's going to be left over, right? Wrong. They're gone. But the Springled army, what is this? Like, this game is so absurd. He's like, oh, wow, Lombos? Me bigger Lombos! I don't know why he's running away either. He could just stand here and kill him. He's playing Age of Springled right now. This game is absurd. I honestly feel like Elyona's just memeing now. He's like, I'm so far ahead, I can just do anything. Let me build 1,000,000 siege weapons and then elephants as well. He's building literally the slowest moving army you could get. You know, Mango aside, this might be like one of the most trolly solutions to mass Lombos I've seen. To just mass Springles. And it's killing everything, right? Like, Varangans die really quickly as well. The lower HP meta arms, ranged armor only goes so far when you're being walloped for 32 per shot. If I was playing Byzantines and losing like this, I feel like I kind of want to uninstall the game. You know what would be for me? I get flashbacks to release Age of Empires, just remember the terrible Age of Springled meta, and I'd be like, nope, nope, I'm leaving the game. Forever. How is this game still going? I do think to an extent it's more Elyona not ending the game. I can't keep a straight face when I'm just watching Age of Springled play out again in 2024. Mango. Oh. Oh. Right in the hot potatoes. This is one of the most abnormal army comps I've seen from Delhi in a long time. Mass mangoes, mass Springleds, and now mass elephants. Oh, and he's had enough. Credit to Lunan for hanging in that long. I don't think I could have. That was one of the weirdest mid-late games I've seen from a Delhi player. I don't know if that's uploadable. It's borderline clowny what he just done to him. Let's see, what would I call that one? Oopsie. What the hell? That was such a weird game, man. I'm so bewildered by that game. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to upload that one. It's so weird. We've had some weird games today. Holy crap. Okay, what's the time? I think food is soon. Do we go off and come back? And cast some more games afterwards? Could do. I'm trying to think if I have some stuff to sort behind the scenes. Okay. Is Emma here? Is food almost ready? Points? No. I don't want to give points after that. Eliona was pink, right? Let me double check. My brain was fried, dude. My brain felt so fried after that game. That was such a weird game. Yes, he's pink. We're so used to having this calculated, orderly approach to a lot of the games we watch. That was odd. That was real odd. So, I believe food's gonna be ready soon. On his stream, he said, "Oops, I built too many springles." No, he didn't. That's the perfect number of springles. Just snipe out all of the, snipe out all the lombos. Oh, what a meme game! In a weird way, that was kind of incredible. In a very, very weird way. One of the weirdest ways I've seen in a while. The Age of Noob thing, Timmy were pretty clear with their marketing campaign. It's a crap plan. Yeah, of course it's a crap plan. I literally told them it was a crap plan. I gave them a better plan. And I done that for free. That's the type of thing I actually would charge someone to do for their marketing, like, and influencer marketing, like, schemes. I literally can and have charged someone to do that. I gave them the foundation of it for free. I literally just, I played consultant, like, I played consultant in one of the Discord channels for them. And they just ignored it. Agent Noob was scammed? I mean, it's like, they poorly communicated. Whether it's like a contractual breach is debatable, but like, did they act in bad faith? I'd say they did. That's how I'd describe that. We went over it already, all over it already. Words. I disagree. They were very clear. Well, they were, and then they said they were changing the plans, and then they basically didn't change the plans, right? That's how I view it, anyway. I clocked out over the opening. Like, the opening was terrible. They had 2 programs. Yes, but those programs, they said they were going to change them. So they basically done that thing that classically happens in gaming, where people don't ask for a contract before they do something, and then when someone doesn't do it, there's no contractual obligation. That's how I view what happened there. You can argue whether they were, like, they you know, did they scam him? No. Should they have even been, like, using that program in the first place? No. 100% no. That's the issue that I have with it. Okay. Someone is... So have we got... Oh, we've got the... I guess, like, while I eat, we can look at the Louis MT game. Louis MT versus Poppy Paw is really good. Yeah, like the... Oh, wait, Pretty Sage? I mean, sure. Like, did he say... I can't remember if his videos like said that he was scammed. I don't think it did, right? He never said he got scammed. It's pretty clear that it was outrageous the way like they treat him. Yeah. So like, I don't see the problem here. Like maybe people perceive it that way, but like it, like I said, it borderline felt like being scammed. I get where he's coming from that POV. Agent Noob hired marketing people? Huh? What are you about? Nani? No, he'd done like marketing for the game because he'd done a video on it to show it off. But the devs, for some bewildering reason, decided to hide payment behind a trivial and outdated subscriber count requirement. Which is why I didn't even bother making a video on it. Because even if I got it right, even if I got the thumbnail right, the details right, even if it went viral, I would have made no money from it. Because they're really, really, really bad marketing strat. There's clearly a misunderstanding, but I don't think that was on Timmy's part. I think part of it was. I still remember glimpsing in that chat where, I mean, dude, there's only so much we can say here because I don't know what's NDA'd. All I'll say is there was an understanding that things would be changed. That I'm pretty sure there was a literal message saying that they were reviewing the info. Now, you can argue a person should wait for that, but like, if they wait for it, they're not going to get any views. So it's like, it's kind of warped, right? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You got to be careful what you say, Farman. NDA. Like, I try to respect the NDAs. Some people don't, but I try to. That's why when I said about things earlier, I did not give specifics around numbers or whatever. I just said that their marketing plan was pretty bad. Okay. So, guys, I will be eating, but while I'm eating, I'm going to leave you a really cool game. This is LuMT versus Poppy Paw. Let's just say it's not your atypical Japanese game. You're in for a fun one. Is there anyone that can figure a way to make this underwhelming Civ good? Surely it has to be this guy, Poppy Paw, in the red on his David Kim account. He's going to be going up against a Goliath from Asia. This is, of course, LuMT playing as the Japanese. Yeah, pretty interesting matchup, actually, considering Order of the Dragon just isn't really getting picked in competitive whatsoever at practically any level. We rarely ever get to cast it. So I'm always excited when it comes out. To me, this is a Civ that kind of feels like it has some fundamental flaws that are hard to overcome. And I think it's more to do with, like, this Civ has a beautiful mid spot where they look really powerful in the mid game. But the escalation is weak because they have to spend so much just to get initial units out. And then the late game is so weak because they aren't pop efficient. They don't have enough units to spread the map. So every time I see Order of the Dragon, this is a Civ that I feel like has to make the correct first move, and then it needs to take control of the game quickly in the first 20 minutes. And that's tough, man. Like, imagine you're playing a Civ, and your opening move defines the outcome of the game. That's usually how it feels for a lot of these replays, where, you know, if you have the misread and you build 2 horsemen, but your opponent's already prepped spearmen, all right, GG. Like, you know, you are a mile behind at that stage. You've spent 480 resources. It feels like it's an absolute downer, because then when you say, okay, well, he built spears, I'm going to build archers, drop the archery range, all of a sudden you have to wait double the time almost to build these archers. So it's a tricky thing to balance, and I think a lot of players have been struggling to find that kind of rhythm consistently. And thus, if you can't find it consistently and you have to fall back on the late game, that's where this Civ looks like an absolute pile of stinking turd on a stick. So hopefully that will be resolved. I'm hoping like the devs can come up with some creative way. I know some players came up with kind of the obtuse idea of maybe we just increase the pop by 50 or something like that, which to me sets a weird precedent. Like, you've already got a Civ that functions very differently, and now you're talking about the idea of having it completely circumvent certain restrictions that exist in the game, such as population cap. It's definitely a tricky one to solve for. One thing I will say is Order of the Dragon kind of feels slick in free-for-alls right now, right? They've at least got a home there, because the cool thing about OOTD is their villages are so pop efficient that they are by far the best way to just boom up an insane amount of resources. Now, I don't want to have, like, I don't want I've told you that because I just realized what that means. That means you're all going to go to free-for-alls and spend 30 minutes in a corner. But if you're going to do that anyway, you might as well do it with the Durgans. Kura Storehouse on the way, though. And it looks like we did get a 1-1 scout start. So I was kind of curious if we'd start seeing Order of the Dragon in particular try and start doing 2 scout starts. The logic being is, while you can come out to pocket resources, in a lot of these matchups, your opponent can't. I think what might develop in this meta for the Dragons is that 2 scouts will become a bit more standardized. Simply because if your opponent has to come out of their base, your units can find easier impact, right? It's very difficult when you have to take your initial men-at-arms, your initial archer, your initial horseman, and dive a TC. Even more difficult with this Civ because it's such a strain on their economy. So I think, although we're not seeing it yet, it will be a development. It's one that we've already seen from HRE for differing reasons. For HRE, they do double scout because they need all that extra sheep. For Dragons, realistically, what you want to do is just take all these sheep off the map and then still head out into the deer and the boars, because you will get much better gathering rates there. But to make the at-home gathering rates better for Poppy Paw, he has actually gone for the Arkan Chapel. Honestly, I'm totally fine with this. I actually think that the Arkan Chapel is pretty decent right now. The thing you have to keep in mind is it says it's 15%, but it's actually higher because your overall calculation has been inflated, right? The villages, the Dragon villages, have a 28% increased gathering rate. That's the base rate. So they're 128% already, and then you're adding 15% onto 128%, right? So at that stage, you're getting a bigger yield than you would from the base of what HRE get. The problem is how you utilize this is a little bit more tricky. Considering that a big part of prolonged feudal play is to go into men-at-arms, it feels like you need mind work if you want to play that play, right? Because Golden Cuirass is so good. So I actually like Poppy Paw's approach here of just saying, okay, I want Arkin, I want my greed. That means I can't actually have men at arms in early phase. It doesn't make sense. So by going 2TC, you can allow for the Arkin, right? And look, this is going to be a balance point, I think, for a sticking point actually for quite a long time, where if you see people go mine work, it should be 1TC all in. And if they go for Arkin, it's going to be a more eco-focused, tech-driven game, which is a dangerous ball game to play with this Civ, by the way. Order of the Dragon aren't exactly what you call reasonable on... They don't exist on a level playing field in the late game, right? Like, if you end up in the late game, your opponent has 200 pop, you have 200 pop, you're both an imp, this Civ falls flat. Like, I would put them in the bottom 3 of all Civs. So, playing this kind of approach is dangerous in a lot of ways. One thing that comes to mind is, like, you are already guaranteeing you reach a later phase of the game. You're removing an opportunity to end the game quicker, right? But on top of that, the tricky part about this matchup is doing this choice against the Japanese gives them the freest castle age they could ever have, and it guarantees them control on relics. Now, that's very important here, because at the end of the day, even though this may be a different HRE, at its heart, one thing still remains absolutely true, and that's that these guys absolutely love relics. So keep an eye out for that. I think Louis, to me, this looks like possibly a 4, if not 5 relic game, especially with the short ramp being walled like this. It's just going to remove options for Puppy Pool. So the only realistic one he can play into is Horseman, right? Playing Horseman into Mounted Samurai is a death sentence. I don't care how chunky your boys are. They're not going to be able to compete with that. But considering that this is going to just be a little bit of greed on greed, we are going to hit the 2-timeser. I love the move out onto the berries. Anyone who's playing Japanese, if you're not doing this, especially in games where you're not being pressured, you're playing Japanese wrong. Tawara already makes this better than gathering from sheep. Once you have Takazaiku, you have absolutely no reason to be on sheep still instead of berries. Now, obviously, Louis still got some over here, but it's splitting the eco, right? After this, he's got double berry patch behind him. This is a glorious spawn for the Japanese. And oh, what? Nani? Yes? Yes. Oh, no. Is my brain thought right now. This is an interesting choice. Temple of Equality is an absolute train wreck of a landmark. It's a travesty. But the idea, the concept in this matchup is smart from Louis. I just realized this is the second time I've cast Louis on Cliffside, and both games he's gone for Temple of Equality. So this landmark really has next to no place. This is the one matchup where it has some sense. Remember, Temple of Equality, the way it works is you get your hands on the Buddhist monks, and the Buddhist monks can use the Sohai Sutra to reduce your opponent's base damage by 50%. Do you know who that's really effective against? People who have big base damage. Say a Civ that essentially has 2 units in 1, like the Dragons. This is actually the only matchup where this build makes even an iota of sense. But here's the problem. The reason that this build doesn't work, even against Order of the Dragon players quite often, is because of the way that Sohai Sutra gets cast. The issue is that these Buddhist monks all end up targeting the same unit to debuff them, more often than not. So you have to be micro-intensive on this to get value. Now, the good news is against Order of the Dragon, there's less things to get micro-intensive against. Another good news piece, actually, is the fact that because this is a Burgrave build on the other side coming out from Puppy Pool, he's going to be able to play for those relics quite freely. And also, this is kind of like added value logic, where if your opponent's just spamming out these men-at-arms early on, or whatever it's going to be, the Sohai Sutra, like, you're already getting your guaranteed lock-in in these fights, right? I think that this is the point in the game where, in a lot of ways, this plays to the advantage of the Japanese player. I think Puppy Pool done this intentionally in response to the Temple of Equality, though. Because if he went for Regnants, he wouldn't be able to get units out quick enough, because remember, Order of the Dragon take way too long. So you'd be churning out a knight every 42 seconds, right? And there's going to be a nice Buddhist monk waiting for each of those. So that was a pretty creative choice being made by Puppy Pool. The other intriguing part about this, the reason why Puppy Pool can afford to do this, he sacrificed potentially 5 extra relics if he got all 5 on the map, right? Realistically, you're never going to get 5. You have to realize, what did Louis sacrifice in return? Louis sacrificed potentially 6 discount relics. Discount relics as in the Yoroshiros. Because if you drop them in the Forge, you get 5 gold less than what you get from a relic, right? So realistically, doing this for Puppy Pool, it hasn't hurt his capability of remaining in this game. I actually think it's helped him. Because in a way, he stripped away more potential gold trickle for the Japanese player than vice versa. In return, he gets an opportunity to try and block these on the field. Fortunately, the problem right now is he's spreading the Spearman a bit too wide. This is exactly how you cannot play Spearman in general, but even Order the Dragon Spearman, because what happens is you can brace, and you'll deflect armor on one, but then the other one will clobber you down. Like, that is an absolutely horrific trade. Yeah, this is a perfect example of where Order the Dragon struggle. To me, I feel like the unit that is hardest to build past Feudal is Spearman. Because Spearman's biggest impact isn't just in their bonus damage, it's in the way that they can block and control opponents. The issue with that is that when you're playing against mass-mounted samurai, you struggle to actually have the same number, right? Like, it's kind of crazy. The only reason he's competing, by the way, is the Burgrave. Like, I'm giving him a lot of credit on the Burgrave because it's very important here. With Burgrave, it takes him 14 seconds to produce one of these guys. Meanwhile, the Mounted Samurai come out in 12 seconds from that Yorishiro. Yeah, pretty smart choice. But unfortunately, so far, he hasn't really been able to find any grasp from it. And sadly, this is looking like a 5-relic game. All right, fair to say things just got really tough. So how does Puppypaw now solve for this? He's going to have to attack. I don't think you can just choose to greed. If you try to go Imperial Age, I just think it's going to be way too much time given over for a Japanese player. The Japanese player, that, by the way, is going to TC on a delay. So, like, he won't fall behind on economy. And on top of that, he'll have this very nice transition to ramping up in food, right, with the daimyos into the mass farming. So I think the best way that Puppypaw can play this is to try and attack now before Louis gets fully online. Because not only is it going to be 5 relics, not only is it going to be an army of these annoying Buddhist monks, it's also going to be things like Odachi tech from Samurai. So, for example, if you keep spamming Spearman, the next logical drop is, well, it's 2 choices, actually. It can be either the racks for Samurai or the racks for Onibigisha. Either one destroys this army. I'd actually say Onibigisha are better, because obviously the Samurai, although they'll kill the Gilded Spearman quicker with Odachi, they'll die very quickly with the Crossbowmen. So I quite like the idea of just going into the ladies at this point. And that's kind of tricky for Puppypaw, right? Because the other thing that you get by going for the Onibigisha is mobility. And Puppypaw sucks for mobility. Pretty much every Order of the Dragon player sucks for mobility, right? Like, even when they go for Gilded Knights, I feel like I'm watching a slow-moving army. And part of that is the optical illusion of them being bigger. But the other reason is, like, they just have less units to flood wide with. So, really, Puppypaw's best chance here is taking the fight right down the center. And that's the beauty of this map, right? Is Cliffside puts you close to the enemy base. It's a map where I think dragons can be viable. Unfortunately, as soon as he's about to make his move, he's busy reacting. Pinchy coming in, though. Oh, great surround. Puppypaw. Well played. So he's going to take out a few of these Gilded Knights, these Samurais. So he gets free for his trouble. That was beautiful. And remember what we were just saying about how immobile this Civ is? That was impressive, man. Got to give the lad credit where credit is due. Now they're breaking the wall. There's Gilded Archers being queued up. Now, the Gilded Archers to me is an interesting detail. It shows you that Puppypaw has the same read we just identified. This should now be an Onibigisha transition. It's the most logical transition point for the Japanese player in this position. Instead, though, he's going to go for Siege. That's intriguing. Against Order of the Dragon as well, that's not just intriguing, but quite peculiar. I'm never that big of a fan of doing this against OOTD because you need an extra Mangonel, sometimes an extra 2, to have the same effect that you would against another army. Right? Because remember, the HP pools, these guys are just so much higher. The Gilded Crossbowmen, 140. Gilded Archers, 125. They'll go up to 140 as well, I think, with the Veterancy. So, you know, double Mangonel doesn't insta-kill. That's difficult. Because you could lose your entire army before the reload happens. So, yeah, kind of a tricky one here. He has, however, got the Buddhist monks. And, you know, this is the unweighed commodity in the army. Right? This is the thing that I'm looking for proof of concept. Does this work? Because the problem I'm seeing here is you've got 5 of these Buddhist monks, and there is an army that is 20 units big. How often are they going to overlap their cast Soai Sutra? And how little damage are you going to do because of it? I do really think Puppypaw needs to consider getting Springwheels, but the problem is he doesn't know about this yet, right? Like, you can actually see the Mangonels, I think they're held just out of range there. So Puppypaw could be walking into his death when you consider half his army is ranged and the other half doesn't move. And we're in the Rams. Binocultor was asking for this, by the way. I see you there. You want him to ram the monasteries? I mean, the problem with like, this is exactly why religious landmarks are kind of OP, by the way. Is like, if you want to get the relics off your opponent, whether it's HRE or the Dragon Japanese in these situations, you have to break a giant-ass 5k structure. Not a 2.1k structure, which would be a lot more reasonable. You actually have to take down something with over double the health. It's insanely difficult to take rams away in those situations. But look at this. We've got Zen on the way, so more gold trickle being generated. An ambitious move out. Louis will quickly back away, though. And you are seeing that correctly, guys. We've got Yuumi, which, in fairness, you're up against Spears, right? And the comical part is having Yuumi versus Gilded Archers. I feel like I watched this quite a long time ago, and you would be surprised by the result. Yuumi can actually win that fight. It's just overkill. The problem with Gilded Archers is they keep overkilling. They're even more likely to overkill than their counterparts, right? Now, like, at least compared to things like Lombos, they do better from an attack speed perspective, but speaking of that attack speed, it's going to put it to good use. Actually finds his opponent out in the berries. Nice little strike there, 5 villagers down. But this Yuumi detail is very peculiar. We just never see it. I think it's a pretty cool concept, though, as a body blocker as well. When the Spearmen charge in, not only are you going to counter them, you've also got this clump of units to stand in their way. That's his goal, right? If you went Onabagisha, that's awkward. Archers can clear you up quickly, and it's expensive. If you go for Samurai, crossbows will destroy you. So this is just a very cost-effective way of blocking when raids come in, hits come in with the mangoes. There's mangoes, they're going to reveal themselves. Puppy Paw. Looking at all those villagers. Oh, Louis playing with fire. He's trying to bait him. The problem is Puppy Paw knows about this, right? So he's going to back away just in time. And Springles are now being prepped and on the way. Ooh. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with Puppy Paw and our history of casting him, but I think I said over 2 years ago, actually, he's the best Mangonel dodger in the entire game. I still stand by that statement to this day. This kid is on another level when it comes to dodging those attacks. Even when you compare him to the absolute best in the game, I don't think I've ever seen someone so on point with evading siege. So looks like it's going to be a backup and a reset here. In fairness, Puppy Paw is in a really good position right now. Despite the 5 relic issue, what you have to keep in mind is he's right now sitting 13 villages ahead as the Order of the Dragon. Their villages are better, right? That's a very important detail to identify. What does worry me is if you can't break the base soon. To me, you're reaching your power spike, because if this has to now go into Imperial Age, you're an Order of the Dragon player without gold trickle. You haven't got any relics, right? That's problematic because in Plus, the comp involves gilded hand cannons. And those cost 240 gold a pop each. So very difficult to maintain that when you haven't got the power regnants behind you. In fact, I feel like anytime I see Burgrave, if it has to go into Imperial Age, I already hate the build. And look at that Sohai Sutra, man. It's insane. -8. Like, tell me how else you get this type of debuff. Camels can't do that to cavalry. So freaking powerful. Now, remember, one awkward thing with Sohai Sutra is that I don't think they ever changed it to affect bonus damage, if I'm correct here. Oh, wait, they did? Big Pog! Okay, that's sick then. I wasn't sure if they ever made that change, so I remember highlighting it with a dev a long time ago. I'm glad that's in. So that's very important here, guys, because that means these Spearmen actually don't hard counter the amount Samurai did. It means that, you know, let's say you want to now go into Foot Samurai, and you're up against Gilded Crossbowmen. That's a lot of damage reduction. Gilded Crossbowmen are going to go down 8 damage, and then they're going to lose 9 damage on their heavy. I think they should add total resources and income to see who instantly has more. The problem with that is you're introducing more numbers to a screen, which can become more and more overwhelming. I think it would have to be here, and you'd be switching over to it. That would be how you like portray it. You don't need more numbers on screen in general. You need ways of accessing more information without it being forced. By the way, talk about forcing the matter. Louis just went Imperial. What? Well, actually, credit to him. Oh my god, he went Castle the Crow. That is sick. That is the only way you would be able to get Imperial Age in this situation. You would die. Like, if he had gone for the Tanegashima Gunsmith, dead. Instantly dead. What a sick play. And now look at the response. Elsbeth Palace on the way next to a keep. Poppy Paw says, okay, you may be first, but I'm not going to be far behind. And not just that, I'm here now to stay. Why can he go Elsbeth? Because he's already at 86 pop. He doesn't really need much more than this. It's a very smart read by Poppy Paw. On top of that, just the power of Elsbeth here with the influence means none of your defenses are going to be falling. This is a really smart play. And now, all of a sudden, you have this awkward situation where you can see the plan was to go into hand cannon Ashigarus for Louis. Wouldn't that have been nice to have had a gunsmith for? He didn't really have a choice though, and oh, what a sneak. You saw that correctly. From that distance, guys, you get 2k resources. Never underestimate the power of this landmark. I legit think people sleep on this. Tanegashima Gunsmith should not be your default go-to. Castle the Crow can do some incredible things. A little bit of a push in here. The problem right now for Poppy Paw is, like, if I'm not mistaken, I think even torch damage gets reduced, right? Yeah, it's kind of incredible, right? Like, Sohai Sutra, I think, would be quite, almost, like, seemingly busted if it wasn't for the fact that the Buddhist monks regularly cast on the same thing. Because the reductions in bonus damage, in torch damage, and base damage, like, that's what makes it phenomenal. Compare that to other auras where you get a damage reduct, for example, Camelonese. Camelonese is 20%, right? It's 20% of base. So if you Sohai Sutra a crossbowman, and they're attacking like a samurai in return, you actually haven't reduced their damage by 50% if it acted the way as Unease does. You would have reduced it by 25%. That's the beautiful thing about Sohai Sutra. I do think if they ever fix the AI's behavior so they don't overlap their casts, we're going to see a lot more of this landmark. I don't like that the Sacred Sites haven't been locked in by Poppy Paw. That to me feels like a critical error here. If both these civs go into the hyper late game, I actually favor the Japanese. I think Ona Bagisha spam, hand cannoneers, like, these are things that you can match your opponent with. Because you have to remember with hand cannoneers, you just get Yumi, and you get an extra +5 damage, right? And then you get gunpowder on top of it. So although it's not quite the level of Gilded Hand Cannoneers, we already mentioned that he's the one with 5 relics. He's also the one generating gold off the fact that these Buddhist monks even exist. He can afford it. Poppy Paw cannot. He cannot afford to wait. He needs to move in. Springles are trading out. Double Mango means he has to retreat, though. Kind of tricky in this situation, right? Like, Poppy Paw, these choke points are his enemy, and we talked about this earlier, this idea that the archers are actually a smart play. I still stand by that. It's sick because right now, for Louis, the archers are functioning as his front line, and the hand cannoneers are the back line, right? Like, you have to look at this differently. It's almost like you just got to imagine these guys with shields. Now, they're not very tanky, but they're incredibly cost efficient. So what's Poppy Paw's break-in here? Well, for one, yeah, I was about to say, you need Culverins. I'm kind of surprised he didn't have Culverins before. That felt like a bit of a mistake. It's such a powerful tool. Culverins are just better than Springles now, right? After they made the changes, you have to remember that Culverins are more pop efficient, rather. And that's incredibly important, by the way, on a civ like Order of the Dragon, considering you have pop issues around military. So the fact that he was just wielding Springles instead was a bit of a mistake there. I think he would have fared better in that dive as well had he waited for the Culverins. Now, let's look at the upsides for Poppy Paw. Louis has absolutely atrocious food income. He has not maxed out a Daimyo. He's still waiting for the Shogunate here. To be honest, even if he Shogunated, this would feel ugly because half of his base is just inaccessible, right? Castle the Crow, Kura Storehouse, and then front side of your base. For the time being, he does at least have the deer packs over here. He's got the board to work with, but I'm a little bit worried that the issue Poppy Paw has is right now he's not dying because Louis doesn't have food. So if Louis is holding on against you with practically no food, what happens when he gets that full farm transition up? To me, this is a situation where an Order of the Dragon player absolutely can't wait around any longer. You pretty much reached the apex of your power. You need to push, and you need to kill. Nice little freebie there. More Siege Workshops coming in behind. So Trip Siege Workshop set up. What have we got with the Yoroshiros as well? Oh wait, my brain. Okay, that should say everything it needs to about Temple of Equality. That I was immediately like, where have we dropped the Yoroshiros? We never see this landmark, ever. Pushing the choke point. Remember, these temples are debuffing right now. They're debuffing units in range. Yuumi gets down the ground. Ashigaru as well. Nice Mango hits the backside. It pushes the ranged army away. And just like that, the Yuumi hold on. There's so many question marks about this game. Sohai Sutra, Yuumi against Order the Dragon. You wouldn't believe me if I told you this game happened until you saw it with your own eyes. And credit to him, like the reason this is so smart is what did we just say Louis' issue is? It's food. Yuumi don't cost much food. This is a very cost-efficient way of holding your base. Over half the cost of a Yuumi is in wood. Cliffside has a lot of wood. You're not running out of that anytime soon. Walls now going up, castles as well. Treb's last round is siege in, but you just see how absurd this influence is. 33% damage reduction is insane. And yes, the monks do generate the gold. Remember, it's 25 gold a minute. Mark my words, like in its current state, this is the only matchup where you would do this for sure. But you just see how powerful it could be. The other thing I'm a little bit surprised about, like people are going to get better at doing this. I really wish that Louis was doing it. He has not been using the Nehan conversion. So you see those stats there? That's huge. You get 25% more movement speed and 20% more damage for 20 seconds. That's the mistake I'd highlight for Louis. He's standing here fighting literally next to the relics with the monks right here. Pick up a relic, wall low, get that buff on your entire army, and then watch the numbers skyrocket. 20% increase on 40 damage, you're going to be up at 48. Imagine with Gunpowder, you're over 55, right? You actually eclipse what a Gilded Hand Cannoneer could do in DPS. So yeah, I think like that, it's something very difficult to remember as well in fairness to him. Because no one's really using Temple of Equality, and I don't think I've yet to see a single person use the Nehan conversion in a meaningful way. But this is the place, right? When you're fighting literally right on the temple, there's no better time for it. Treb count is soon to go up to 5 here. Another cool thing about this wall, like the reason, if you're wondering why did Louis set this up, classic counter to anti-siege. Trebs can shoot over walls. Bombards, Culverins, Spring Walls, they cannot. So that's a really smart read. It means he can escalate this count, and he can move all the way up to here. So he can start trebbing the L's back, but the Culverins still won't be able to snipe it. That's a really cool read. Game has kind of grinded to a halt, though. And Puppy Paw, the worrisome thing for me is, if you want to take this type of position, where you're trying to restrict the map, starve the map, you actually have to starve the map. You can't let Louis come out on the flanks like this and get 12k gold on this area, an extra stone. You can't let him go on the right side that eventually as well. Like, these are the issues I'm taking with like Puppy Paw's approach, and this is fundamentally an issue with Order of the Dragon. Because of that lack of pop efficiency, they don't really have the amount of units they need to spread the map. Mangoes. Oh, that's a smart play. Puppy Paw going in for the snipe. Trebs can back away though. You can already see actually that Louis is trying to sneak around the flank and now going with the Springles. Difficult to do though. Interesting with Wei. Is he gonna go on the walls? I think he is. Oh, that's cheeky. I mean, you get the Yuumi up on the walls, right? You outrange everything here but the Culverins. The other possibility is he's planning to hold Springles here and then peek and shoot and peek and shoot. But that's very risky because like right now he gets shot the other way, right? It's a pretty dangerous game he's playing. Like that, exactly, yeah. Yeah, so now I'm confused about the gate. Like the gate made sense if you wanted to put your ranged units on the wall. Now it makes absolutely no sense. Wow. These Culverins are getting obnoxiously close though. The army tactics now in the way. I think Puppy Paw, like we're reaching a point where you have to go soon, but what worries me is he hasn't got much in reserve. He's been waiting on these tech upgrades, but they're still not here. I think that is a critical blunder as well. Specialized picks only coming in now 30 minutes into a game. When you're playing a gold intensive, that's insane. Like the difference there could have been, if you got it on time, we're sitting on an extra 3k reserve of gold this deep in the game. I'm pretty sure if you lock the gate, it can still be shot through. Someone can confirm that for me, but like, as far as I'm aware, from what I've always seen anyway, as soon as a gate is built, you can shoot through. Colves. Just getting a little bit of tickling, but now we're on the walls like I was hoping for, right? And now you're seeing him creep over the left side here with the wall up, so the Trebs are safe from Corvs. TC's taking a lot of damage though. This is starting to add up. Dive's going to come in now on the right side. Puppy Paw seeing an opportunity to flank. Problem is with that Castle of the Crow, it's difficult. It's a death sentence going underneath it, even for the chunky boys. And the castle on the right side guarantees they can't do anything. Yeah, that was an underwhelming charge in. All right, hear me out. The way you actually play Order the Dragon in this matchup, when you see they have Sohai Sutra, you just build all siege. It kind of makes sense, right? Like, he's struggling right now because of the fact that he just doesn't have enough troops. That by the time they actually reach the enemy, they've all been debuffed for 50%. That's painful, man. Like, and that, you have to realize what Louis doing to Puppy Paw's army. By using Sohai Sutra, he's essentially turning all of these units into regular versions. But you're still paying twice, and you're still taking up twice the pop. That is brutal. Puppy Paw. This is going to be able to raid the goals. This is a big deal. The problem right now is I actually think in some ways this will help Louis because he actually needs more military to push out. TC did go down, right? So replacing those losses is also going to be expensive. This is oppressive, man. You are vile. Just HRE and Order the Dragon players in late game are vile for this very reason. 1,000,001 outposts just with cannon emplacements coming in. Not a fan of these farms from Louis. He really needs to just upgrade the daimyo effect and just surround it. Like, delete some of these houses, delete these lumber camps, use this area. It's kind of painful to see a Japanese player playing farms away from the TC entirely. Oh my god, dude. Have these Trebs killed a single tower? I don't think they have. Oh my god. He's sick and tired of it. Remember what he said about taking resources away from the flanks? Well, I don't think he even walled off the flanks properly. He only set up the wood walls. This is a disgusting raid opportunity right now, guys. You have to realize that Puppy Paw isn't floating a lot of gold. His food is great, but everything else is struggling here. So this idea to go on the flanks to force a reaction elsewhere. What he's saying is, okay, Puppy Paw, I can see you've got a big siege army. You've got 60 siege right now. What happens when I go on the flank? How do you counter me? And yeah, you did just hit me correctly. We're at 66 pop into siege. CG Cutie doesn't know this level of siege. This is something only Puppy has. Horseman and a big issue moving in. But they just instantly die before they can take out anything that matters here. Oh my god. Flank attack is coming in though. Now this is the problem, Puppy Paw. Great job on building this army up, but when you break it down, what do you have to break buildings quickly? You didn't go bombards here, you went Trebs. Oh my god. Raid comes in. Into the farmlands. Puppy Paw did rush up the keep on the backside, but that's going to be idle time achieved. Now the interesting part is this is not going to kill Puppy Paw straight away. The food is not what matters. What Louis needs to do with these raids is find the gold. This is an insane game. I can't believe this, man. And here's the thing, guys. Sohai Sutra made him do this. Sohai Sutra forced this weird comp from Puppy Paw. Because here's the thing. You can't Sohai Sutra a siege, and you can't Sohai Sutra outposts. So they're the only things he's left with to remain damage efficient. God damn. What a crazy game. However, there's a danger now, and here it comes. It's the Horseman on Nagisha. The amount of siege that can be going down here. Puppy Paw may have went a bit too deep into the siege workshop. That's 20 pop and siege gone already. He's been halved. He's going to be able to retreat with the remainder, but what a hit straight away for Louis. And the difference here is written in the gold. How do you re-afford this? How do you reboom after losing that much siege? Puppy Paw just getting raided on the flanks. The problem I'm seeing now is like what gold is really left, right? There's one over here. There's none over here. Louis has so much gold left over to work with, and even if he didn't, the monks could just give him a little sliver alongside the relics. Speaking of those relics, there is going to be a rebuild. There's going to be a new temple coming up to pull those back to. What an insane game.
I can't believe it. Puppy Paw. He just needed, what, maybe a handful of spears there. And stonewalls. Like, that's the other part. If he just stonewalled this right side, he never would have got distracted at home. He's learning the hard way that this Civ, I mean, it functions in a lot of ways like China in the late game, this unlimited pump of fast-moving units. If you don't wall yourself off appropriately, you invite chaos. And it's even worse against the Japanese compared to the Chinese, because the Japanese, with their elite army tactics, they get more torch damage as well. Brian feels like it's on the wall now. Onagigisha are just going to march in, and I mean, the hand cannon is, they stand here, they're just going to get minced. Looks like there's a few men-at-arms in the mixes, that's good. So High Sutra incoming, baby. Lou's like, I don't need these anymore, I think you're dead. Just kill them. Look at the raids, though, I can't believe this. Everything's being shut off. Puppy Paw is now down to 39 eco. And the last of it is about to get found on the left side. This is game. There's no coming back from this now. Puppy Paw has drained his reserves. He's got 2k food left over. He can't get through the landmarks quick enough. There's still the Kura Storehouse and a Castle of the Crow, as well as the Equality to down before he get the GG. Now, if you're wondering why hasn't Louis repaired this, it's 13k HP. You're not repairing in a rush. And it's the first thing to always get attacked. But everything else is safe. Puppy Paw most definitely is not. You can see him migrate now into the south side, onto that gold vein likely. But that just puts you closer to the enemy's firing range, right? And at this point, I'm struggling to see how Puppy Paw has more than one fight in him. If this army fails to kill, he's dead. Onagigisha, Horseman going in again, looking for more siege. I mean, funnily enough, if you just run onto the back of it, Onagigisha shreds siege. It's insane. Like, in terms of cost efficiency to kill, Onagigisha, for the damage output, are like one of the best options you have. Pull credit to him. It's at least gone back up to 44 villages, but the problem now is, like, where do you gather resources from, right? He's running out of any safe haven to hide in here. And you can see by the map, it's the classical issue with Order the Dragon in the late game. Where do you go? How do you spread? You can't. You need that condensed fight. And Louis has been doing everything he can to avoid it. And I can't believe this. 11 Springles. Do you think you have enough? Let's find out. The amount of siege in this game is insane. Now, let's look at the plus side, the positives for Puppy Paw. He's about to have potentially his best opportunity to end the game because he's down to 46 eco. How does that give you the best chance, KP? Well, it's all that population and where you can drive it. This is going to put him 150 pop into military. This is going to be the strongest army you have to push with. He's also queued up a bunch of men-at-arms, archers behind it, right? So he has reserves, but like, it's a one-pump chumper, right? Like, if you fail to do enough damage, if you lose the army, if it gets wiped once, there is no reboot. Louis, of course, is in a position where he can't fight it directly. The problem is, Puppy Paw, like, he sees this siege, and it's the thing that's making him hesitant. It surprises me because I feel like you should just be able to dive in. The issue for him, though, is he's mass-gilded archers. So he doesn't really have many things to immediately take out all the siege in the back. The problem is, right now, like, a handful of men-at-arms plus gilded archers, it's just begging for mass horsemen and a Onagigisha. The 8 mangonel count as well, dude, this is insane. I can't believe this game has turned into CGQ on one side and then CGQ in the other. What the This is by far one of the wildest games I think I'm going to see in a long time. You just don't see these siege numbers anymore. It's kind of crazy to think if Puppy Paw just walled himself off properly, how the game could look for him right now. No, Puppy's villages were deleted by the raids. This is all the work of those raids early from Louis. Oi, 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 man.
Remember, this is also the point in the game that Louis is most comfortable with. This guy thrives on, loves the late game. We're deep in it now. And 8 mangonels. I mean, I said you need more mangoes to kill Yuumi. Yeah, 8 will do it, guys. With adjustable crossbars, right? So they will Gatlin it all down. Another tricky part I'm seeing for Poppypaw is we're still in a situation now, this deep in the game, 40 minutes in, where he's not built a single bombard. He needs this to break the keep. Like, he can't get through here at all. If he dives this keep, he dies basically just static defenses. It doesn't even matter about the rest of the army. He'll just get evaporated. I think that this is kind of already chalked at this point for Poppypaw. You can see he's scrambling to try and find an in. But I don't know what in's going to be good enough at this stage. You know, there's 6k gold reserves for the Japanese here. Food income is spread quite wide, right, across the back and towards the center. So you don't have an ability to move somewhere and shut it all down. Not like, for example, on the other side, when that raid came in and eventually had this knock-on effect on the food, where all the food was in one location. Goes. Ah, don't you? Have you missed this, guys? Oh, these were the days. I'm trying to figure out what Poppypaw's win condition is here now. I mean, this is borderline delusional. Chemistry, like, it's not for the hand cannons, it's for the culverins, but even that's delusional. You're not getting more than this. Chem coming on the other side, the difference is genuinely, if you want to win this game now as the Japanese, you can easily just transition into mass Ashigaru. Raid on the backside is an absolute massacre. A bunch of villagers just getting sniped down here. And Poppypaw is still looking for that critical hit, that knockout blow. The problem is you can see just by the minimap, all the eco that remains for Louis is on the left side of the map. This is the worst possible position to come. On top of that, Poppypaw, like, dude, I mean, bring some torches or don't even bother. Oh, man. See, if you were to watch this without any names attached to it, you'd be, like, tempted to call Poppypaw a noob, right? Be like, why is this guy running around chasing after that? Like, the reason I'm highlighting that is not to say Poppypaw is a noob, but it's to highlight the fact that this is all because of what Louis is doing. Louis is making Poppypaw look discombobulated. He's making him look worthless in this game because despite all this mass that Poppypaw's had at different stages, Louis has never let him use it. Not to its full extent. He's always seen it and gone, okay, I'm going to go round, right? Oh no, you've got a really strong line there. You've Magano-lined me. It's time to blitzkrieg. Let's go through the next country across to the right side, the left side. This has been the reason why Louis has peeled him apart. This is the reason why Louis can have such little in military comparatively and yet looks so much stronger. This is exactly why Louis is able to threaten players like Beastie who thrive on this drained late game so well, because it's what he's doing. He's peeling the map, he's slowing his opponent down, he's taking more eco away, he's holding reserves so that eventually, after his opponent has nothing left, he can just reboom up to max military and then break him. Keep going up on the left side here. Some villagers going to be taken down, but this castle is not going to be killable. And any losses at this point are expensive for Poppypaw. I think he's on the last gold vein now. Yeah, 200 and gone. And then there's nothing. So you now have to set up trade, or you have no gold source for the rest of the game. Ah, interesting that Killjadi would mention the men-at-arms are unanswered. I have your answer right here, son. And it's a strong one. Louis was already prepping for it. He's got Adachi Tech already. Elite stats is coming through. He's up to 20 the Samurai. If he matches the count, it's going to be quite the walloping. Also, keep in mind those men-at-arms are going to get hit by 8 mangonels on the walk-in. Right? That is going to happen. It's almost impossible to dodge all those shots. Dive comes in. Mangonels! Woo! Poppypaw. As soon as I say it's impossible, he says, watch this. Dive on the backside. Only a few are going to make their way around, though. The Mangonels might be able to protect themselves.
Warp's coming out. Samurai looking to clear it up. Frontline is not holding though. It's going to be a flood through. Poppy Paw now needs to dive the strongest defense. I think that might be the problem here. Samurai count at 27 scaling, about to surpass the Men-at-Arms count. And Poppy Paw, this is the problem. The Sohai Sutra debuff behind him. The Castle of Crow in front of him. It's too much to break through. And that may just be it. Look at the immediate queue up. 12 more Buddhist monks. They're a peaceful people, but when you come for war, they make sure you're disarmed. These Men-at-Arms attacked like kittens in that fight. And the Mango's barely felt the brunt of it. You can see he's already scaled back up to 8, about to be double-digit Mango. And the difference now is, sure, you got 1.3k gold because you snatched away from your opponent, but this is a limited lifespan compared to a permanent push of Masked Samurai. And the idea of trading in this is not feasible for Poppy Paw. He can't trade if he can't defend his flanks. He's failed to defend his flanks for the last 10 plus minutes. How's that suddenly going to change? Mount Samurai pulling back, baiting them in. The Mango shots again. And even with Poppy Paw's Neo-like reactions, his reflexes, even he has his limitations. This is starting to look more and more impossible as the seconds go on. You can now see the Villager pull. Love this. Just to guarantee there's no trade coming in down the line. This is now Louis looking to cut that away. Poppy Paw, of course, hasn't set up for that anyway. If you want to do a trade transition, it would be the slowest thing in the world. We need another hour in this game to really feel like it was online. But you see how that broke the bank. That reboom into Men-at-Arms instantly drains everything. Lanceneck now his last hope. Lanceneck's difficult against Elite Samurai because of the Adachi tech. They kind of just melt you very quickly. And this is a glass cannon-y type unit up against Mangoes, and he realizes there's no point. Elsback crumbles, and with it, his hopes of winning this dashed. Louis MT just showed us that the Temple of Equality might be the Temple of Imba.
Wow. Dude. All I'm going to say, it's not the only time Louis is cooking with that thing. So keep an eye out on the YouTube side. There should be more of those type of videos coming. Guys, absolutely ludicrous right now. But yes, welcome back. Hopefully you enjoyed that one. It's time to get more live action going. So let me quickly spin up the game. And we might even find some live replays if we're lucky. It's the most siege count you've seen. I mean, it was pretty absurd. What did it get up to? I'm trying to remember now. Didn't it get to like 60 at one point? It was ludicrous. The irony is just like he allowed Poppy Paw to do it first. He's like, oh, this is really cool. Let's do it too. Where are your points? You don't get points. Dude, the points are already given out. What are you on about? Philly, like, Jesus Christ, do you live in a county where marijuana is legal? I'm starting to think you do. You got your points. After winning? We said that Pink won, right? Pink was Delhi. So we already paid out. Yellow was Byzantines. Pink won. Temple against OOTD. I mean, don't you just love it when you can counter pick civs? He mentioned weed. Alyona won. Yeah, Alyona was pink, right? Also, let's double check. Where is it? Sorry, cliffside. Alyona is pink. I paid out pink. You can't hide behind colorblind here. Actually, you could, but that's your problem. Yeah, I don't know what you're on about, Philly, dude. We literally, like, we paid out. You vote pink? Oh, I mean, dude, I literally have it here on my thing. I chose pink as the winner. The prediction was done. Rasselbach and Fatplop got paid out. You're not on there. I think you misclicked, mate. Yeah, dude. Like, you're tooting and zooting, mate. You're in the right county to get high, clearly. I think what we have here is the failure to click. Honestly, at this point, I don't even know why I bother clicking on Anatan. Wait, Anatan versus Viper X? I've never been so tempted to watch a free-for-all. We're still not going to. Oh, it keeps so funny after eating. Really funny, actually. This is where Philly realizes that he plebbed. This is the $50 tourney? Wait, what? There's a $50 tourney going on right now? Huh? Do you watch this? Do we? What do you want, 1v1s or do you want this, guys? I mean, it's tournament play. It's weird tournament play, but it's tournament play. Right? Tanker game? The problem is, I've got a feeling you're sending me towards an hour-plus long game. Which is pain. This isn't a tournament, dude. Wait, no, it must be, because it's 2v2v2v2, right? Is this worth watching? I mean, it's free-for-alls. It's free-for-alls on normal-sized maps, which is kind of dog water. In my opinion, anyway. Let me investigate. Okay, thank you, Osen. I think what we'll do, in the meantime... Who's Elyona against? Elyona versus Sassy. Or, there wasn't there a Numidan game? I think so. There's Krakeny versus Numidan. I want more live games, goddammit. I prefer live games. Found it. Okay. What did I eat? Cheap pizza and cheap chips. Depressing life. Some sort of barbecue chicken pizza with like onions and peppers on top. But you know when it's depressingly cheap and you can tell as you eat it? You're pretty much just eating it because you can taste barbecue sauce. That's where I'm at. Hard life, man. That sounds good. It wasn't that good. It's a pretty crap pizza. Okay, who have we got here? I want live games, man. If you need entertainment tanker, chat, what do you think? Do we do Philly's game? Philly's very long game? I just glanced the length of it. Oh my god. It's so lengthy, it's like the guy she tells me not to worry about, that this is kind of absurd. Jesus. I don't want to say exactly because I don't want to ruin it. Saying it's lengthy is one thing, telling you when it's going to end is another. It's pretty schlong. That's too much. Do we watch it? The problem with games that go this long is unless it's insanely intense from start to finish, people are going to clock out. At least definitely on the YouTube side later. So the real question, Philly, is it actually non-stop intense? Or is this just a shitty boom game? Right? That's kind of what I'm wondering. About 30 minutes. Yeah, that's what I've been finding recently. Like, I mean, you can sometimes find the games. I think it's just, like, tough to find them when you glance the clock. And you already know that you're in for the long haul. This is why I want a hidden feature, so I don't know what's going to, like, you know, happen. I just get in and I cast, right? That's such a nice feeling. So let's have a quick look. Well, we got Beastie as an option. I don't know who Eminem is. Buzz Blaze. We don't really cast Beastie live, do we? I could. Oh, Wallo's at it again against Lunan. It's not a boom game. Chat, do we watch it? Ones if we watch it. Twos if we watch the Beastie game. You see the Red Bull announcement, how A4 did not feature? Yeah, I've seen it. 1 and 2, watch both. Jesus Christ. What? This will probably be an hour-long game, then that'll be an hour-long game. That was a painful video. Yeah, I've already been over it in detail. They need to have a thingy tournament. Alright, are we doing the Philly game? We're trusting Philly. If you lie, we ban him. Jesus. Alright, the pressure just mounted. Wait, it's not a thingy game, is it? Okay, so I don't think it was a high view game. If it's a high view game, I'm cringing out really hard. I think it was it a Gorge game? It's a Gorge game. Alright. At the risk of regretting this, we'll do it. If I immediately end the stream afterwards, then you know who to blame. Oh, man. Yeah, honestly, like, in some ways I find it weird with the A4 thing that they still haven't said that there isn't anything. You know what I mean? Like, maybe that's hopium, but it just does seem weird that they wouldn't just, like, shoot you in the face and let you know it's over with, right? So that's what's got me a little bit sus about it. Like, maybe something. Right? That's what's got me holding on. God damn, my teeth feel weird. Shouldn't feel weird after eating pizza, but that's weird. We can big boys, we can take it last night. But that's what I'm saying, like, right? That's where the hopium's coming from. It's like, they haven't said no. It's getting really freaking weird. But that makes it all the more abnormal. They wouldn't just say no. You know what I mean? Like, that's to me what doesn't make sense. Like, if it is genuinely over, you would just say it's over, right? I don't know. We'll see. Alright, while everyone just hopiums about whether we're going to get a Red Bull Wallow, I'm going to hopium that this is a good game. Because Phyllis Bodo is playing the Byzantines, and I kind of know the type of player. Wait a sec. Wait a sec. Are we being scammed here? Phyllis Bodo typed, I can't macro to save my life, so it's not, you know it's not a boom game. Do you guys remember those Philly games we watch where he builds like 3 TCs and doesn't come out of his base? As the Mongols? Dude, I think we're being scammed. Alright, we'll find out. We've got Rus versus Byzantines because Philly wants to prove me wrong that Byzantines can beat Rus in the late game, which I never said they couldn't. I just said I don't think Varangian is the way. A lot of players right now go to the late game Byzantines and they default to the idea that Varangian is just how you win. The problem with Varangian is, to me, they peak in like late castle. They've got some viability via the extra movement speed at the beginning of Imperial Age. But as the game goes on, it just seems more and more obvious that Limitane are still the beast they once were. Especially in matchups involving gunpowder units. Opening-wise, let's go see how this one begins. We're going to hit the fast forward just to the opening age. Philly didn't go for a second scout at all. Kind of interesting here. Tanker did not go for a third scout, which I think there's kind of a split debate on this. Some players do prefer the 2 scout. Some actually really like the 3 scout. So I'm not going to say this is wrong. In some maps, it actually makes a lot of sense. And I think to a certain degree, it's kind of predictable where the deer spawn. They aren't really going to spawn in the center of the map, right? So you know it's going to be on the outer proportions. So in a way, you kind of can get away with just 2 scouts. But you have to remember, the flip side argument is your opponent also knows that the spawns are kind of predictive like that, right? So it should be much easier for them to deny out. Looks like we're getting Imperial Hippodrome, though. This doesn't surprise me. Philosberto has been building more hippos than I did in Zoo Tycoon as a kid. This guy is obsessed with Hippodrome right now. He believes it's the way. He also tends to believe System of the First still is the way, which, you know, straight out of NA. Whoop, whoop. I guess Soldier's done it in tournaments, but someone needs to take over and carry that baton for him at the moment. So I'm wondering if Philly actually still believes in System of the First Hill, or has finally seen the light. Because I genuinely think Golden Horn Tower is way too good to pass up in its current format. So take up complete. Merc House now on the way. He's already been gathering in the Olive. Remember, this is pretty typical whenever you see people doing this build where they actually go for the Hippodrome. Makes sense to move out to the Olive Oil early. This was something discovered very early on by, I believe, the 2 leads for it were Louis and B that I saw doing it most frequently. It's a very powerful play as it aligns your timing. And it makes the most sense if you're going for Keshiks. Because what happens is whenever you go Keshiks, dude, I'm on it. The reason it works really well with Keshiks, you have to think of this Keshik timing a bit like a French player going for his School of Cavalry. He wants that first night out as quickly as possible. You're doing the same thing here. You're aligning your tech up timing with your mercenary unlock. And it makes the most sense with this Civ as opposed to alternatives. Like Lombos, Javelins, they are valuable, but they don't need to be there as quickly. And quite often, if you're going those choices, you're going to be going for Grand Winery. So you're definitely not rushing it. TC's coming up in the back though in the meantime. Tanker, we haven't really talked about this player yet. We're all familiar with Philosberto, prolific, disgusting, vile Mongol spammer turned Byzantine player. But despite all the Byzantine spamming he's been doing, his AoE4 profile still says that he's a Mongol main. On the other side of this, Tanker is decent ranked, right? So I think Philly is sitting 182nd right now from just playing Byzantines, which, I mean, Byzantines are OP, mate. We've got to get you up to top 10. On the other side of it, I'm just double-checking his rank now. Tanker is 1,645 elo, so about rank 184. So a pretty balanced match between the two. That's still top 200 in the world. I know a lot of people just jump on like, but it's not Dimmu, but it's not Beastie. Sure, but those players don't typically bring you the next wave of builds. They will optimize, and they will make meta what has been discovered, but usually you're looking just outside the top 100, maybe sometimes the top 200, to find these people that might just be onto something that's borderline broken. So Philly has opened with the Keshiks, already raiding around the mid-map. It's difficult though, right? Like, the whole idea of the Keshik contract seems nice in theory, but the problem against the Rus is that they just go 2 TC condensed. While you can deny them equity on the map, you can't actually attack them. It's so difficult to dive Rus. Not just because of the Kremlin itself, but because their ability to spawn the gremlins that counter you, right? That's another one that makes this build quite peculiar from Philly. I don't rate the Hippodrome that highly here in this matchup because of this detail. Even if your opponent is playing 1 TC all-in, he's going to play Knights. Knights, Keshiks, if Keshiks have numbers advantage, they'll win. But like, it should be very difficult to stop a Rus player getting the gold and food required to get more Knights than you, especially with a spawn like this. The other thing that makes this kind of a little bit awkward is that you've opened Keshiks, but I'd argue you haven't really taken anything away from the Rus player. And it's not Philosberto misplaying his contract. I think it's just this is one of the hardest matchups to make this contract work. Because the Kremlin almost always secures the second TC. So you just don't have an in, right? And what kind of scammed him even more is that Tanker got a really good spawn. He got stone, berries, and deer on one screen. Now, the negative is that means your gold's not guarded, and actually he's already compensated for that with the Fortress. Very expensive investment. The reason he's doing this is because he wants to go Knights early, and he wants to get his eco upgrades. Funnily enough, if he didn't go Knights, he would be able to afford his eco upgrades over time via a good bounty haul, and then just some hunting cabin play, right? Of which he has 2, generating him almost 40 gold, over 40 gold rather a minute. So that's not a bad pacing to get into your techs, especially considering you got wheelbarrow so early, but it's happening, guys. Jesus Christ, this guy. Well,
It's a good thing it's got System in the first hill, because you know what I do when I see System in the first hill? I gulp as well. I basically pour out a double shot of my hanky banister whiskey, and then I gulp it. This landmark is such a meme. Philly, what happened? Used to be on top of the world with Mongols. Look at what Relic has reduced you to. The first hill. Oh, God. Well, guys, before we discredit him, let's keep in mind, this is the Byzantines, so they're still broken, even if you don't take their eco advantages. Philly, I do have to talk about a certain something, though. No, he's connected. Okay. Yeah, it's just because it's waiting to connect on the side, right? Alright, we're going to hit the fast forward. I can already see, like, despite him saying, like, he's not a boomer, the problem is the Roost players made him a bit of a boomer. Right? He had no choice but go Castle Age. Honestly, you should be rushing towards Relics here, I think, in this position. Like, you've already got Keshits, you've got Cataphracts. Relics should be your #1 priority because your opponent already has an eco lead, right? So you need to take that away from them somewhere else, and Relics is the way to do it. Knights are going to make it a little bit more annoying. And funnily enough, actually, Tanky is moving for more of an all-in approach. I'm not a big fan of what he's doing here. Massing Spears and Archers, when your opponent has Hippodrome and hasn't activated Triumph, is a recipe for disaster. And in fact, it looks like we have got Triumph Flare coming in now, right? No. I don't know why that acted like... Oh, it was the count-up, wasn't it? My brain. Sorry, I'm food coma. So Raid's going to come in. Okay, so the idea of Gulp is kind of intriguing for this, breaking a Wooden Fortress. But if you ever find yourself in a position where you have to break a Wooden Fortress with 5 cavalry, you've got bigger, more depressing problems in the game, right? And Arafat, I mean, it's not working on the Keshiks at all. Like, it's kind of looking comical how little damage they're doing because they're attacking the Cataphract instead. I'm a bit perplexed by that choice. You've got more chance of actually killing a Keshik than you have of killing a Kata. I guess he feels like he needs to address it eventually. Gremlins are going to be pulled. Philly. So stupidly done. Oh my god. No, I'm not going to say it works. I refuse to say the system of first hill works. Oh my god. I mean, Tanky's trading is the thing here, right? That's why it's working right now. He's trying to go after his opponent. Love the fact he targets out the aqueducts. A lot of players won't do this. And he hates the sight of the landmark so much he immediately starts burning it. This is what we would call a very suboptimal target. You're not going to kill a 5k structure here. You're better to attack. Unfortunately, seeing as he's only got 7 Feudal Age Spearmen, he doesn't want to take on the 5 Cataphracts that can gulp their way to glory. There's no way he's winning this. I want to call Philly wrong, but like this is actually working. And it hurts me. It really hurts me. Triumph has been activated as well. All of a sudden, even with just swords out, Kata's going to 2-hit non-textile villages. Oh my... Well, actually, they do anyway, right? Yeah, so either way, you're losing these villies. I can't. There's just the pluses everywhere. Like, imagine how disorienting this is to Tanky. It's like, what do I target? What do I kill? Like, is this one gulping? Is that one? Is it Triumph? Oh my god. Keshiks plus Cataphracts and Philisberto is actually making it work. Wait, you aren't. No, that's not. He's going to spend this, guys. There's no way you rush Imperial Age here. You won't have any economy if you rush Imperial Age. So he's playing for the relics now, like we wanted to. And it's a good timing, actually. I said he needed to get into this, and good patience comes out from Philisberto here. He waits until he forces the fight against the Knights, and now Tanky has no sort of roam potential on the map. Not just that, Tanky's in bigger trouble. It turns out he's not very tanky after all. I'm sorry, I had to make that joke. Gulp's coming out again. Oh, that's interesting. So he's... Wait, is he just out of flasks?
Okay, hear me out. What if you could buy more flat? No, that'd be broken. It's a hard thing to use regularly, right? Because of how quickly you can exhaust them in these dives. Keshix is definitely a cool idea, though, for this strategy. I feel like a lot of the time I see Lombos or Javelins, but if you think about it, the logic behind Keshix here is that they already heal themselves, right? So then you get more sustained heal. So you get the plus from attacking, then you get the plus from Triumph, and then you get the plus from Gold. So Cataphracts are difficult to kill. They won't die fast. And Keshix and Clutch save themselves with those details. Back to the burning.
Philly, what are you doing to the game? Philly, you're going to get Byzantines buffed again.
People are going to watch this video and then try to play System of the First Hill,
And then it's going to tank the win rate of Byzantines. Oh, no.
well, I've got to say, credit to you, Philippe, but there's some criticism points here from Tanky. Tanky tried to go Knights quite delayed, and then he tried to follow up Archer Spears after seeing a tech up. I don't agree with that choice. I actually think the most logical approach here would have just been to go Castle and build Spears to defend in the meantime. So he tried to punish you for a tech up, but the problem is he's already done his own greed. Like, this is a trade-off. Philly goes Hippodrome, he gets less scalability into late game. You go 2TC. You've made your greed at an earlier point than the Byzantine player. What Tanky done here is the atypical expectation. We talk about this all the time, that if you tech up second, you need to punish the firster. The problem is, this guy wasn't just a firster, he was a firsty boy. And between the System of the First Hill and the Triumph, it created this weird dynamic on 1TC that made Philly stronger, not weaker. And you know, this is another interesting thing about specifically the Byzantines that other civs can't really rival. That production rate is what allowed him to do this. The eco-gathering increase, plus the production rate to actually get the initial cataphracts out, you have to realize the absurdity of the Byzantines. Producing cataphracts in 25 seconds, that's quicker than the French get their knights out. And your knights are better. Pretty wild when you think about it that way. Oh, this from Philly, actually. This is really cool. He's using Trapezites. Trapezites is a really powerful ability and critically underrated, especially once you're in Castle Age. The scalability on your torch damage is so high. And actually, it's a smart play specifically up against the Rus. If he didn't go for this, he wouldn't have a way of burning through these walls. He'd just be stuck. So great read actually coming out from the NA boy. And Tanky has finally got the spin together. Philly, however, is he going for Imperial? It's Palatine School. I already know what he's doing. This is going to be the Cataphract spam, guys. so Tanky's finally going into Castle Age, but Philly's going to be going to Imperial, so he's staying an age ahead. I am quite impressed by his ability to just do this with Cav. There's definitely some things that Tanky could have done better, but I don't feel like Philly has stepped out of line so far, right? He keeps forcing idle time, wasting the attention of his opponent. Behind this, he's making a 5-relic game. The only negative, I think this is one of the downsides actually of having to go Hippodrome here. While your Keshiks get value in some forms, they lose value in others, which is at this point in the game, if you had gone for Grand Winery, you'd be able to scale a lot more Keshiks, right? It would come at a cost, though. And that cost would have been that dive that reset Tanky. That took him from looking like he'd be 30, 40 villages ahead to now only being 20 villages ahead and an entire age behind. We should be able to trample through the walls. Guys, how about... Okay, hear me out, hear me out. Magadai underpowered. Let's let them jump walls. No, okay, I'm going to stop. Dude, if they made that change so that Magadai could hop walls, Philisberto would resign from Byzantines immediately. So wraparound raid coming in. You know, the interesting thing to me about Philly's strategy here is that this would work a lot better against any other Civ. And that's not to say it hasn't worked, but that's to tell you, like, the potency this potentially has. Because you have to remember, like, the Rus, it's not the Gremlins, it's actually the defenses. The Wooden Fortresses protect a lot more your economy, same with the Kremlin. Most Civs won't have this layer of protection if they go 2TC. This doesn't work against any Civ. I mean, it does if you get to this point, Faye. You shouldn't get to this point, I agree, but like, if you get to this point... if your opponent missteps, like Tanky did,
Like that's what I'm trying to highlight. Is like the Rus handle the lashback of this better because of all the defense points, right? Like the Winter Fortress is everywhere. Like you can play pocket ecos in a way other teams can't. But you are correct in that his opponent had possibly the worst reaction to the tech up that he could have done. If your opponent's AFK, anything can work. That's not true. I'm sorry. Oh, wait, are you going to fall back on Magadai? Because, say, I'm going to fact check you. Do I need to remind you of that Corvinus HRE game? He HRE AFK. Philly now switching to Varangian. So here's the kind of broken thing about Palatine School. Palatine School is really, really dumb and actually very badly balanced. I'm sorry, I probably should explain more. Palatine School is RNG. There is a 30% chance to spawn one of your unique units anytime you build one. This was not cleverly thought out from a design perspective. The reason it wasn't is because that means that you can actually keep rolling and coming up with 6s. What I mean by that is you can keep RNGing to a victory. Like, realistically, Philisberto could queue up 10 Varangian and get 20. Statistically, that shouldn't happen. But there will be a game occasionally where it will occur. And it is very broken to do that. Even with Varangian, like the savings you get there, all of a sudden that's a 1,300 resource rebate on your tech up. Do it with Cataphracts, you get 10 in a row. Jesus Christ, that's a 3,300 tax rebate. Kind of broken when you think about it that way. This did not look broken though, Philly. What the f... That was so painful to watch that I had to analyze something else not to focus on it. Running into Spears and Gremlins may not be the cleanest way to keep the Katas alive. In fairness, he's switching Varangian. But, gonna do that flip side argument thing again. Your opponent's already started building crossbows. You are at least gonna be an age ahead. What I see right now is kind of problematic from Philly. I mean, you've got age advantage. Just build a Mangonel or two. Mangonels and Varangians wins this game. People keep trying to make Cataphracts a thing. And in a way, they will eventually succeed, Wraith. Because what will happen is they will get buffed. And therefore, the Cataphracts will have been made a thing. It's cyclical. Alright, we're going to hit the speed up. Philly now just trying to get the full wall in. Wait. Wait. No. Like, oh, it always hurts when I watch this. So Tanky seems to think this is a full wall, but actually he should be able to tell that it's definitely not. Cataphracts do need a buff. Agreed. The problem is you need to be careful about the way you buff Cataphracts, because technically they have the potential to be fully broken, right? Like the pop efficiency of this unit, if you manage to somehow, some way get 70 of these together and trample through an enemy army, it's just, I mean, you flatten them like a pancake. It's ridiculous, right? So that's one issue I take with the idea of like buffing Cataphracts. You have to be so careful, because this is a perfect example of a unit that can go from being dog crap to completely broken with the tiniest of tweaks. Still raid through. Philly's actually getting some good value out of the remaining Cataphracts. Tanky is only 12 villages ahead at the stage, which is nothing in the grand schemes of things when you're still an entire age behind. How's the farm count looking as well? I think they are seeing only 17. Other side of this, Philisberto, only 11. So he does have issues of his own. This is, by the way, why a lot of people would not rush Imperial Age. Because the negative of doing so is you just don't have any food to now build either of these units in mass. Palatine School kind of offsets that problem a little bit. But once again, as I said, when you do a build like this where you rush the age, it's very RNG.
Frangian wave now coming in. Liama tactics on the way. Tanky should be able to hold this though with the crossbows. Yeah, Philly definitely misclick, guys. There's no way he play anything but Mongols. Don't open his data. You'll vomit. He's still playing Mongols. Oh, wait, that's right. No. You're wrong. He's now playing Abbasids. Oh, my God. Philisberto is like a transformer, dude. You never know what he is. I imagine in a lot of these games where he tries this Cataphract build, he looks like a toaster, actually. Like, I'm curious, because here's the thing. Like, not to discredit Tanky, like I said, top 200 is good. But I've noticed that Philisberto doesn't send me replays against, like, a Lucifron or a Beastie. So I'm wondering, you know, FaZe kind of hit it on the money, right? It's like, the way this build worked probably shouldn't work. It definitely came down to Tanky's mistake, but always what I like to point out in these type of situations, it might require a mistake to take advantage of something, but it also still requires you taking advantage of it, right? And, you know, in that regards, Philisberto made the right move. You think Biz is one of those civs that has so many options you can't balance them all at the same time? I mean, it has a bigger issue if you think about it. It's very difficult to balance Byzantines because of the way they integrate into other civilizations. If Gulams are OP, then Byzantines can be OP. If Keshiks are OP, then Byzantines can be OP. If Javelins are OP, then Byzantines can be OP. And apparently trade is OP. Wait, when did this start? 28 traders? Are you trying to lube up for the Keshik count? Like, what is this game? You're Imperial and trade booming, and you're just getting aped by spearmen and crossbowmen. Oh my god. He doesn't have an army. I mean, 18 Varangian does not really count here, especially when he decided to go raiding and got spotted doing so. What a move out of Tanky. Now going into the main. Oh, this game is so messy and it's beautiful. Nice, now rotating. I can't believe he tried to start trading this early. I mean, dog, you've got 12k gold over here alone. This felt like it may have been a little bit too soon. I kind of get where Philly's coming from, and it's that Tanky was playing very defensive. So Philly's expectation, I think what Philly was aiming for was the idea that Tanky would try to go Imperial before moving out because of how he played the game so far. So I feel bad for Philly because in a way there is logic in his choice in that his opponent has been quite defensive and it's reasonable to expect him to just try and age up, right? But this is a great read by Tanky. Going on the offensive instead of just camping at home and playing late game. Now, he's still going to be able to get to that late game gradually. You can already see the resources saving up because the problem right now for Philisberto is he doesn't want to fight this. Because running head on into this many crossbows and spearmen is the definition of death. The Mongol instincts took over. You're looking about as successful as Mongol Silver Tree on this map right now. Jesus. 8 traders at 28 minutes ain't exactly booming. Credit to him, though. The funny part about this is despite the fact Philly has no trade really left over, he now has the eco lead. And it's all because these Cata raids, right? Like a group of spearmen chasing them around. Cataphracts may be slow and kind of pathetic in some ways, but the spearmen very much struggle to gap close, let alone kill, right? Because it's just so much raw HP to get through. And Philly now switching into archers. Oh, is this the argument he wanted to give me about why you can beat Roos in late game with archer spears? So, very big difference on this map, Philisberto, compared to the map that I was comparing it to. You have double the wood you'd have on Rocky River. This is not a good measurement compared to Rocky River. Because Rocky River, you have to play a bit more budgeted on wood because it runs out very quickly in the late game anyway. Which is why I like Limitane Javelins or Limitane Lombos, even Limitane Streltsy yourself. But yes, on a map like this, going archers makes a lot of sense. I mean, also, you already have so much justification. Your opponent built crossbows and spears. Of course you're going to archers, right? And, you know, you're not going to go for Varangian anymore because you have no cost. Not the trade. Steven Flash coming in. Crossbow spears sounds to me like I need to make more traders. No, dude. No. It's just Roos Castle Age, right? I do think Castle Age is like one of the weirdest points in the game for Roos. If they can't spam knights, they just don't have a unique identity because horse archers is memes, right? Like, it's kind of a weird point in the game for the Roos. They're usually so dominant in Feudal and Imperial, though, that you kind of glaze over it, right? Because they also blitz through it. They do a lot of damage in Feudal Age or Rush Castle, and then just look to kind of beam up. How dare I say horse archers are a meme? They don't have the jump over wall ability, Faye. They're definitely a meme. Gallop should allow you to hop. Alright, so tech up's completed on both sides. Philly's going to try to strike down the center now. We have got the switch up into Limitane plus Varangian. So outside the archers, he's basically building everything that he has a 30% chance of getting a second one off. It's quite an interesting strategy. If right now you're trying to justify his comp and say, wow, this is really like, this is optimal, what I would highlight is this is more a necessity because Philly doesn't have great food income yet. And it's going to take a little bit longer to get great food income. Because after losing all the traders, he's decided to, around 30 minutes in this game, build 2 extra TCs. Which, remember, is now going to put his food drain per minute up to 450. Dive coming in. Tanke. This is usually a weak point for the Roos. We see this time and time again. When they try to convert into Streltsy, very long production time. So you give an edge over to your opponent unless you have a standing army already. Now, Tanke does have that standing army. He just needs to get it involved. Coming in. This should be enough to push Philly away. But Philly has bought time, and very vital time for that, right? Like, he's trying to get the full farms online. Count is now up to 58. This is where the numbers should boom. However, that involves remembering that horticulture is a tech. Yep. That's happening this game. Philly's just going like full old school farmers. Like, how can you feel the crops growing if you use a scythe? I feel like I'm watching quite a few Byzantine players do this at the moment. Not that it's optimal, I'm saying it's just a very easy thing to glance over. I've noticed that Numadon has this issue a lot, especially. Yeah, kind of crazy to think actually how much better his economy would have been in the last few minutes if he had those techs in time, right? I'm going to guess Philisberto got distracted scaling trade and kind of blanked on the food. Mangoes, oh my god! The fact that he's even allowed to do this against a Roos player is absurd. Are you kidding me? Wow. So Tanke, not looking so tanky. I'll stop making that joke eventually. He just gets walloped down. I mean, in fairness, I don't think you really want crossbows in late game going Streltsy, but throwing away this many Streltsy feels terrible. And also the Mangoes as well. Nice chase pass. This is the thing that I find a bit absurd about Limitane. 1.44 movement speed due to teardrop shields feels way too good. I actually think they should probably change the way shield wall works in general. The thing I said before that would probably be a fair way of doing it is just basically making it activatable for several seconds. The alternative I could see here to make teardrop shields in particular more balanced is maybe you remove the attack speed malice, but you keep the movement speed. You don't change the movement speed anymore on them. It is kind of a cop-out because Varangian's already getting an attack speed increase because of that, but it makes a hell of a lot more sense than spears that move this quick. Like, this is absurd if you think about it, because not even HRE spears move this quick. Like, look at them. Like, I'm going to hit the speed up a bit. I have a feeling we've still got quite some ways to go in this game. Philly is now getting ready for a full Archer switch, guys. He's queued up in Snare Arrows, hasn't even actually got the elite status yet. Best unit in the game, you keep telling people? Well, I mean, Varangian's the best unit in the game. Because of the timing. Because Limitane can't really end the game in Castle Age. They can define the game in Imperial, but Varangian can end the game in Castle. Varangian, the reason why Varangian is the best unit Byzantines have is because it follows the same base logic as why men-at-arms spam is really, really strong if your opponent is behind you in age, right? Like, if you think about it, the Byzantines with just 3 Raxes matches the pace you get out of a Burgrave. That's pretty bonkers. We've now gone up from Philly. All right, we're going to hit the 2 times for sure. This is definitely going to slow down. So Philly doesn't really have the fuel to keep pushing right now. He needs to get a big army ready to go. And that's going to buy some critical time for Tanky. You could already see him setting up for the Streltsy. If Philly really wants to take this approach where he goes archers, he needs a lot more in production. He has not got enough archery ranges for that. Are you kidding me? This train. Well, the good news is, once again, Teardrop Shield is broken. Why is Shield Wall not an actual wall? I know, right? Make it a formation. Replace Wedge formation. How does Tanky now win this? Well, his comp's a bit warped at the moment. He needs to make sure he controls the siege game. If he controls the siege game, this is fairly easy to just do Streltsy Spear into, right? Because the Streltsy are the MVPs. One thing that is a little bit rough is because Philsbo now has settled on the Mitane, the value of Palatine School in my eyes is bad. Especially in this game. Like, Philsbo is apparently allergic to olive oil. Dude, he's got enough olive oil in reserve that this would actually be the perfect wedding present to exchange your daughter in one of those. What's it called? Dowries. This would be a perfect Italian dowry for an arranged marriage. Like, this is absurd. I mean, sell it. Like, actually just sell it. I guess he's not getting that good of an exchange. You know, genuinely just... I can't believe I'm going to say it. Build... Is elephants in this contract? It's elephants in this contract, right? Just build tower elephants. Like, please. It's 5k olive oil. You might as well. In fact, you could even argue Golems to a certain extent. I mean, they're still going to die quite quick to Streltsy, but if they touch anything, they're going to kill it quicker, right? And it's free units. Like, that's the way I'm viewing this right now, is he has so much olive oil, it's free. Skirrell's now coming in, and this is why Mangoes will not work for Philly. Oh, backstab coming in. The problem is, like, this is the thing about Limitane, right? They're very fast. They don't get a lot of damage up against Siege. In fact, if Tanky just gets Siege works, I don't see a way in which he loses the back line. It should be impossible. Well, archer numbers are starting to scale up. Mango hits coming in big. That's probably the worst way you can try to dive into a Mango. When you're running past the enemy line, you're getting stabbed, but you're also clustering your troops. So a good exchange there. Spirals aren't going to catch up again. Tanky starting to push into the main. Problem now is going to be the split on the landmarks here. It's not very easy to chase these down when you're trying to dive the center like this. In fact, you can see this awkward situation as the Berserk comes on the back, finds the siege. And the problem you're kind of seeing right now is that Tanky has essentially walked into a sandwich in which he's a very thin slab of meat on a big loaf of bread. You got production left side, you got production right side. Like, you pretty much just walked into an ambush. Tanky needs to slow down. Streltsy mass, pretty much where it needs to be. Like 40, I'd say, is critical mass. Usually when I see a player go past 40 Streltsy, it's death sentence because you just don't have enough front line. So you usually give about 40 of those. One thing I'm not crazy about now is you're seeing your opponent is switching into Varangian and Archers. If it's no longer Limitane, you shouldn't be doing Spearmen, you should be doing Horsemen. Horsemen are more efficient from a tank standpoint per population. When you've got Boys 42 plus biology, you're going to last a lot longer than mass spears will. And also, because your opponent's going archers, you then counter them, right? Whereas in this situation, what you're allowing your opponent to do is clear your front line quickly, and then it's going to be a flood of archers plus Limitane to the back. This is getting odd. If Tanky wants to keep doing this comp, there needs to be simple production. If I had to highlight one criticism I can give over a lot of games we've watched today. When you get to this late game, not moving your production forward is a big mistake. There are some maps where it's excusable. So like some maps, let's say you're playing Prairie. You're not going to build a loose production building, right? Too expensive. But you're on Gorge. Gorge has more wood than Dry Arabia, or about the same actually, which is a lot of wood, right? Like actually, no one even highlights this. Like Dry Arabia actually has a lot of wood. For the most balanced map, it's an absurd amount of wood. But the fact that he's just not building a bunch of Raxes here is why he just lost 20 plus routes here. That is such a blunder from Tanky. Now, there are some civs that can kind of excuse that. So, like, Byzantines is one that gets away with it more because of the Sistine. Because you want to build your production in range of the Sistine, and it gets insane. But one thing I would like to point out to Byzantine players is you're not exempt from this for a BS logic of you build faster. Because if you build faster from here, imagine how impactful one Sistine here, surrounded by Raxes, would be. You'd be unstoppable, right? So across the board, every civ almost has no excuse. Like, Ottomans at least have the excuse of, oh, no, I can't because my military schools are here. Those are expensive to replace. Fair enough, Ottos. Even the Palatine school, this is someone I think I've been critical of in the past, is a lot of players when they play Byzantines, they do this with the Palatine school instead of this. And while I kind of get it in this game because you lost the forward, in a lot of cases, if you're confident you're going to have control of the game, you want your Palatine school ahead of your main base, because otherwise, 3 out of 10 of your units produced are always going to be inefficient in terms of their arrival time in a battle, right? Even if you build that proxy base. We've actually got Roost Trade now as well. Philly, for the love of Christ, spend your olive oil. Hey, if you show up with this much olive oil, Gordon Ramsay's going to come around and cook you something. I mean, it's absurd. Philly's like, waiting for my partner to come around. I've got all this oil to give them a massage. Okay. What makes it even more comical is the fact that he's also getting precision crossbreeding. He's like, I wonder if I could braid the UI by just getting too much olive oil. Philisberto is looking for the cheat codes that lets him build a foreign engineering company right now. This is why I say foreign engineering company is quite often better. Like, it legit would have been better this game. Because you could have built into cannons to take on the enemy's like backline, right? You could have built into a few Nesta Bs to wipe the backline. I mean, it would do something with it. Right now, it's just a number. Like, Philisberto is just preemptively prepping for World War II Italy when they get embargoed by the world. Like, this is getting absurd. Dives reaching deeper for Tanke, but Tanke really needs to get some bombards up here. He needs to start denying these landmarks. Like, he could easily force an end-state game if he moves fast. But once again, we walk into the ambush point. You know, this happens once, I kind of forgive you. It happens twice, and I'm starting to think you're looking to get the main part as a protagonist in a remake of Memento. Right? Because you clearly don't have any short-term memory. You're just running into the same place, doing the same thing. What's the mercenary units? You know, that's a fair point in a game like this. Look, Philly, look. Would you not like some arbitrary or some Sipahi? Or how about some camel archers? Okay, yeah, no, I get it. No one wants camel archers. But the others are pretty good. Well, the weird part is he just got elite status on the contracts. He's going to build elephants, isn't he? He's actually... Whoa, Philly, you told me that archers can beat Roost in the late game. You didn't say anything about archers on elephant back. Oh my god, he just queued up A. Oh no. Out of all the ways to lose a game. Alright guys.
you know, bombards or archers? Or like, you know, why split the population when you can just smush them together and have them be one? Oh my god. I cannot believe this game right now. Wait, this is great, guys. Everyone just clip this and ship it and say, look how broken Byzantines are. They can immediately just afford 8 tower elephants. So this is just going to be what? Mass Limitane and tower elephants now? It kind of works. How do I cast games for 6 hours and not have a sore throat? I usually avoid Philisberto's games. Sorry, Philly. Project your voice from your chest. I mean, I've cast 18-hour work days and I'm fine. I think Tanky's actually losing this game. Wait. No, it's fine, guys. Philisberto is about to lose his trade again. All total of 2. I somehow think Philly doesn't care about trade in this game. He should care about his population issues, though, because he can't even get these elephants out. Because remember, they take 3 populations, so if you keep queuing up all these Raxes, the Limitane get released first. So he's never losing enough units to actually spawn the elephants. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. Alright, guys. First one came out. Hear me out. Hear me out. This would be super OP if he'd snuck Merc houses down here, right? Queued up all the elephants and then unleashed them. Philly, I'll do coaching for $50 an hour. We can teach you these big brain strats. Vinci coming in. Archer Limitane. So that's a lot of Streltsy going down. Tanky, he does have trade, but this is still very expensive. Like, the time to reproduce is kind of quite the slog, and he only has, what's this, 18 traders right now? Okay, 22. It looks like he's got some trading here for some reason. The trade post mercs, he could have went for Sipahi. He could have went Sipahi, he could have went Arbitraire. You go Sipahi though, 100%. He could have went Musafadi and he could have went Camel Archers. You 100% go Sipahi. Sipahi would have been really good here. Because like one of the big problems for Philly right now is he's surviving, but he's not killing. Not killing what's keeping Tanky alive, right? Like if he just built a bunch of Sipahi from the neutral trade posts, he could raid in. Instead, Philly, I mean, I'll give it to you. You said you don't like to macro, you don't like to boom. I mean, I think you're a lying sack of crap. Holding on to 8,000 olive oil is technically macroing. It could be seen as a slight miss-macro, but it's macroing. But I'll give it to you. It's a very unique way of macroing. Tanky misrallying a lot of troops here. So finally, we're starting to see purple break out. Similar to my Europa Universalis 4 run-throughs, the Eastern Roman Empire is rising again. You're American? We love our rule? That's the thumbnail! Oh my god. I can't, dude. There's so much olive oil. He's still got 5 more elephants queued up, and he's got 4,000 olive oil again. Jesus Christ. If the person in the Hannibal movie had rubbed this much lotion on, they would have slipped through Bill's hands. He wouldn't have been able to kill him. This is absurd. Archer's now taking out the Streltsy. And Tanky, I mean, it's going to start going downhill from here quite quickly. They're sitting on 3,500 stone. Build all the keeps you can. The oil boy is coming. Please just get some supply. Philly's like, no. I must very slowly build up the elephants. Those other 4 have been waiting to be birthed for a very long time. Their mothers have been gestating. Oh, gestating, that's not it. Their mothers have been carrying them now for 27 months. They will be out soon. Jesus, they're starting to look more like chest bursters than naturally born elephants.
Can you really afford to spam that many? Dog, look at it. You get 3 for 480 olive oil. You had 8,000 olive oil. That would have been 48 Sipahi. No, trust me, the Sipahi are really freaking good. Also, like, another thought here. 48 Sipahi, and you have a Hippodrome that you forgot to use. Right? Like, it's begging for it in this game. Well, Philipsberto said he's American, he likes his olive oil. Or, sorry, he likes his oil. He's American, he likes his oil. He's American, he likes his food. Jesus Christ. He's got 7,500 food in reserve, and he's got 100 units in reserve. Still queued up. This is such an unnecessarily scrappy game. What the Tank is like, I must shut down his trade. The trade is the reason why Philly is winning. All 2 of those traders are what is killing me right now. I can't. Siege is going to be taken out. Tanky, I mean, I don't really think they've got long left in this game. No, so you don't have gold. Yeah, but you don't need it. Like, what are these? Noob, why build these? Just build these. And then build these. You know, usually this is the point where I say gun beats elephant. Not today, suckers. Oh my god. I'm surprised Tanky hasn't tapped out yet. This is becoming extremely dented. You've just queued up. Yeah, exactly. Where are the gulping triumphant elephants? I'm a little bit disappointed as well. Do you not want your +4 damage when you're 33 and 22? Come on. In H4, I think Biz plays more like America with the oil and food so high. Dude, did you just steal my joke? I incorporate yours and you steal mine. Is that how this works? Can A move Limitane into Streltsy? Yeah, like the production rate's insane. Look how quickly he produces them. 13 seconds. 13 seconds to get one of them out is ludicrous. Actually, sorry. He's a pleb. He's got Dialecticus on. If we look over here, he can spawn them every 6 seconds. Yeah, wait, let's go back to this a second, because this is very important. I'm sorry. Are you trying to increase your research speed so you can learn how to win this game? This is... Oof. I mean, bless him. It's because it's the blacksmiths, right? Oh my god. No, guys, don't flame him. This is strategic. The reason why Philipsberto switched it to Dialecticus is to increase the probability that a Tower Elephant gets enough time to spawn. Right? This is equal rights for elephants. Sankey has somehow re-bolstered up to the same army size as Philly. KP found a way to justify. See, like, this is the thing, right? Like, I don't flame players. I give them an out. I give them way too many outs. So remember, like when you get the hate comments, like, oh, I can't believe KP thinks he knows everything. Dog, I'm covering my pro boys here. What is this food? Just end the game. I mean, this takes the whole statement playing with your food to a whole new level, actually. Please kill him. Just, you could simply A-click the army into the enemy base, lose it all, replace it, and then still queue up 2 more replacement armies. You're messing with his feelings, man. Like, you're giving Tanke false hope here. You know, this is like me being like, oh man, I really hope we're going to get like a big Age of Empires 4 LAN event this year. And someone's like, you never know, it could happen. And then they just leave.
That's how this makes him feel. This is unfair to him. Just kill him. Tank it. By some delusion, still believes there's a chance here. I can't believe Tower Elephants actually work. You've been trying to kill him? Yeah, I can really see how hard you're working to kill that mining camp and lumber camp. It's really killing him, man. But you got it. Hunting cabin down. Hooah. Okay, that is bonkers. I didn't even think to look for that because I just assumed. And I made an ass out of myself. He doesn't even have chemistry. What? That is wild. Wait. So Philly. Remember that whole thing is like, I think you can beat Roost just by building archers Limiton in the late game. Yeah, probably if they don't get the biggest tech advantage. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, the crazy part is that he's still killing you without chemistry. Sorry, did I say killing? Killing these people, not killing you. Sorry, sir, I forgot. You've got 20,000 food straight in the bank still. Tanke, now I'm going to dive even deeper, but this is where actually the how does. The Tower Elephants do a lot. Remember, the way that this works is actually the Tower Elephants don't need the foreign engineering company to get the upgrades. They get the upgrades anyway. So that's kind of an interesting element, is like if you don't go foreign engineering company, funnily enough, going Elephants does make sense compared to the alternative choices. I can't believe this game is still going. We're 57 minutes into this game. This came at Philly's recommendation. It didn't come with a warning about losing brain cells, though. There should be a game mechanic called Unleash the Hounds. In the event that you are capable of queuing up 300 plus units without having them in the field, the game should just say, and release them all. And if your PC's too crap to survive that, sorry, that's what PC elitism is for. I was about to say police elitism is for. I don't even know what that would mean. You're not a cop. I've been a cop for 20 years. Would actually just love to see maybe some sort of attempt to snipe the trade. Like, this is the thing. Tanky is really just holding on because of the Streltsy. So, if we build those Sipahi... guys, we already know he's not going to build Sipahi. Because, you know, every time you build a Sipahi, that's a Tower Elephant you could have built. No wonder elephants are going extinct. Imagine how fast these elephants would triumph. Don't forget the intimidating plus signs above their heads. And the non-stop gulping. Oh my god. That plus 2 HP is going to make a real big difference on 780 HP. Have you even used Triumph once? Wait, no, I'm like, you've never repaired it! Oh no. Can I just really emphasize how incredibly hilarious it would be if Phillisberto lost to a landmark snipe now? Like, I wouldn't let him live it down. I'd be there. Every time we'd have Philly in a cast, it's like, oh, keep an eye on your landmarks. Because, okay, here's the comical thing. Hear me out. If I was tanky and I saw that you built all these elephants, could I not just build 70 horsemen, 80 horsemen, 90 horsemen, and rush your landmarks? Right? What are you going to do when I do that if your elephants are, like, here? Because you can't trade quicker. And you can't run back. Wait, no, guys, he can triumph. Of course, my bad. Elephant Triumph will get him back. Oh, damn, guys. We have basically got full Dumbo counter now. It's Bombards and then Streltsy. Or as I like to refer to it, gun meet bigger gun. Philly, this would be the perfect time to go survive. Gun is out. Backstab's coming in though. Philly. Ooh, he needs to commit. You can't shuffle around this. You gotta go in. Drive by from the Tower Elephants. Ferangio on the backside are getting cleared up. The Limitane coming in now. And that's gonna be able to break in. So Siege is gonna start to get sniped down. Tanke, I don't think he's gonna be able to hold this area. The Tower Elephants, the weird part is if Philly just target the Streltsy, he'd be doing a lot better right now. But instead, the auto aggro meant that they were attacking Siegeworks Siege. What? The gulps of the elephants are coming from the guys on the top when they're realizing how bad their general is at directing them. He's like, no, oh god, he's getting us killed. This is such a ridiculous game. How many elephants have died now? 12? 15? Once upon a time, I was a kid who watched depressing Disney stories, and if an animal died, I shed a tear. The idea of Dumbo ever being imprisoned or hurt broke my heart. I don't know who that kid is anymore. I'm numb to the sound of elephants. I mean, I don't care about humans. Abasa's already guaranteed that a long time ago. Okay, so guys, I feel like Deja Vu's hitting. We've been here before. Tanke is once again overextending beyond his means. He has, to his credit, built for production. It's just now he's literally fighting the same distance away that he was when he was running from here to here. Instead, it's just from here to here. So, you've basically traded one form of torture for the exact same torture in a different city. No, Dumbo! Hear me out, guys. We need to make elephants like full-on bombers, right? When they fall over, they crush anything they land on. So you can just full-on kamikaze them into Streltsy, and then they fall over them. And if they fall over 4 of them, they basically... Oh, sorry, not 4, more than that, isn't it? It'd be like 5. If they fall on 5, they basically pay for themselves. There you go. Archers. Oh, hold up. Hold up. We gotta push through. I feel like a midwife who's been here for an hour going, push! Only in game terms, it's like been 20 years. But finally, congratulations! It's an archer! Streltsy count is low now. And production is up. Like, this is the difference now, right? Limitane pushing alongside this, range format behind it that can actually move. This should be where Philly's boat starts breaking through. Because Tanke doesn't really have enough gold to mass Streltsy again. A giant catapult that tosses elephants. I already know what the line for that's going to be. It's going to be the stronghold guy, but instead of going, I hope they like beef, it's going to be, I hope they like Dumbo. Mango's in play again. Philly, have you ever considered this thing called a Springald? Nah, dude. Philly's one of those new-gen gamers, and Springald has the word old in it, so you wouldn't build it. Who needs Springalds anyway? These are Springalds. Springalds shoot giant spears. These guys have giant spears. So just drop your shield wall and do this. This is such a dumb unit. Oh, what's that? Trying to run away. Don't mind me. I'm just infantry that's almost as quick as Ona Bagisha, only doubly tanky. This game is showing what happens when people decide to fight in one spot for 60 minutes. Yes, no, but let's call that correctly as it is, my dear. This is what happens when 2 people decide to fight in one spot for 60 minutes, but occasionally they change the spot they fight in, but it's still the same fight with the same distance. Well, let's look at the positives, actually. Felisberto isn't holding on to $8,000 level anymore, right? He's averaging about 2,000 to 3,000 at any given time. He's queued up 4 more elephants. He's also now adding in Kara Siphons. Wait, have you built a proxy base? I think you just... Yeah. Oh, baby! All right, here we go. Siege Workshop's going up. I've never been so excited because it means we're getting to the end of the game. It's finally happening, guys. After an hour and 5 minutes, someone in this game has said, should probably attack somewhere else as well. He can think about a wonder? Nah, dude, he needs the stone. I am a little bit surprised that we've only got fine-tuned guns, all these techs coming in now, considering how many bombards Tanky has used. Hold up. Philly. Philly, yes. 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 This is what I wanted. My birthday present came early. Are you actually going to use it? Guys, Numeri is actually a really strong tech, and it baffles me how many people sleep on it. A 15% damage buff that you can saturate over 50 units with just 3 cataphracts is an insanely good exchange. It's smart. Think about the damage increase for archers as well. 15% more damage on these guys. They hit 13, right? So adding an extra 15, you go up to like 15 damage. It doesn't sound like a lot, but when you've got 50 archers wailing on tanky Streltsy, it's a huge difference. Is that coming in? Oh my god. Surround? Tanky! He hasn't got any good front line here. The Streltsy are having to stand their ground. Wow. Talk about timing there. Tanky able to clear up the siege again. Oh, sorry. Tanky about to lose the siege again. Felisberto about to clear it up. And this is becoming more and more difficult to replace. Wait, how much trade now? Oh, Jesus. He's not going to spend the olive oil. He's got 26 traders. So, Philly, what lesson can we take from this game? It's that Sapahi's pretty good on a neutral trade post, right? Like, if you had to play this game back and make one change, it would be that, right? Now we know. No, we knew. Actually, Anatan had a really good game in a recent tournament where he utilized that on Lipany to destroy his opponent early game. I'm beginning to wonder if this game truly will ever end. You guys don't have anywhere to be tonight, right? I just want to check. The elephant's back again. Where are the Kara Siphons, actually? Okay, they're making it burn. They're ushering this crap. Problem is, it's 4-5 Palisade walls. You'd think they'd burn them quicker. That's not how it works there. However, they are all shuffling north. No, wait, what? Oh, thank God. I thought Tanky was just going to mirror the move. So he's going to keep the fight here, send the Rams in north. Golf claps. And what is this unit you're building, Felisberto? How do those work? I swear I've seen someone in this game using them. Maybe it is time to stop building the elephants. I think you found the correct replacement for them. I mean, this is kind of the dumb thing, right? Like, if you were Delhi here, you would have wished you just went hand cannoneers. But the reason this made sense is, like, he has all this olive oil he needs to spend on something, right? So you just have to think of these as, like, I want to say an expensive Limitane, but it's not. It's an extra unit of resource you get for free, right? So it's just an effective tank. Look at that. Spring was in hand. I know, right? I've never seen this comp before. In the late game, it's very revolutionary. I'm sorry, Philly. We tease you. Bless you. I mean, this game has cost me brain cells, so it balances out. Village on the backside. Oh my god. The classic 1 hour and 9 minute eco raid. You know, the funny thing is, like, Felisberto done this sort of stuff early on with Cataphracts was really good, right? And it's almost like when he lost the Cataphracts, he's like, I've lost my identity. What other unit do I have that moves almost as quickly as Cataphracts? Behold, the very balanced Limitane that ironically know no limits. Tank is starting to scramble as well. He's chasing after this, which is buying space. In the meantime, Rams have broken in, keeps it down, and this is it. This is the end of the road, I think, for Tanky. He hasn't got reserves. All right, I'm going to call for a weird mod design here. We're going to call it Nuclear Disarmament. You know how, like, in the Cold War, I'll get rid of 10 nukes if you get rid of 10 nukes? You should be like, I'll get rid of 2,000 food, and then it pulls 2,000 food from your opponent. Right? Right? You can negative their ass. Okay, that's actually a terrible idea, because that's going to make the game more macro-focused. But for real, like, when you've got 34,000 food
For the love of God, spam faster.
I don't really know what to take away from this game. I feel like a lot of the time, we have a lesson to impart upon the viewers, right? Like, oh, if this person had just done that different, if this person had just done... I don't know where to begin with this. I might just pull out a scroll and roll it across the floor. I think entertainment value this one weirdly enough did deliver. One lesson I give Philly is Palatine School is kind of overrated. I don't feel like Palatine School was needed here. I think Foreign Engineering Company would have helped him a lot more. And that's kind of apparent by the fact that he was holding over to 8,000 olive oil at one stage. And is once again approaching that point. But dive now coming in on the eco. I mean, this is where Tanky is going to have irreparable damage, right? To his game and probably to his brain from being exposed to this for an hour and 10 minutes. Felisberto looks like he's going to get the win now. Palatine is good, but he went imp without the eco to support it. Agreed. Agreed. I think we even said that at the time, right? It's like Palatine School is almost like you're going to the roulette table in this, right? When you rush Imperial with it. In a way, Palatine School makes sense when you want to play into Hippodrome and you play Keshet Contract. Because I genuinely think out of the three contracts, Foreign Engineering Company gets the least value with this contract, with Eastern. At the same time, it wasn't building Keshets anymore. Well, this is definitely going in the memory bank as one of the weirdest Byzantine games we've had. And in fairness to Felisberto, he did say it was going to get weird. Tanky, I think at this stage, the eco damage is too high, right? The trade has been shrunk down to 19. You're about to lose control of the trade area because that's where you're being pushed. We're going to stay on this 2x speed here because this is where I think Tanky is going to reach that slow attritional death. He needs to move the army north side. By the time he does, Felisberto's army is already going to be bigger. On top of that, Philly, I'm hoping, is going to build production to make this easier. Why would he do that? I do love this idea that, like, earlier on I was like, you know, these type of games, it makes sense to build full production so you can end the game. And then Philly's like, yes! Also Philly. Reminder, he is going to the far north side of the map. Let me know what you think of these type of games, guys. I mean, the commentary style was quite different to what we'd usually do, but then again, I mean, I feel like we get like this when it becomes more of a meme fiesta game. Do you guys like these less than perfect games? Do you prefer to see your beasties Lucifrons all the time? Or do you really like whatever this was? Murica. This was Murica. Food and oil, guys. Food and oil. Credit Tanky, actually. Like, he's done a decent job of holding on so far. But I think the numbers are speaking for themselves. Less than perfect's okay, but over an hour? I mean, this is one of those weird things where, like, it's been entertaining, but I think the last 10 minutes especially has just been, like you can see it's over, right? It's not to say Tanky couldn't miraculously recover, but statistically the likelihood is nil. Breakthrough on the center side. Looks like we've got cannon emplacements coming. Don't you just love the fact that Byzantines get infinite stone? You know, I'm just going to say, I actually think Gorge would be a better map if they removed about 50% of the wood on it. This map has way too much wood and is way too easily mid-wallable. But then again, I'm an anti-wood fetishist, you know? I don't know what that says about me personally. I just don't like too much wood. Okay, don't read into that too much, chat. I think wood is usually the reason you get very tediously grindy games. There's a lot of safe wood as well. Oh my god! Unleash the hounds! 14 cataphracts just spawned. Numeri buff comes in. Wow, what a great looking unit. When was the last time you saw 14 Cataphracts spawn and then despawn so quickly? And then, hilariously enough, it's not the Catas that win the fight now. It's basically the Limitane. 14 Cataphracts, 0 impact. That's not true. There was a huge impact when their bodies hit the floor. If only they had Triumph. I know, right? Like just when you guys to imagine Philosberto standing here right now, and he's just going like this. Why won't it work? Why no Triumph? What's wrong? Oh my god. Alright, whatever. Like, subscribe, comment down below. I mean, you sure as hell got your length and entertainment value. Credit to him. This may have been a long game, but while we may have lost many brain cells and possibly a few viewers along the line, compared to a lot of the Hour Plus games we've seen, I'll give it to him. This one had a bunch of swings and roundabouts. Was it clean? Was it optimal? Hell no. But that's why I like to remind people that this guy is a top 200 ranked player, as is the other. You may get used to watching BC, you may get used to watching Lucifrons, but it shows you just how attainable, with a little bit of optimization, high ranks are. So keep on grinding, and maybe one day, you'll be able to do mass elephant olive oil spamming too. Get me out. It's over. It's actually over. I can't, like... Oh, what are we calling that one? Let's have a look here. The most unhinged Byzantine game I've cast. There we go. No more Oilers, please. Yeah, thanks, Philly. That's I think that's enough Byzantine games for the entirety of April. Thank you very much for that. Yep, that was. Yep. I think the less said about that, the better. Anyway, I mean, you're right. The viewership did go up. You know what that really tells us is people were just sick at looking at my face. Thanks, chat. You didn't say it, but I know you thought it. All right, 1 second here. Let's have a look. Right. It felt more like Delhi of all the elephants. Not wrong. Mongols and Delhi. I actually think he played more Mongols in Delhi than he played Byzantines. Can you try a community game to watch this? I just don't think there's enough people. Maybe I'm wrong, but I got a feeling we'd struggle to get it together. Part of me is tempted to go off after that. I mean, we're now at 7 hours streamed, and I've got a stream tomorrow as well. I'm just trying not to burn myself out. Do we maybe call it? Hydrate? Thank you. I will drink my Skittles flavored hydration. It's tasty. I like this. Community. You guys can't see this, but he literally... Oh, Jesus Christ. No, I mean, I can't. This is what the American education system has done to Philosberto. That's what he just typed to me. I'm sorry, other Americans that are just catching random shade. I can't resist. I shouldn't do this. Like 20% of my audience are American. Community. Thank you, Philosberto. I mean, maybe we call it now.
community, communism, all the words. As an American, I approve KP's message. We saw the American education in action last game as well. That's true. Faye, don't make me open your games. We saw the American education system versus the Australian education system in IB Mirror. It was what you'd expect versus absolute violence from the Australians. Just in time for stream end. I mean, I'm weighing up whether we keep going because my thought process is we're going to stream tomorrow as well. And my worry is that if we keep going, are we going to exhaust all the potential games that we're going to find, right? That's always the awkward part, because we only cast, we don't play. And what's your GUA game for? Oh god, no, not another one of them. Is it going to be the Chige New Onimusha game all over again? You stream tomorrow? Yes, guys, we're going to be doing a charity stream tomorrow. So tomorrow we're going to be raising money for Alex's Lemonade Stand Foundation, which is a charity that's focused around funding researchers into cancer and assisting kids with cancer. Doing things such as, for example, helping with the financial requirements to get them treatment. So really cool organization, really happy to be partnering with them. We're going to be streaming tomorrow. The stream's going to start around 12:30, like as it will be live by 12:30, possibly a little bit earlier. We'll probably stream for a bare minimum 4 hours, 6 hours, just around there. We have got a Tiltify already up. There's a few things in there, so I put a few milestones. I didn't get too many like feedback points outside of what I put in. We're basically going to be, I mean, I put a goal of 2,000. We could reach that. I'd be quite happy with us if we reached 1,000. But I remember last time we done a campaign to raise money for, I think it was Games Outreach last time. We raised $1,300 across 3 streams. So we'll see how it goes. I've got a few milestones in there. There's going to be the Only Bugisha Challenge, which is where we have to rush Bugisha. We can only do Bugisha. There's going to be the live coach, a bronze to gold player. We'll see who we can find available for that. And I think the final one at 2K was a Shinobi only challenge. There will be also reward elements. So, for example, if you donate $75, you can request that I down a shot. I think I limited that to 8 shots because I think that's where things can get dangerous for people, especially because I tend to do double shots. We got neckties getting added. So, like last time we done this, I think people actually redeemed that one an insane amount. So we had 16 neckties on, which is kind of weird. Push-ups. There's choosing the civs we cast. There's 8 times speed casts. There's casting your games, things like that. And remember, this is all going to charity, so it's not, you know, if it seems like it's overpriced or like something like that, that's why the price is so high, because at the end of the day, it's going to a good cause. It's just a nice little incentive. If people do have other ideas of incentives they'd like to see or whatever, !Discord, go in my Discord, drop the recommendations now, and I'll try to get them in before we stream tomorrow. Hats, do hats. The problem with hats, Philly, is that I wear headset. It doesn't work with a headset. That's the problem. And I don't have that many hats. I have 4, I think. It just doesn't work. It literally doesn't work because of the headset. Because I have a headset mic. Otherwise, maybe we could do something around that. There should be something marijuana related on your stream tomorrow since it's 420. I mean, we'll just help people have a reason to get high. We'll just watch another Philliesburg game. Sorry, Philly. Dude. Okay. That's us done teasing him. I think we've teased him quite a lot today. In fairness, dude. In fairness, what I will say is Philly originally brought that game to our attention to try and point out why archers are really good. Archers and Limitane beat Streltsy. Chat, do you think that was a viable replay to show you why archers and spearmen beat late game Roos? Was that the reason Roos lost that? I think your point may have got lost somewhere in the memery, Philly. Because there was a lot of memery in that one. Okay, 1 second. Too many elephants. Exactly, dude. You're not wrong. Well, actually, you are. You're 100% wrong. You didn't beat him with archers. You beat him with crossbows on elephant back. It's very different. But yeah, I think we'll probably get ready to round it out. Maybe we'll try and get an impromptu show match going as well during the charity stream if I've got a few players around. maybe they want to hop in and do something just for charity. I don't know if there'd be money on the line, but like, you know, if it's to help raise money for charity, might be able to convince some people. Beast and Marine Lord? Yeah, that's not going to happen. I highly doubt that's going to happen. Maybe we get some people coming by like Recons and Dragavans and Myriads and whatever, and we can convince them. We'll see though. But I think what we'll do now is we'll get ready to raid someone. And then I'm going to go sort a bunch of things behind the scenes and prep. So remember, 12:30 my time tomorrow is when that charity stream will be live. So let's have a look. In fact, let me close my game. Who are we going to raid? Oh, Elyona's live. Maybe we can raid Elyona. Nice lad raided us last time. So guys, what I'll do, I'll send you all through to Elyona. I'm going to go chill now. Hopefully you'll join me tomorrow where we'll be doing the charity stream to raise some money for Alex's Lemonade Stand. If I don't see you tomorrow, hopefully I'll see you soon. Don't stay a stranger. I'm usually going to be streaming Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays practically every week, so I'm pretty easy to find. And make sure you've got notifications turned on. Make sure you've also joined that Discord, not just to give recommendations, but because I also announce when I'm live either here or anywhere on the internet. Big shout out to everyone who watched here and also on the YouTube side. I've been trying to keep an eye on YouTube and respond to them wherever. But, you know, definitely follow on both platforms. And thank you for tuning in. But let me get that raid started. When does it start? It starts 12:30 my time. So midday UK time. Don't brush your teeth before the Moscow meals today. I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna drink them today, mate. I'll drink them tomorrow. We load up on shots tomorrow. I can already imagine people gonna do the 75 buckers. You'll match the first 500? Really? Dude, low elo eating? You're insane. Appreciate you, man. Alright. Well, I'm looking forward to that. For now, go and join Elyona. Go hype them up. And I will hopefully see all of you and many more tomorrow when we'll get our first charity stream of the year going. Toodaloo.